once.
Folks, we're joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monument. John, what is funny when a family is planning a funeral? Sometimes cemeteries
We're combining products with their services. They may pressure a family, telling them they can get a substantial discount by buying everything from the cemetery.
Is this not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. When there is a middleman involved, you're paying an inflated price, even when you think you're getting a discount.
John, this is something families really need to know.
I'm going to be as direct as I can be about this. At Rome, we are the manufacturer. No middleman is involved. Our artists and craftsmen make your memorial from start to finish right at our facility. You've eliminated the middleman and saved as much as 50%.
Friends, you can learn more at one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or visit RomeMonuments.com. 649 News Radio KDKA from the Brewer Airport. Toyota News Desk, Paul Rasmussen. We'll learn more later this morning about that Sea Eagle that flew away from the National Aviary. It's a news conference coming up. We'll have details at 7 on News Radio KDKA.
Your Money and You morning report with Henry Militant's Jamie Meredith.
And Mr. Meredith is here this morning after a big day Friday.
Yeah, stocks trending up on Friday. Does that mean something good for this week, Santa Claus?
That's yet to be seen. I'll tell you on Friday, but this past Friday, the market did end the week positive. Interest rates dipped, debt ceiling, well, the can was kicked down the road. A few key names received analyst upgrades, and economic data came in slightly better than expected. Dow added 1.4%, led by Merck jumping more than 8% as it announced its COVID pill that can potentially reduce COVID hospitalization and deaths. Good news, S&P gained more than 1%. NASDAQ trailed only out 0.8% despite the key growth names. Amazon, Google, Facebook receiving an analyst upgrade. For the week, though, markets were substantially lower, down 1.2% for the week. S&P 2.2, NASDAQ 3.2. Economic data was generally positive. Personal income, consumer spending, manufacturing, and consumer sentiment all beat expectations. Inflation and construction spending worsened. Today's data is light, only factory orders. Well, Kev, I don't know, it doesn't look like the week is starting out negative. Dow futures down 100, NASDAQ futures down 75. That's it for the morning news. Let's see what the bell brings us at 9:30. All right, Jamie, have a great day. We'll talk tomorrow. Your Money and You morning report with Efren Tillotson, Senior Vice President, Jamie Meredith.
It's the KDKA Radio Morning Show.
Brought to you by the law firm of Goldberg, Persky & White, pioneers in asbestos litigation.
Whether you're on your feet for a big family wedding over the weekend, or just taking some walks as the weather starts to cool and fall comes at us, do it in comfort. Live your best life. Good morning. This is Kevin Battle for the Good Feet Store. Don't be held back by sore feet. Invest in them. Do it today. Because no one wants to, moments of life matter. You want to live the best life you possibly can. So if you have sore feet, flat feet, plantar fasciitis, whatever, do something about it. All you have to do is walk through the front door. They'll take care of the rest. The consultation's free, the fitting's free. That walk across the showroom floor when you first get fitted is amazing, or at least it was for me. And I hope it can be for you. Stop in the Good Feet Store today. Their process fits, their system fits in nearly every shoe. They open at 10 o'clock, no appointment necessary. 2 locations, Robinson Town Center and Route 19 in Cranberry, or goodfeet.com/Pittsburgh.
Schultz now in 3 locations and at schultzford.com. 52 News Radio KDKA. So at 3:30, they're going to open up the parking lot at Heinz Field tonight and get ready for the Rolling Stones.
It's going to be a wonderful night at Heinz Field.
You going?
You're on the bubble, aren't you? I'm on the bubble. You know what? I have a 3:30 appointment with a high roller in the city.
Okay.
One of my one-on-ones. I'm going to interview them. Not Mick. Close, but not Mick. Keith? No. And I was going to walk over. Now I'm going to have recording equipment with me. I'll put it in my car, which is dangerous. The boss doesn't go like that. I should bring it back to the station, right? Should I bring it back to the station?
go talk to, I guess they'll be tailgating.
Lock it in my trunk, and then walk on over. What should I do?
I would go over and talk to the people like you do. Why don't you do that?
Okay.
All right? And then I'll go and I'll talk to some people.
Yeah. Are you going to be in the super box? No. Do they give you what kind of credential do you have to get back up to the booth where you bell out the day?
There isn't one for that. I have one for Sunday Steeler.
You don't get in that same booth? I mean, it's just the Larry Richard microphone.
Yeah, right. No, it's not. I share it with Joe DiStio a bit, and I'm merely a part of the big scoreboard team.
So it's going to be you and Joe sitting up there pretending like you're working, watching the game, or watching the show.
No, I'm just going. Just as I'm not going to be on the floor, just have a ticket somewhere. Not in a box, like Marty would be in a box with somebody, high roller celebrities. Not me.
You know what? It's just going to be a great atmosphere. Just to be out hanging out with people right around Heinz Field. Hopefully get a ticket to go in.
I'm looking forward to it. Did you watch any of the game last night, the evening game? Because it was the most talked about game this season so far. Was Tom Brady and his world champion Buccaneers going back to New England for the first time. And Tom does what Tom does with 7 Super Bowl rings, 6 with the Patriots, but the Bucs won 1917. And then at a press conference after the game, Brady was asked about his former coach, Bill Belichick. And by the way, his voice, he's had laryngitis long before this week. He's been dealing with this for the last 10 days.
We got a personal relationship that, for 20 plus years. So he drafted me here and had a lot of personal conversations that should remain that way.
Tom had his parents there. He got, for the most part, cheers, Kevin, coming onto the field. But the minute the game started, they started to, they love them. They're always going to love them, but they're a little upset when they start beating them. 1917 was the final score. He's 3-1. They are 1-3. He brought 6 Super Bowls to New England. How could you boo the guy? You cheer him when he scores a touchdown against your team. Did we boo Yarmir Yager when he came back with 9 different teams? I was glad the Patriots lost. They're 1-3, by the way. AAA traffic powered by Bowser, over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Kathy Berggren is here with a look at the midnight cameras.
And Larry, I'm looking at these cameras, and it's pretty busy out there. On the Parkway West inbound, starting to back right at the top of Spring Tree Hill, but it's just bumper to bumper all the way down towards the tunnels. And over on 51, right around the Liberty Tunnels, we have a minor accident there. It looks like it's out of the way now for you, where we have some slow traffic as you make your way to Edgebrook Avenue and Mountain Street, heading down towards the tunnels. Parkway East at the Greensburg Pike overpass, 28 getting heavier now, approaching Delafield Avenue down towards the Highland Park Bridge. Our next AAA traffic on the 56705 from the Presbyterian Theater Care Network Traffic Center. Kathy Berggren on 100.1 FM and 1020 KDKA.
And it looks like we're going to have some fog around and low clouds, some drizzle in spots and a few showers maybe later. The high though, 72. Right now it is 64 degrees.
When you want instant access to KDKA Radio, it's as easy as writing an email to the Dollar Bank Instant Access account. Email instanaccess@kdkaradio.com.
Once you buy Dollar Bank, get a super low home equity rated Dollar Bank. Visit dollar.bank. Equal housing lender.
A week ago today, I ran into Shenderovich, you know, the twins. It's hard to tell them apart, even when you're in person, but I'll tell you how you can tell Shenderovich and Fishman apart when it comes to their personal injury law firm. From all the others, their fee. Their fee only 25%, while almost all other firms charge 40%. Simple question, guys, why? Simple answer, we think our clients deserve more of any settlement we get. And guess what? They handle all kinds of accidents, and there is never a fee unless they win. And they win. So remember this number, 888-98-TWINS. That's 888-98-TWINS. Don't pay other law firms 40%, almost half your settlement. When Shenderovich, and Fishman will represent you for only 25%. Call 888-98-TWINS. Shenderovich and Fishman, they've got your back, not your wallet.
Info.government.com.
Have you heard? A recent batch of 1885 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1885 old silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. Only a limited quantity of Morgan silver dollar coins are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-563-6468 and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1885 old Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic old mint mark of the New Orleans Mint. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1885 old silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 136 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-563-6468. Call now when you receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-563-6468 now to secure your 1885 old Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-563-6468.
659 News Radio KDKA. Larry Richard and Kevin Battle coming up right after the news with Paul Rasmussen next.
Yeah, it's a big 7 o'clock hour. Eric Devanzo, a state representative. Slate of district will be joining us to talk about fair royalty. Gas and oil wells on their property. It's pretty interesting what's happening there. And then Mike Doyle, congressman, will join us to talk about the infrastructure bill.
All coming up on the KDKA Radio Morning Show.
KDKA AM and HD, KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh.
An honesty station.
This is Radio KDKA.
64 and cloudy at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The Sea Eagle that flew away from the National Aviary, setting off more than a week of searching, was captured Sunday near a Pine Township home. KDKA TV's Chris Hoffman has details.
The Stellar's Sea Eagle is back on September 25th. Kodiak was reportedly spotted on the north side of North Park area before the National Aviary got him outside that home in Pine Township. Now, the initial exam found him to be in excellent health, and staff have him in a behind-the-scenes area of the aviary where he is being fed.
We'll have more information during a news conference on this coming up at 11 a.m. 2 people are facing numerous charges after a chase with Kiski Township police last night. Officers say Kenesha Croyle and Kyler Gabb at first refused to stop when they tried to pull them over on Route 56. When they did stop, officers say the pair became combative during their arrest. Later, police say Croyle urinated on the floor of the police station, and both she and Gabb tried to splash urine on an officer. Both were allegedly under the influence, and police say the vehicle was stolen in Westmoreland County. The Supreme Court begins a new term today with a return to the courtroom that justices abandoned more than 18 months ago because of the pandemic. The most anticipated case this term over an abortion law will be argued in December.
The Mississippi case bans abortions after 15 weeks. Roe v. Wade not only granted a constitutional right to have an abortion, it also created a 24-week standard before which an abortion cannot be outlawed. 24 weeks represented fetal viability outside of the womb. 15 weeks challenges that standard.
CBS News legal analyst Lane Rosenbaum. Fumio Kishida has been elected Japan's prime minister in a parliamentary vote today. The former diplomat used to be known as a moderate, but is now more security-focused and conservative. His predecessor resigned after just 1 year in office as his support plunged over his leadership during the pandemic. Concert goers will be looking for some satisfaction tonight at Heinz Field. News Radio KDKA's Josh Roundtree has details.
It's the first full-scale concert at Heinz Field in over 2 years, and it's one of history's most acclaimed bands that'll hit the stage. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers the Rolling Stones will take over the North Shore this evening. Parking lots for the event open at 3:30. The stadium gates at 5:30, and the show begins at 7:30 with Pittsburgh blues rock band Ghost Town opening the night. Fans will not be required to show proof of vaccination to enter Heinz Field. However, in accordance with CDC guidelines, unvaccinated fans should wear a mask at all times. The Rolling Stones, Heinz Field Management, and Giantville Pharmacy are offering a free COVID-19 vaccination clinic to attendees from 5:30 to 7:30 outside of the main concourse west. Photo ID and medical insurance cards are required for the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. Limited tickets for the show should remain as prices range from $61 to $491. Josh Roundtree, News Radio, KDKA. In sports, Green Bay over Pittsburgh 27-17. The Steelers dropped to 1-3. Tom Brady rallied Tampa Bay to a 19-17 win over New England last night. The Pirates finished the season with a 6-3 loss to the Reds. Preseason hockey, Pens 5, Red Wings 1. The news is brought to you by Henderson Brothers. Expect an expert. It's 7:03. Time to visit Coin.com and save 25% off all coin services, carpets, area rugs, draperies, air ducts, and more. AAA Traffic and AccuWeather next.
When you run a business, setbacks change everything. And online, they happen fast. With your Comcast Business Internet, you can stay ahead. And now it comes with Security Edge to make it even more secure. It helps keep your network safe and scans every 10 minutes. And unlike some cybersecurity options, this helps protect every device that's connected. Because when your information, your people, and your company have Security Edge, you can be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, our possibilities.
Fast speed and advanced security. Now together for $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 3-year agreement from Comcast Business. Learn more about powerful connectivity and advanced cybersecurity solutions for your business. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today. Offer ends 1/3/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 100 megabits per second and security to customers only. Early termination fee applies. Equipment taxes and fees and subject to change.
We're speaking with John Giagardi of Rome Monument about pre-need planning. John, is there a cost savings when you purchase your monument now? There is. You can purchase your memorial at today's prices. The cost of brand rises 3% every year. Over time, savings can be significant. John, can you explain how your pre-need account works? When you purchase your monument now, 100% of your money goes into an account that isn't touched until your monument is placed in your cemetery. You'll have the peace of mind knowing that your monument is there, your money is secure, and Rome Monument will be there when you need us. How else does Rome Monument help families with pre-need costs? We also offer 36 months interest-free financing to all our pre-need families. Thanks, John. And you can learn more about Rome Monument and their pre-need planning by visiting one of their 8 locations or by going to RomeMonuments.com.
Traffic on the
7:05 now. AAA Traffic powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Here's Kathy.
Well, the roads are getting busier out there looking at the inbound side of Route 28. Definitely slow play as you head down towards Ellerfield Avenue to the Highland Park Bridge. We're seeing more traffic now in that right-hand lane heading down towards East Ohio Street. Parkway East pretty heavy and slow now from the Greensboro Pike overpass into the tunnels. We're back to the Green Tree on Parkway East, Parkway North. Trying to pick up that volume as you make your way down through the East Street Valley. Right around 9 o'clock this morning, a heads up for folks that use the northbound 79 ramp 65 north. That ramp is going to close, and again, that's around 9 o'clock this morning. It'll be closed just through the end of the year. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 to 7:15. So the Presbyterian Center Fair Network Shopping Center. I'm talking about 100.1 FM and it's 620 KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
There are some low clouds and foggy patches this morning. We'll see a few showers throughout the day. Some spots may begin to rumble of thunder this afternoon. This evening, highs in the low 70s, mild down to 60 tonight. Not as wet tomorrow, Wednesday. A couple of showers, highs in the mid-upper 70s. More showers into the week. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Dean DeVore, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA 64, Pittsburgh International.
With each breath, allergens, germs, and viruses get trapped in your nose. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Listen to News Radio KDKA on the Odyssey app. And be sure to check out hundreds of new music stations available. Stations created for music fans by music fans. Download the Odyssey app today. You're listening to the Voice of Pittsburgh. This is 100.1 FM, AM 1020 News Radio KDKA. Happy Monday. I'm Larry Richard. And good morning. I'm Kevin Battle. In a half hour, Congressman Mike Doyle will join us. U.S. Congressman from the region will join us. He's in Washington, D.C. We're going to talk to him about the infrastructure bill, Larry. Every now and then, this gets to the Pittsburgh Newsline. Pennsylvania State Representative Eric DeVanzo of the 58th
legislative district, including Westmoreland County. From Harrisburg this morning, right, Representative?
That's right. You're from Harrisburg, out early, working for the people this morning.
All right, well, we have a couple of subjects we want to talk about. One is, a lot of people have been aware over the last decade at least about this tremendous boom in natural gas. People that were farmers or whatever ended up becoming millionaires with the leases that they have for the gas underground. But there's an issue in some cases with royalties, correct?
Correct. You are exactly right about that. Yes.
So what is the problem?
So the problem with the royalties is right now, under the Guaranteed Minimum Royalty Act of 1979, it kind of stipulates that the natural gas companies have to pay the landowners 1/8 of the value of the gas, or which is also 12.5%. But the problem is what they're doing now is they're getting like a sister company to come in and either market the gas or take the gas from the wellhead to the actual market. And those costs, whether they are marketing, post-production costs, are all getting pushed back to the landowners. Now, years ago, probably back in the 70s or 80s, the wellhead was always the purchasing spot for the gas. As times change, now we have a sister company. Now that market may be 50, 60 miles down the road. Now that is the actual selling point of it. And all those costs are getting pushed back onto the property owners.
The cost always gets pushed back to the consumer, I guess you could say. House Bill 1763 is what it's called, and it would amend Oil and Gas Lease Acts, the Oil and Gas Lease Act, to define the royalty payments and clarify how they're calculated. So that's your main goal there. What people in Western Pennsylvania, how much are some people losing? What's your constituents?
Well, it's funny you bring that up because, this isn't just a couple quarters in the ashtray of your car. There's millions of dollars at stake here. I've seen people bring me up like a bill that, there's millions of dollars on it, and they're getting like $15,000 for this, and they're like, something isn't right here. And on the other side, I have people coming to me that say, listen, I've got $2,500 now a month for 6-7 years. I just quit getting them, nor do I get an explanation. And then when I call the gas company, they say, hey, listen, we made a billing error 3 years ago, so we're going to keep your money until our error has been, rectified. But how do you get away with that? I mean, it's just like everything else but today. Whoever got the money, whoever got the checkbook is in charge. And unfortunately, that's where we're at.
So where does it stand today, and how, I would imagine, other gas companies are unhappy with your bill, so they're fighting it, right, with their constituents?
Yeah, correct. I don't think I'll be on a Christmas card list this year by any means. But whenever you find a topic and it's the right thing, it just makes it easy. It really does, because what happens if there's never another royalty paid again this could go on forever. What if we're selling gas to California? I actually had a lady from Green County come up to me with a statement of where the gas company said, listen, you should have done $15,000 this year, but you didn't. But you're still liable to pay the tax on that $15,000. What? There's no clarification on it. We have a bill in the Senate that tries to clarify these things. But it's really rough moving out here. But right now in the House, I think we got 25 co-sponsors on it. I have a lot of other members who are for this. They just don't want to go on the record as, hey, listen, I support that. But if we can get it to a vote on the floor, I really think we got some traction there.
So this is sort of the murky world of big business lobbyists, business accountants, taking advantage of small-time property owners.
Yeah, really, for the most part. Now, listen, to be fair, I do support the natural gas industry. I think without them over the last 20 years, Pennsylvania could be in a real sad state here. I just really feel that, like I said, you take a look at my voting record. I really do, think they do good. This is just one instance where I just feel that they are wrong in this. They're moving forward. A year and a half ago, we're seeing things in politics that I never thought I would ever see. Where are we going to be at another year and a half from now? Lord only knows. And, I
another bill that's going up for a vote today, I believe, regarding childhood sports.
Yeah. So what it is it's House Bill 1218 that's on second consideration today. I think we're going to put a few amendments on it to try to strengthen it up a little bit. But what it does is, right now there's not a sports mask mandate for sporting events. However, back in June there wasn't one for education as well. With our governor giving it the special interest, I'm hoping he doesn't do it again here this month. But as we go into the fall, we have wrestling, we have basketball. I don't want to see these mask money's children, period, let alone whenever they're sporting events. So all my bill does is it just gives local authority to the school district. So if there is an outbreak, there is something, and it has to be done, then it's there. Because what works in Westmoreland County may not work in Harrisburg, it may not even work in Young County. But this is just the first step of it.
Representative Eric Demanzo, Republican District 58, portion of Westmoreland County, live from Harrisburg. We appreciate your time this morning. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate being on today.
You got it. On our Disc Institute, the Pittsburgh Newsline. And stick around. We will have United States Congressman Mike Doyle right after the news at 7:30. And then at 8:45, United States Senator Pat Toomey both to discuss what's going on in Washington with the infrastructure bill.
News Radio KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding.
Do you ever feel like your neck or back pain will never get better? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty. We have the answer you've been looking for at the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Our non-surgical disc treatment has helped thousands of patients with bulging, herniated, and degenerative discs avoid spinal surgery. Our treatment, intradiscotrosis, rehabilitates and turns on your disc self-repair process. Call 412-906-9600 or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. We're here for you. Overseeing a company retirement plan comes with considerable risks and complexities. Are your plan service providers delivering the level of support you need? Snyder Downs Retirement Solutions can help. Visit SDRetirementSolutions.com.
It's the KDKA Radio Morning Show, brought to you by the law firm of Goldberg, Persky & White, pioneers in asbestos litigation.
7:15. AAA traffic is powered by Bowser over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Kathy Berger here with the Monday morning update.
And there is a little better for folks over on 28 on the inbound side of the construction zone. But as you head down toward the north side, right around the 31st Street Bridge on ramp, it's getting a little bit busier for you through there. On the outbound side, just a minor slowing into the single lane there at the Highland Park Bridge, but no major delays. About one light delay for you on the 62nd Street Bridge heading over toward Butler Street. Starting to see some slowing traffic over on the inbound side of the Parkway North as you head down toward Marysville and McKnight Road. Nothing major, just a little more volume and slowing traffic there. 79 northbound and southbound right now looks pretty good. Over on 51, once again between Ewing Road and Coriopolis Road, we do have crew joints to work. It is pretty slow in both directions. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s is 725. For the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Kathy Berger on 100.1 FM and 1020 KDKA.
Right now, we'll have clouds and patches of fog. We did have some rain overnight and drizzle this morning, and then we'll have some breaks and a chance for a few showers later with a high of 72. 64 right now at the airport. Nielsen says more than 30 million Americans are now tuning in to Newsmax TV. It's one of the biggest media stories. Newsmax is available on all major cable systems, and if you cut the cord and don't get cable, you can still get Newsmax. Find it on your smart TVs like Samsung, LG, and more. Just go to your smart TV channel guide or download the free Newsmax app. Newsmax also streams free on Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Amazon Fire, TiVo, and 7 million people have the Newsmax app on their smartphone. It takes seconds to download it on your phone, and there's no paywall or subscription. So watch Newsmax for breaking news anytime, anywhere. President Trump said Newsmax is really good. Forbes calls Newsmax a news powerhouse. Find out why tens of millions of Americans are watching Newsmax TV and going to Newsmax Newsmax.com for breaking news. It's a source I trust. You can too. Watch Newsmax TV today.
The climate crisis is here. Time slipping away to stop the worst effects of global warming, and we need solutions. Hosted by P. Molly Wood, How We Survive dives deep into the economics, the tech, and the human stories behind those solutions. From billionaires trying to monopolize lithium mines to business rivalries so fierce that one CEO was dragged off a plane by federal authorities. How We Survive, following money to the end of the world because our survival might depend on it. Listen on Odyssey and everywhere you get your podcast.
If you suffer from cancer due to workplace exposure to asbestos, you may be entitled to compensation. Search gpwlaw.com.
718 News Radio KDKA Sports brought to you by Emmett Golan. Around every corner, Emmett Golan creates real-life magic for guests.
Yeah, before our last interview with Representative Eric Devance of Westmoreland County, he expressed some sentiments, not about the oil and gas leaves or the masks. He expressed it about the Steelers game yesterday. Wasn't too happy.
They lost in Green Bay at Lambeau Field, 27-17. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin. Disappointing outcome, but there's nothing mystical about it. You know, like I just told the team, man, we need more detail in our play. We had to put them in better position to make plays, and then they got to make more plays. And so, you know, we're all collectively in our circumstance together. We got to continually get better. Those are our intentions. We don't like where we are, but more importantly about not liking where we are, it's about what we do about it as we move forward. And we won't blink. They won't blink. They've got the Denver Broncos coming to Heinz Field Sunday. They're now 1-3, and it's about the AFC North, where the three other teams are 3-1.
Yeah, Steelers guard Kevin Dodson suffered a hip flexor in the fourth quarter. Cam Sutton had a groin issue. Coach says he will evaluate. They will be evaluated, and he will have details tomorrow. Pirates fell to the Cincinnati Reds yesterday, Larry. It was their final game of the season. They finished the season 61-101.
More sports, 93.7theband.com.
It's the KDKA Radio Morning Show with Larry Richard and Kevin Battle. How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With hearing aids from Lively, everything is done remotely in the comfort of your home, from initial testing to adjustment.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. With Lively, you get premium Bluetooth-enabled hearing aids at thousands less than you might expect. The best hearing aid technology is now affordable and convenient. Your hearing aids are sent right to your door, and if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week. No charge. You people at Lively are wonderful. With Lively hearing aids, you get free shipping, 3 years of follow-up care included free, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage. You can't lose. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Now get $100 off your hearing aids when you go to listenlively.com/radio. That's listenlively.com/radio. listenlively.com/radio.
Outdoor parties become out-of-this-world parties with your new outdoor kitchen from Morrison Kitchen and Bath. Your new outdoor cooking space will be the envy of all the neighbors. Mark Morrison will customize an outdoor space with convenient prep area, refrigeration, and storage. Your new outdoor kitchen will fit your taste and budget. And neighbors will hang over the fence with envy. Give Mark a call, 412-884-4545, or visit online at morrisonkitchens.com, PA number 2505.
Want to go someplace new? Yeah, you do.
Follow me, I'll be there.
Welcome to CBS Morning.
Need something new.
Learn something new. This is my first virtual reality interview. Someone new.
Take me in the house. What?
There's always something new.
I can't become because you got something to do.
CBS Morning, weekdays on CBS.
Like cleaning products that can be used in the garage, the laundry, and the kitchen, and save space in your counter. Hi, I'm Bruce Brizio, the owner of Simple Green. The concentrated all-purpose Simple Green is the answer for versatile cleaning throughout your home and garage. I'm so certain you'll love Simple Green. If you're not 100% satisfied, I'll give you your money back. To learn more, visit us at simplegreen.com. It's 7:23 News Radio KDKA from the Brewer Airport Toyota News
remember?
It was going to be a feature on Horrible News, but it's headline.
Well, that's what Paul missed in his week vacation. Horrible news over happy music with Kevin Battle.
Dedicate this to Paul's return.
Thank you.
Thank you. These are the baseball stories, folks. The ones where you're just glad you're you and not them. Let's start in Hawaii. A couple in their mid-30s made the long flight to paradise only to be booted out. Larry Paul sent packing back to the lower 48. Seems Hawaii has some pretty strict entry requirements. Show proof for quarantine for 10 days. Oh my gosh. A couple totally forgot to bring a COVID card or totally completely forgot to get vaxxed before vacation. You know how busy they were. So they downloaded a fake passport at LAX while waiting to take off. It didn't work. They got booted back.
Go out with you.
They do get to go back to Hawaii, though, to meet a judge. On to the Big Apple. Let's check in with our best and brightest, our future of America, shall we? New York University students. Stunned. Absolutely stunned. When their photo IDs no longer were accepted. It didn't work. A photo ID. Your legal document. It seems COVID is outing a lot of ID frauds. Young under 21 students hoping to use fake IDs to enter bars are getting busted because their ID info does not match their vaccine cards, which they must also present to enter establishments. Names don't match. Genius. Sorry. Get out. That's your Horrible News.
Whatever happened to these good old days when you could just alter your PLCD card? Yeah, or at least get a friend who's old enough to walk in and get you a six-pack and then bring it back out to the car.
Or just being smart enough to know that your name has to match it.
AAA traffic is powered by Bowser with 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Kathy Bergman, what's going on?
Traffic for folks over on the north side, for folks over that North Shore Expressway, coming from the Parkway North and Route 28, getting busier now heading onto the bridge. The inbound side of the Parkway North, and for the most part doing pretty well. It does slow down around the Perrysville, right around the on-ramp, but no major issues all the way down towards the north side. Inbound 28 continues to look pretty well for you right now. Your Parkway East backing before Wilkinsburg, and over on the Parkway West will hit the brakes right at the top of Braintree Hill into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. On that inbound side of 51, it does slow for you right around Edgebrook Avenue heading down toward Bousman Street. AAA traffic on the 5 is brought to you by Zero Res Pittsburgh. Our next report is 7:35 on the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Bergman on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And we have a lot of clouds, some patches of fog, and chance for some showers today. Looking at the radar, I know there's a lot of people heading to Heinz Field tonight that are hoping the rain will pass. Last time the Stones were here, it did. It rained all day and then it stopped. But there's not much out there. It looks like the bulk of the rain moved through overnight. So I'm hoping that fans get a break tonight.
A lot of people are looking at you, Larry. You know what I appreciate about you, Larry? You stand and deliver. You're given that weather forecast, and then you're going to go sit in that seat at that stadium with all those people looking for you.
I don't know who you're talking about. Take advantage of Zero Res's fall special of 3 rooms. Zero Res supplies starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. That's Zero Res. Make sure you tell them you want the KDKA special.
You want to do a lot in life, so why wait? Get the funds now to turn your due into done with a super low rate on a dollar bank home equity loan. And by super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash back for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there are no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask the Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-BANK. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change without notice. Loans prepayment and full within 36 months.
fiberglass competition has always been faster, higher, stronger. It's the same for Navient, makers of condensing tankless water heaters. Faster to install and set up, higher performance and efficiency to provide endless hot water. Stronger with the industry's strongest warranty. All because of the copper-free stainless steel heat exchanger built in every unit. Learn about Navient's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navient contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com. That's tanklessmadesimple.com.
Your life, your hope, and whatever you were searching for at 1:15 a.m. It's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. With each breath, allergens, germs, and viruses get trapped in your nose. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Available at Navage.com.
KDKA Radio, with compassionate care from St. Barnabas Health System.
High school football is back on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Presented by Shenderovich and Fishman. They have your back, not your wallet. Friday, Gateway takes on 10 Conference 7:30. KDKA kickoff hosted by Doran Businesses. Starting at 6:30, brought to you in part by Neon's Billiards and more. And State Farm Agent Bill Agulia. And State Farm Agent David Matters. This is News Radio, KDKA.
Cloudy at 64 at 7:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The news is brought to you by Baird. Discover the Baird difference at BairdDifference.com. Police in Philadelphia say a nurse fatally shot his co-worker at a hospital, fled the scene, and was wounded in a gunfight with police. The gunman was reportedly wearing scrubs when he shot and killed a certified nursing assistant at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital early today. He left the hospital in a box truck. 4 officers caught up with him a short time later. In the gunfire, 2 officers were shot, but their injuries are not considered life-threatening. The suspect is in critical condition, but expected to survive. Steel Valley schools will not tolerate students who smack a staff member. It's a trend on TikTok. High school students get video of themselves striking a school teacher or staffer and then post the video. News Radio KDK's Josh Roundtree has more.
In a letter sent to parents and families last week, District Superintendent Edward Werner made it clear that any participation in this challenge in Steel Valley will not be tolerated. Werner wrote that any students who strike a staff member will face severe discipline and could face assault charges. Parents and families are being urged by district leaders to speak to children and let them know that this type of behavior will not be condoned. The trend follows one in September in which high school students were urged to steal and vandalize school property. Josh Roundtree, News Radio KDKA. Next news at 8 on News Radio KDKA.
I'm with Steve Bichetti, branch manager of Baird's Pittsburgh Ridgeville office.
At Baird, investment and financial planning is just part of the solution, just as important as our personal commitment to your success. Meeting with you, answering your questions, working with your tax and legal advisors, so you can see the whole picture of your financial life come together. Focused on you, no matter what. That's how Baird has been doing business for more than 100 years.
Thanks, Steve. Discover the Baird difference. Visit BairdDifference.com.
Discover real retirement in St. Barnabas Health System. Exploring your retirement living options, St. Barnabas Health System is the premier choice for active seniors. The retirement village allows their residents to enjoy luxurious freedom, well-appointed spaces, plentiful amenities, and engaging social activities, and unlimited free golf at their 2 courses. Freedom starts now. Call 724-443-0700 or visit stbarnabashealthsystem.com and become a part from the ordinary.
Barry and Steve Baird from the Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3, a new car might be a 7, but getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams. And then there's the anticipation you feel as the team's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Cardiac. Call 412-279-2222 or click KDKA Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
American Vaccinators has been successfully treating these problems with vaccine therapy for over 20 years. Listen to what Marshall from Gibsonia has to say.
I had arthritis pain in my back for years. I tried everything. I started vaccine treatments. I'm pain-free, and even my friends make us the nerve.
Call American Vaccinators in Wexford. Visit them on the web at AmericanVaccinators.com.
Have you seen any advertising for fake meat? They like to imply that it's healthier for you, but when you compare the levels of sodium, fat, and calories for many of these synthetic meat products, they're often higher than what's in real bacon and burgers. And while some may look and smell like the real thing, these artificial meats are made with ingredients you won't find in real bacon, chicken fingers, or sausage. Many use methylcellulose, a chemical which is commonly used as a laxative, to thicken liquid fake meat. Synthetic meat is often treated with vegetable glycerin, which you'll also find in e-cigarette liquids, and artificial caramel colors, which, according to the state of California, may cause cancer. Many fake meat products are manufactured using as many as 60 additives, chemicals, and other ingredients. Find out more at fakefacts.com. That's fakefacts.com. Paid for by the Center for Consumer Freedom.
I'm with Rocco Florio from AirPro Heating and Cooling. AirPro and Bryant have put together our fall special. Purchase a 95% high-efficiency furnace for as low as $19.95 installed and receive a free programmable Wi-Fi thermostat. Also, a free 10-year warranty on parts and labor, plus their exclusive emergency service warranty, and ask about 60 months interest-free financing. If you purchase heating and cooling equipment in the past and didn't purchase it from AirPro, you paid too much. So call someone you know. Call AirPro Heating and Cooling. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Traffic on the 5. AAA Traffic Powered 5000, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Traffic around the area moving fairly well. We have our normal delays out there, but I'm not seeing any major issues. Looking at the inbound side of 28. Folks hitting the brakes right at 31st Street Bridge on ramp. Other than that, it's in pretty good shape in both directions. Your Parkway North, no major delays for you there. Looks good on the Veterans Bridge. East Street exit ramp starting to get a little bit busier for you. Inbound on the Parkway West, we're backing just before Green Tree, Parkway East to Wilkinsburg into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Charlie parts of an accident, though, on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and this is on the westbound side, mile marker 17.5, which is between Cranberry and Beaver Valley. We're not hearing of any lane restrictions or off to the side of the roadway, but just expect some slowing traffic. AAA Traffic on the 5 is brought to you by the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Our next report is 7:45 on the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Berger on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Now, here's the up-to-the-minute weather forecast.
Some low clouds and foggy patches this morning, occasional showers through today, and even a rumble of thunder this afternoon this evening. Low 70s and down to 69. Warm and sticky with clouds, a few sunny breaks tomorrow and Wednesday. Can't rule out a passing shower either day. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. I'm active meteorologist Steve DeVore, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Dr. Rafferty. The Disc Institute of Pittsburgh specializes in a non-surgical disc treatment that will fix the problem and allow your disc to heal. Call 412-906-9600 or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. We're here for you.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by the Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find 0% interest in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. Wayfleet.com is now Odyssey. Download the Odyssey app and listen to KDKA and all the news, sports, and music podcasts.
7:37, this is 100.1 FM, AM 1020, News Radio KDKA. Good morning, I'm Larry Richard, and I'm Kevin Battle. Sort of doing the bread and circuses. Well, they're playing at the Coliseum, the big event's going on today, Rolling Stones, Pittsburghers are all focused on that big event. Larry yourself as well, going to the show. I'll be walking around there as well, hanging out. But there's business going on. on in Washington, D.C., and we have a senator going to join us next hour. But right now, Congress is working on things, too.
United States Congressman Mike Doyle is with us, representing the 18th Congressional District. On our Disc Institute of Pittsburgh Newsline, Congressman, welcome back. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
We're hoping that you can provide us with some clarification, because I think for all of us, there's a lot of confusion. And it's threefold. The debt ceiling issue, we know that was kicked down the road to December about raising the debt ceiling. Then there's the infrastructure bill, and then there's the other bigger budget bill that's called the reconciliation bill. Can you help us figure out and understand the difference between the two?
Sure. Let me see if I can put this in more simple language. There's two bills, so think of it this way. One bill is physical infrastructure. That's your roads and bridges and water projects and the like. And the second bill is human infrastructure. That's child care help, education costs, negotiating prescription drugs, helping with housing, tax cuts for middle-class families. So those are the two different bills. Now, the one bill, the physical infrastructure bill, we have bipartisan agreement on 19 senators, 19 Republican senators joined Democrats to pass the physical infrastructure bill, which sits over in the House. Now, the interesting thing is there's plenty of House Republicans who are going to eventually vote for the physical infrastructure bill, but Leader McCarthy has instructed them not to vote for it until we prove we have 218 votes in our caucus, which we presently don't have. So we could pass that bill with our Republican colleagues, with the ones that support the bill, and there's many over there that do, would vote for it. But they're going to hold their votes until we show them that we can put up 218 votes. So that's the one thing. Then the second bill, which I call the human infrastructure bill, that's going to fund things like child care. The child care tax credit. Right now, families are getting a check for if they have children under the age of 6, they're getting a $300 a month check. Under the age of 18, a $250 check. That program expires at the end of this year. The human infrastructure bill extends that program to 2025. Prescription drug pricing, we want to negotiate for Medicare for lower prescription drugs, just like we do with VA. It would save taxpayers $600 million. That's in the human infrastructure bill. We give more health insurance premiums to people on Obamacare, so people pay less money out of their pocket. These are all the things in the human infrastructure bill that our friends on the other side of the aisle don't agree with. So in order for us to pass these, we have to go through a process called reconciliation, which nobody understands what that term means. But basically, to simplify it, it's a way to get through the Senate with 51 votes. And it's done through a budget procedure. That means every single Democratic senator, because we only have 50 of them, has to vote for the bill, and then the vice president would provide the 51st vote in a 50-50 tie. Now, that's still being negotiated over in the Senate because there's not 50 senators that have come to an agreement yet on what they can vote for. So that's the holdup in the Senate. And the holdup in the House is Republicans won't give us votes to pass the physical infrastructure bill. And we have some Democrats that won't vote for that bill until the Senate bill comes over. So hopefully that clears it up a little bit. And I believe we're going to get it done, by the way. It's just a matter of when, and I think it's going to be sometime in the month of October, but there's still negotiations going on.
You did clear it up very well. Thank you very much. In the House side, the Republicans want to hold the feet to the fire, I guess, for the Democrats and prove that they have 218 votes. Is that because Democrats said they were tying those two bills together? You have to vote for both of them, a positive vote for both of them. Is that the case? And will that $3.5 trillion bill, the second one, be whittled down more?
Yeah, I think the answer to the first question is if they want to delink the two bills, they would vote for the physical infrastructure bill because there are enough
they know that that isn't a unanimous opinion in our caucus, and they don't want to help us pass the bill, so they're withholding their votes. So that, the Republicans could delay this process, which they claim they want to do, but they're not providing the votes to do it. As far as the 3.5 number, I think that's where this gets off track when we're focused on numbers. We're focused on the programs that it's going to fund, and I think the president has indicated, from what we're hearing in from the Senate, that final number is probably going to be somewhere less than 3.5 trillion. It's probably going to be closer to 2 from what we're hearing from people over in the Senate. And there's lots of ways to keep those programs in the bill. But for instance, I'll give you a good example. We were going to extend the child care tax credit, the child tax credit to 2025. It's going to expire at the end of the year. Well, if we don't have 3.5 trillion and we have something less than that, we may only be able to extend that program to maybe 2023 or 2024. But the program's still going to be in there. So there's lots of ways to make adjustments. But I think what has to happen first is we have to get agreement on what programs we think are must-have programs in a human infrastructure bill, and get that done first. And then you work from that, and you see, well, how much money does that cost to do that? The other thing I want to stress for the listeners, everything in that bill is paid for. The human infrastructure bill will not cost most Americans, 99% of Americans, any money because we paid for that bill. And it's paid for in a variety of ways. Just the drug pricing is a good example. That saves the Treasury $600 million. That's a $600 million paid for while we're getting seniors cheaper drugs. We also raised the corporate net income tax back up. It used to be 35. It was taken down to 21% in the Trump administration, and we're proposing kicking that back up to 26%, not 35 to 26. We also reinstate the top bracket, the 39.5% bracket. It's 37 right now. These are people that are in the highest tax bracket in the country who have done very well in the past decade, while the middle class and people in the working class have been struggling. So we take that back up. So the key is this isn't going to increase the deficit a single penny, and I think that's important for people to understand when you hear about these numbers that are being bandied about, that the human infrastructure bill is going to be completely paid for. The Senate is insisting on that, and so are the Democrats in the House.
United States Congressman Mike Doyle, as always, Congressman, we appreciate your time. Are you going to be at the Rolling Stone show tonight?
No, I don't think I'm going to make that one.
All right, just checking. Thank you. We'll stay safe and we'll talk again soon. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys, have a great day.
It is the Institute of Pittsburgh Newsline. AAA Traffic is powered by Moose. Over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Here's Kathy Bergeron.
And Larry, we're seeing more traffic on the inbound side of Bridge 28. First of all, it's starting to slow once again around the Highland Park Bridge, but it's definitely getting busier around the Shayla Waterworks, and then again around the 40th Street Bridge, heading down towards the north side. Parkway North still in pretty decent shape, no major delays for you there. 79 traffic looks good both on the northbound and southbound side. The Parkway East is back into Wilkinsburg. Parkway West, that's up fourth is way down the far side of Green Tree Hill into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and 51 is still approaching Nobles Lane, and then you're going to find delays once again from Edgebrook Avenue heading down toward Falsman Street. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 is up to 55 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Bergeron on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And it looks like a lot of clouds. Not much in the way of rain showing up on the radar. We did have some pass overnight. You may have heard that. 72 this afternoon, so it will be comfortable. And then 60 overnight. There is a chance for a shower or two popping up later. Right now we're in the mid-60s.
Of course, Cyber Charter School educates Pennsylvania students grades K through 12. Free EP and enroll today for the 21-22 school year. To attend a virtual open house, go to aforum.org or call 844-462-4672.
Remember last year, it completely changed the way most of us work. And
for those who manage employee benefits, it was even more of a struggle. At Henderson Brothers, we've helped make sense of a constantly shifting workforce. From remote work policy guidance to PPP and EIDL support, our experts help guide our clients through any year, good, bad, and even 2020. Visit HendersonBrothers.com to speak with an expert about employee benefits for your company. Henderson Brothers, expect an expert. 740 News Radio KDKA Sports, brought to you by Nemacolin. Around every corner, Nemacolin creates real-life magic for guests.
Let's start on a positive note.
What do you got?
Penguins picked up a preseason win last night.
There you go. Over the Detroit
downhill from here.
Well, yeah, the Steelers lost on the road at Green Bay. They had a chance at the end of the half. They kind of got shorted on a bad call.
Everybody on the planet is saying that was a bad call. Failed.
A blocked field goal that resulted in what looked like a touchdown by Minka Fitzpatrick was nullified by a quote-unquote offside call, which was not the case. But nonetheless, Steelers lost 27-17, and Ben was asked about missing a few connections with his wide receivers. Yeah, I mean, it honestly is a little bit of both of us, the receivers and the quarterback. It's in order for deep ball to be successful, both parties have to be on the same page. They have to understand, the coverage and what's going on. But at the end of the day, I'm the one throwing it. I'm the one that has to make it happen, and I'm the one that has to hit the guys. And so, regardless of where they are on the field, regardless of what the coverage is, it comes down to me to get them the ball. And they'll be hosting the Denver Broncos. Steelers are now 1-3. Everybody else in the AFC North is 3-1.
Yeah, I think a lot of fans were furious with the call on the TV when they said you can't be in that position in the backfield blocking that field goal if you're not offside. And then when you look at the tape, they weren't offside.
Meanwhile, did we mention the Pirates?
The Pirates fell to 61-101 to finish their season. They lost 6-3 to the Reds yesterday. Had a chance to sweep a series for the first time all season.
And it ended on a high note, but there's next year. Read all about it at 937theband.com.
It's the KDKA Radio Morning Show with Larry Richard and Kevin Battle.
Let's be real. No one stays at a job for the stand-up desk. The best talent wants more, like health coverage that complements their life outside of work. Farmers Blue Cross Blue Shield plans give employees more ways to connect to their health than ever before, with the benefits they need to feel secure. Benefits like access to the largest hospital and physician network in the U.S., including more than 1.7 million providers and 95% of hospitals. And wellness programs that really help them put their health first. Plus, being able to see a doctor from the comfort of home with our virtual health options. Not to mention, never needing referrals to see a specialist. The doctor can see you now. The best part? It's all within your budget. Give employees more with Highmark plans. Talk to your broker about your options today. Because life. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that. JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Your goals, your future, your dreams. These things are none of our business. Your credit score, your true crime obsession, and whatever you are searching for at 1:15 a.m. That's really none of our business. Because your life is private, and unlike other companies, we think your internet should be too. Oh, is someone there? Oh, that's none of our business. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
It's the KDKA Radio Morning Show, brought to you by the law firm of Goldberg, Persky & White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. Schultzford.com, 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 Schultzford.com.
7:30 752 News Radio KDKA from the Brewer Airport Toyota News Desk. Mr. Paul Rasmussen. We'll learn later today more about the capture of that escaped Sea Eagle from the National Aviary. We'll have details at 8 on News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. With the holiday shopping season approaching, concerns are mounting about the bottlenecks that have impacted shipping to retailers. And U.S. Nike cutting sales forecast after COVID-19 outbreak forced factory closures in Vietnam. Apparel chain H&M can't meet demand in Europe because of delivery delays, and Bed Bath & Beyond is being hit because of shipping woes. There still aren't enough cargo containers, and UPS, Walmart, and others are going on hiring sprees as Christmas shopping ramps up. The march back to the office is heading in sharply different directions. The world's leading financial centers are showing mixed results, with London and New York starting to get back to normal post-pandemic. But in Asia, Singapore and Sydney have had to reintroduce fresh restrictions as the number of coronavirus cases spike, and major employers, including Wells Fargo and Google, have delayed bringing back workers in person because of the Delta variant. Wall Street's opening indicators are all sliding. S&P futures off 11, the Dow futures down by 74 points. And it's Bloomberg Radio.
Name this tune, Kevin. From Leave It to Beaver, 64 years ago today, it debuted on CBS.
What is the name of the song? We all know what it's from, but did they have a certain name, or is it just created for Leave It to Beaver?
I don't know the name of the song, but I'll tell you, Jerry Mathers was the Beaver, right? So, at the Harp and Fiddle, oh man, this must be 25 years ago, they brought in Jerry Mathers for St. Patrick's Day. And he was the headliner at the Harp and Fiddle. So I was at KDKA TV at the time. They said, hey, will you go down to Harp and Fiddle and introduce the Beaver? I was like, what are you talking about? They said, Jerry Mathers is there. Well, the place, as you can imagine, was fired up. And all I had to say was, ladies and gentlemen, the Beaver.
The place went insane. To answer your first question, Larry,
That was your question.
what was the name? You said name this too. What's the name of that song? It's not called the Leave It to Beaver theme song. It's called The Toy Parade by David Kahn.
Very good. AAA traffic powered by Bowser, over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. And who would be the Eddie Haskell of our staff? You, Marty. You don't have to answer that question.
Little do you know.
It's Kathy.
It's me. We are definitely seeing more traffic on the roads for you now as you make your way eastbound on 28. Watch for that slow traffic from the Shayla Waterworks. Pretty much stop and go to the north side. And over on that inbound side of the Port Duquesne Bridge, it is slow for you. So is that North Shore Expressway. Veterans Bridge is backing just about all the way across. 44 Green Tree on the Parkway West, and over on the Parkway East, heading and slow approaching Wilkinsburg into the tunnel. Over on Allegheny River Boulevard, it's going to be now from Sandy Creek to Nadine, but it looks pretty good as you head down toward Washington Boulevard. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 is at 8:05 from the Presbyterian Senior Turnover Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Berger on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And there are a few showers out there to the north from Slippery Rock. Otherwise, just a lot of clouds and some patches of fog. Today's high 72. Hoping it stays dry for the Rolling Stones tonight at Heinz Field.
KDKARadio.com gets information fast. KDKARadio.com get the facts you need on your mobile without the navigation hassle. It's next level service from KDKARadio.com. Try it now. KDKARadio.com.
MediConnect, Pittsburgh's largest independent and free healthcare advisory firm. MediConnectInsurance.com.
Guys, you deal with problems all the time. The challenge head on and give it all you've got until it's solved. Then why, when it comes to a personal matter like erectile dysfunction, you don't deal with it the same way? In fact, you try to avoid the issue, which is not smart, especially when the solution is only a phone call away. Peak Performance for Men at 412-748-8181. Here's an incentive to act now. Peak Performance for Men has waived their consultation and ultrasound fee. And 80% of men who receive the treatment experience long-term improvement in male performance. Call Peak Performance
for Men now, 412-748-8181 for your free consultation. Still on the fence? Their treatment is pain-free, drug-free, and FDA cleared. Let the ED specialist at Peak Performance for Men explain that surgery-free treatment takes it. So visit peakperformanceformen.com or better yet, call for your free consultation now, 412-748-8181. That's 412-748-8181.
Paidforbygovernment.com.
Have you heard? A recent batch of 1885 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1885 old silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. Only a limited quantity of these Morgan silver dollar coins are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-563-6468 and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1885 old Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic old mint mark of the New Orleans Mint. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1885 old silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 136 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-563-6468. Call now when you receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-563-6468 now to secure your 1885 old Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-563-6468. Voice of Janis Joplin, silenced 51 years ago today at the age of 27 due to a heroin overdose. Kevin, you pointed out there's an unusual club. They call it the 27 Club. Somebody, over the years, a lot of people died. In fact, at age 27, a lot of famous musicians. In fact, one of them was Brian Jones, one of the founders of the Rolling Stones, died at 27. So did Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, as you mentioned, Jim Morrison. But then Kurt Cobain also died at age 27, and it got people thinking, what is it with this 27? Did Amy Winehouse is one of them as well. And so they went back through, and there's a whole article on social media or on the website about it. They went back to 1864 and found all the popular musicians who died at age 27. The list is hundreds long. It's amazing.
Well, coming up, they're very much alive. The Rolling Stones in town, and Scott Purvis from the Post-Gazette did a great story about the history of the Stones in Pittsburgh. He'll join us next.
KDKA HD Pittsburgh, KDFM HD Pittsburgh, and W261AX Pittsburgh.
An honesty station.
Radio, KDKA. 64, cloudy skies at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The Sea Eagle that flew away from the National Aviary, setting off more than a week of searching, was captured Sunday near a Pine Township home. KDKA's Chris Hoffman has details.
The Stellar's Sea Eagle is back on September 25th. Kodiak was reportedly spotted on the north side of the North Park area before the National Aviary got him outside that home in Pine Township. Now, an initial exam found him to be in excellent health, and staff have him in a behind-the-scenes area of the aviary where he is being fed.
More information expected during a news conference at 11 a.m. at the aviary. Residents, business owners, and environmentalists are questioning whether authorities reacted quickly enough to contain one of the largest oil spills in recent California history. A suspected leak in an underwater pipeline fouled the sands of Huntington Beach over the weekend. At least 126,000 gallons of oil spilled before the pipeline was shut down. Beaches in the area could be closed for weeks or even months. An oil spill was reported last night on the Mon River. Crews were searching the river between Duquesne McKeesport Bridge and Mansfield Bridge, but there's no word yet on what they found, if anything. Pittsburgh's latest victim of gun violence was killed early Sunday in Sheridan. Police checking into gunfire in the 2700 block of Glenmar Street found an unidentified woman dead at the scene around 3 a.m. Other details are not available. Many of us saw our retirement investments take a big hit last month. CBS's Vicki Barker tells us how much.
Checked your retirement savings lately? If the answer is out, you're not alone. The Financial Times reports the many millions of people who followed the advice to put 60% of their retirement savings into stocks and 40% into bonds saw their portfolios shrink by 3.5% last month. The worst loss since the early days of the the pandemic in March of 2020. Tough on those close to retirement, younger investors may be able to afford to wait the bad times out. Vicki Barker, CBS News.
Concert goers will be looking for some satisfaction tonight. News Radio KDKA's Josh Roundtree has details.
It's the first full-scale concert at Heinz Field in over 2 years, and it's one of history's most acclaimed bands that'll hit the stage. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers the Rolling Stones will take over the North Shore this evening. Parking lots for the event open at 3:30. The stadium gates at 5:30, and the show begins at 7:30 with Pittsburgh blues rock band Ghost Town opening the night. Fans will not be required to show proof of vaccination to enter Heinz Field. However, in accordance with CDC guidelines, unvaccinated fans should wear a mask at all times. The Rolling Stones, Heinz Field Management, and Giant Eagle Pharmacy are offering a free COVID-19 vaccination clinic to attendees from 5:30 to 7:30 outside of the main concourse west. Photo ID and medical insurance cards are required for the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. Limited tickets for the show do remain at prices range from $61 to $491. Josh Roundtree, News Radio KDKA.
In sports, Green Bay over Pittsburgh 27-17. The Steelers dropped to 1-3. Tom Brady rallied Tampa Bay to a 19-17 win over New England last night. The Pirates finished the season with a 6-3 loss to the Reds, and in preseason hockey, Penn's 5, Red Wings 1. The news is brought to you by MediConnect. It's 8:03. Time to call Coit at 1-800-FOR-COIT and save 25% off all services. Carpets, upholstery, tile, grout, and more. AAA Traffic and AccuWeather next.
We're speaking with John Giancardi of Rome Monument. John, why is pre-need planning important? You and your wife probably bought a home together, raised a family together. Why wouldn't you want to make this decision together? It lessens the burden on your family and gives you peace of mind. Makes a lot of sense, John. And how does Rome Monument help families with this decision? We'll help you select the right monument. We'll work directly with our artists and we'll create a lasting tribute for which you and your family will be proud of. What happens after a family purchases this monument? You can see its progress being made if you like. Then your memorial can be placed in the cemetery. Or we can store it for you in our new 16,000 square foot facility. Because you've seen it and touched it, you are sure that your monument will be there when you need it. Rome Monument has been helping families like yours for 4 generations. Thanks, John. And folks, you can always learn more at RomeMonuments.com.
The Pittsburgh Symphony is back at Heinz Hall. And once again, we can experience the power of music together. Dr. Oswald Webster leads Mendelssohn's Joyously Astonished Symphony, plus works of Beethoven and Italian Mariano. 3 and 5 Melon Grand Classics tickets start at $20. Call 417-339-4900 or order online at PittsburghSymphony.org. Hear your Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra guest Friday and Sunday, and let's experience the power of music.
Now, AAA Traffic's powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Back to Kathy.
And Paul, it's not too bad on the roadways. We still have some volume out there on the roads, but no major incidents. I'm looking over at 51 over on Ewing Road, heading over to Coriopolis Road. Road work once again this morning, and it is slow for you in both directions. Just a reminder about that section of Ewing Road now closed for you to stop at 51. Slide route clear underway until the middle of October. Inbound on the Parkway West, we are back into Green Tree, and over on 28, you'll find that slow for you as you approach the 40th Street Bridge down toward the East Ohio Street exit ramp. Still seeing slow traffic over on the Veterans Bridge to head over to 6th and 7th Avenues and Crosstown Boulevard. Parkway east back to Wilkinsburg from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Our next AAA traffic on the comments at 8:15. From the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Jesse Burford on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
There are some low clouds and foggy patches this morning. We'll see a few showers throughout the day. Some spots may begin to rumble of thunder this afternoon. This evening, highs in the low 70s, mild down to 60 tonight. Not as wet tomorrow, Wednesday. Couple of showers, highs in the mid-upper 70s. More showers end of the week. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Dean DeVore, 100.1 FM, new home for all the radio that matters to you. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to KDKA, powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You're listening to the Voice of Pittsburgh. This is 100.1 FM, AM 1020 News Radio KDKA. I'm Larry Richard, and good morning. I'm Kevin Battle. Coming up in a half hour, we'll speak to U.S. Senator Pat Toomey about the infrastructure bill. But first, Larry, tonight marks the 10th time the Rolling Stones will be playing Pittsburgh. And Scott Burgess of the Post-Gazette did a marvelous job last week documenting the Stones and their relationship with the city of Pittsburgh. And Scott's on our Dish Institute of Pittsburgh Newsline. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. I understand you have seen the Rolling Stones 7 times.
I think this will be the 7th time because in 72 I was a little young. Although I think that would be the show that I really wanted to see. With 72 at the arena was probably a really great one.
I'm sure it was. I wasn't there, but I've seen the Stones. Tonight will be my 3rd. However, the relationship goes back to the old Westview Park, which was a mini version of Kennywood back there in Westview. But they had this dance land, and the Stones came there for like $1.50 or something back in 1964. The same thing the Beatles came to the U.S. That's kind of crazy that Pittsburgh has that relationship with them.
Yeah, what's crazy to me that the Stones came before the Beatles, which is pretty wild because the Beatles were so much more popular in '64. The Stones only had one hit, which was "Not Fade Away," a cover of Buddy Holly song, and it was like a number 48 hit on the charts. They were just like a little known band that showed up. Which would have been about 5 months before, 4 months before the Beatles got here. And I think there were about maybe like 150 or 200 people there. Some of them were just kind of wandering by. And I believe that they were, like, from what reports I've heard, people were throwing like paper cups at them because they hated the long hair and they just thought they were British freaks and, didn't take to it very well.
Amazing. You know what? It's true. It was their 6th ever U.S. stop. Their 6th ever show in the United States. And like you said, 3 or 4 months right before the Beatles played their one and only show here in Pittsburgh. So what? I mean, times have changed, obviously, and the years have gone by, 56 years later, something like that. What are you expecting? I mean, the hype is there. You see the billboards all over town. The band's been in town enjoying life. What are you expecting tonight?
Well, they're going to play a 19-song set, and they are going to play, there's going to be one request song that people can vote for on RollingStones.com. And it's like Angie or Full to Cry. There's 4 choices there. Last time it was Painted Black. And what we're going to do without Charlie for the first time, which is going to be a little sad, because there will definitely be some kind of tribute mention of Charlie on the screen. The drummer that they have is Steve Jordan, who goes back to Keith Richards' band, Expensive Liners. And I'm pretty sure that when Keith Richards played the Palumbo Center back in he did a solo show there. Steve Jordan would have been the drummer there. So other than that, like I did interview with a production designer who said it's a pretty stripped down show in terms of like the frills. Back when they came in '89 on the Steel Wheels tour, they held these giant inflatables. There was a big production on the stage, and other times they had balconies and ramps. This is pretty simple. They have 4 video walls, 45 feet high. And he said the emphasis is just seeing the band and trying to get good sound, which for the Stones is a bit of a challenge, I think.
Do we have any idea how many people are going to actually show up tonight?
I really don't know. It's always hard with the stadium shows because we know what the capacity of Heinz Field is for a football game, 68,000. But then when you start picking out sections and then you have people on the floor, I don't know. Maybe I'm not even gonna guess.
Yeah, sure. The stage sort of starts right around the 20-yard line.
Generally, yeah. So some of those sections are just shut off, and the new back section is shut off. So
I think
yeah, but
go ahead, Scott.
I was going to say the last time the Stones were here, which was in 2015, it was a rainy day, like today. It was a rainy night anyway, and then it cleared up, and there was a rainbow appeared right over the stage right before they came out, which was just crazy. It was June, so it was still light outside, and to me they were like really fun, really loud, really sloppy. Like they're not a polished sounding band. Like if you go, some bands I think use like tracks that they play over, or whatever they do to make it sound a little bit smoother. The Stones are just rough and raw, and probably sound not unlike they did at Dance Land in 1964 in time. Although there's a lot more members.
That's funny, but I think a lot of people, someone asked me, well, why do you want to go to the Rolling Stones? You've been to other shows, and I said, because this is an event. Not only haven't they had a show in Hinesfield for 2 years because of COVID, but in all practical likelihood, this is their final tour here. Would you agree?
I don't know. We said that in '89. We said this was going to be the last time that they ever come. They were 40-something years old, and it was like, rock stars, you can't go out there at 45 years old and be a rock star. And that was in '89. So, I mean, we don't know, but it's probably the last time. But, I have some kids in their teens and early 20s, and I'm like, you gotta go to the show. You gotta go just to say that you saw the Rolling Stones. 20, 30 years from now, you'll be able to say you saw the Rolling Stones, and it just could be the last chance. Who knows?
Yeah, Mick Jagger's a trained economist. That's what he studied. He loves economics and business, and he's been putting money into his retirement account since he's been 23 years old. So I think he's stocked up there. He's worth about $500 million. But 56 years ago, you're telling your kids now, go see the show. 56 years ago, 150 people showed up. Over your career, how many people have told you they were at Dance Land that night in June of 1964?
Only two. One was Ed Salomon, who used to be in radio here. I don't know if he was in KDKA. I think you might know who I'm talking about. Absolutely. That's the description. The other person was the late Dave Goodrich, who was a music historian. He was the manager of the Edison Hotel downtown. I'm not sure if you or the listeners know, but he was the local music historian who kept track of every show that ever played in Pittsburgh. And written big books on that, just list the show. So those are the two people who saw them there that I know.
Well, it should be a evening to take people's mind off everything else that's going on, and looking forward to the No Filter tour and the opening act. There's some ghosts, right?
Yeah, Ghost Town, as opposed to Ghost, the metal band. This is Ghost Town, which is the Pittsburgh band founded by Thomas Paul, the billionaire, Hollywood producer, minority steward.
There you go. That's going to be 7:30, and when do you think the Stones hit the stage, Scott?
I think about 8:45, and they're going to play for 2 hours.
All right, wow, 8:45. If you do the math, yeah. By the way, the parking lot's open at 3:30, and you can get vaccine courtesy of John Ingle and the Rolling Stones. So you got it all going tonight. Kevin said it's
only the first one now. Yeah, only the first to the booster. You can't get that second one.
Yeah, good point. Until they come back in the future.
Yeah. They don't know what the second one might do to people during the show.
We'll read all about it with Scott Purvis in the Post-Gazette.
After all that the Stones have been through and done in their careers, it's amazing they're giving out vaccines.
For sure.
It's kind of ironic. All right, enjoy the show, Scott. Thanks.
You guys do thank you.
Should be a big night. AAA traffic is powered by Bowser, over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Here's Kathy Bergman.
and we do have some slow traffic on that eastbound side, Route 28, but it's only slow now around the 31st Street Bridge down towards the north side. That North Shore Expressway is backing as you approach the 14th Bridge. Parkway West still pretty busy from Green Tree and over on that inbound side of the Parkway North. It's pretty good for you now from 79 over on 51 between Coriopolis Road and Ewing Road, west of those lane restrictions with some road work once again this morning. Our next route is AAA traffic on the 5 to 6 at 825 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Clifford on 100.1 FM and AM 620 KDKA.
You want to do a lot in life, so why wait? Get the funds now to turn your due into done with a super low rate on a dollar bank home equity loan. And by a super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash back for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there are no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask a Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-KAY. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change without notice. Loans prepaid in full within 36 months. Require reimbursement of third-party closing costs. Equal housing lender.
Even though asbestos cancer often takes decades to develop, by the time it is detected, it is often in advanced stages. If you are sick from exposure to asbestos, you're entitled to compensation for your pain and suffering. But a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit can be complex and challenging, so you'll need the attorneys of Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White on your side. They're pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call Goldberg, Persky & White at 1-800-COMPLEX or visit them online at gbwlaw.com.
Does your current Medicare coverage not fit your needs? Don't worry. Aetna plans range from standalone prescription drugs to Medicare options with all the coverage you need. Call 1-844-544-0055. TTY 711, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our source also has contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area. If you're dealing with stuffy mornings and sleepless nights, the air in your home might be to blame. White Heating Inc. can make your indoor air absolutely perfect with reliable Lennox products. Call White Heating Inc. today at 412-364-5003 or visit whiteheating.com. License number PA 5205.
It's the KDKA Radio Morning Show, brought to you by the law firm of Goldberg, Persky & White, pioneers in asbestos litigation.
Take 20 News Radio and KDKA Sports, brought to you by Nemacolin, around every corner. Nemacolin creates real-life magic for guests.
Sports also brought to you by Coons Quality Foods, a Pittsburgh tradition with 8 area locations. The Steelers fall to the Packers 27-17. It was a 10-point swing going into the half, though, that really kicks everybody off.
They're now 1-3. 3-1, all other three teams in the AFC North, and they will host the Denver Broncos at Heinz Field on Sunday. And your Pirates closed out the season.
Yeah, 61-101 is the final record for the season. The 2021 campaign for the Buccos, they fell 6-3 to the Reds last night, or yesterday afternoon at PNC Park.
It's the KDKA Radio Morning Show with Larry Richard and Kevin Donald.
Your local 8 Coons Market grocery stores are just your right size for everything you need.
Coons isn't too big where you get lost searching for items.
And it's not too small. Coons provides thousands of the most popular items in every Coons store.
Coons customer service is just right as well.
With friendly and knowledgeable Coons team members at each store to make sure your shopping experience is just right.
Coons prices make you feel more than all right. This week you'll find from
Buttermount Foods and Diet Sauce, $2.99 pounds, 85% lean. Butterball ground turkey, 1 pound pack for $3.39. And Kids Bakery, cream cheese, Phil's Pumpkin Roll, $7.99 each.
Coons Market offers a shopping experience that is just right, and with savings you can see on your Coons Rewards card.
Shop at one of Coons' 8 store locations or shop online at coonsmarket.com for convenient curbside pickup.
Coons Market,
A Pittsburgh tradition.
On this is Larry Richard for Gutter Helmet. With summer in full swing, your opportunity to take advantage of Gutter Helmet's huge 40th anniversary sale. Homeowners, when was the last time you looked at your gutters? For 40 years, Gutter Helmet has been the leader in providing year-round protection for your gutters. Gutter Helmet is a one-time investment and lifetime of benefit solution for your home. Avoid expensive damages caused by clogged and improperly working gutters, such as wet basements, foundation damage, and mold. Gutter Helmet installs over your existing full-size rain gutters, so you save a ton of money. Protect your home this summer. Call 888-5HELMET or visit harryhelmet.com to save 25% on Gutter Helmet, along with payments to fit any budget. That's 888-5HELMET or harryhelmet.com. Gutter Helmet, America's #1 and most trusted choice for gutter protection since 1981. 23 News Radio KDKA from the Brewer Import Toyota News Desk. Paul Rasmussen. It's what you've been waiting for. Holiday guidance from the CDC. You're going to find out what the health experts have to say about inviting your relatives for Thanksgiving and Christmas. That's at 8:30 on News Radio KDKA. We couldn't wait for them to weigh in on that. Meanwhile, interesting story, Paul, you provided for us about food. A new study comes to some big fat conclusions. Their words, not mine, about millennials who post pictures of their food.
Tell me you haven't done it. Photograph your food. Both researchers at Georgia Southern University say, watch that waistline. They say diners who photograph their meals take longer to feel full and are more likely to want a second serving. Surveys suggest almost 70% of millennials, those born in the 80s and 90s, will regularly share images of food online before eating it. Past studies have shown photographing your food appears to make it taste better. Vicky Barker, CBS News.
All right, now I take a picture because I'm starving. I want to send it to a friend and say, look what good I'm getting into. Well, you know what? This is the irony. Today is National Taco Day, so I'm guessing millions of tacos will be photographed and shared. We'd appreciate if you wouldn't do that for your own safety now. You know what? I'm sitting there looking at all these pictures of food. Now, I love food, you know that. But I'm fasting. I'm not eating today. I got like a doctor's appointment. Oh, yeah, one of those guys. Who sets a 12:30 doctor's appointment when you have to
Enjoy your colonoscopy. I've done that a few times. I can tell you. Larry, have you ever posted at any time any food pics along the way? To my knowledge, no. I have to confess, I did put some enchiladas on that I made at home several months ago.
Well, they're saying that's bad,
But I haven't done it. I haven't done it since.
It's going to make you eat more. You'll be somehow unsatisfied. But your picture never looks as good as like the magazine, Pittsburgh Magazine.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me tell you, they do to the food to get it to look that good. Let me tell you, there, and I'm not kidding or exaggerating, there is a big stylist
That they hire so that the photographs or video looks better than the food you actually get when they serve it to you. And there are stylists that have a talent, apparently, for doing that. So unless you're a food stylist, please, do not post any pictures of your food. Now and forever, amen.
It's a No Taco Monday with Larry.
Larry hates food pictures. Who knew? God, thank you. Along with pictures of people's feet. Oh, here comes one.
Museum quality feet and leave your shoes on.
I know a woman and several people that absolutely can't stand the look of a human foot.
Oh, boy.
With the foot in the mouth. AAA's Kathy Bergman, powered by Bowser, over pre-put garbage and stuff.
Not me with the foot thing, no. We are doing pretty well on the Parkway right now. That looks good. So does 28. Actually, both of them are doing very well. And the Veterans Bridge, just a few cars over on that ramp over to 6th and 7th Avenue. Everything else has been down for you. Parkway East, we're still looking at that bumper to bumper from Wilkinsburg into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And your Parkway West goes right before the Green Tree Interchange down toward the Fort Hill Tunnel. AAA Telecom 5 is brought to you by Brewer Pittsburgh. Our next report at 8:35 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Bergman on 100.1 FM and AM 620 KDKA.
Take advantage of Zero Res's fall special of 3 rooms, 0 reservified starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. That's zero risk. Make sure you tell them you want the KDKA special.
Fall is in the air. Use your vacation time before you lose it. AAA and Carnival can get you on a Caribbean cruise to some of the exotic islands that the Caribbean has to offer. A short getaway out of convenient home ports. There has never been a better time to see a little slice of paradise. Cruise December 4th on Carnival Sunrise from Miami for 5 nights from just $5.19 per person, double occupancy. Visit AAA near you or call 1-800-354-8761.
Those Los Angeles Chargers at Las Vegas this evening. Good morning. Kevin Battle from Parks Casino. PARX is a Pennsylvania company, been doing business in the Commonwealth for over 36 years, started in horse racing. Now they have this fabulous new sportsbook app. Yes, it's in your phone. All you have to do is download it. It takes a matter of seconds. You can download it in the 7 seconds and be in-game day action. Right now, for a limited time, first-time users, no deposit required. Just log on, sign up, get the account, and your first bet could be risk-free up to $500. That's risk-free for points, player performance, parlays, whatever you need to do. Get it done with Parks Casino and the Parks Sportsbook app. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania. Gambling calls, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The motto for world-class competition has always been faster, higher, stronger. It's the same for Navient, makers of condensing tankless water heaters. Faster to install and set up. Higher performance and efficiency to provide endless hot water. Stronger with the industry's strongest warranty. All because of the copper-free stainless steel heat exchanger built in every unit. Learn about Navient's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navient contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com. That's tanklessmadesimple.com.
Your life, your hope, and whatever you were searching for at 1:15 a.m., it's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. News Radio KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding.
Schneider Downs Retirement Solutions specialized team of advisors and consultants provides objective advice to help employers govern their retirement plans appropriately, mitigate risk, improve participant outcomes, and support efficient and compliant plan operations.
From the Medicare Advantage Studio.
This is News Radio, KDKA. 64 and cloudy at 8:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The CDC has released new guidance ahead of the holiday season. To tell us what's recommended, here's KDKA TV's Lindsay Ward.
The ACC says the safest way is to celebrate the holidays by having virtual celebrations, gathering outside in a socially distanced way, and celebrating only with people who live in the same household. If you are gathering indoors, make sure your windows and doors are open for better ventilation. Follow the CDC guidelines like wear masks indoors if there are a lot of people inside. Hold off on holiday travel like flying if you can, unless you're fully vaccinated.
And if you're not fully vaccinated and you're traveling with children, the CDC suggests driving. What will be a closely watched trial involving opioid sales is underway today in Ohio. CBS's Jim Priscilla has details.
The first trial of 4 large pharmacy chains over the nation's deadly opioid epidemic is set to begin at a federal court in Cleveland. Lawyers for 2 Ohio counties will argue that the 4 pharmacies, CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, and Giant Eagle, flooded their communities with addictive pain pills. The companies will claim that they were merely filling prescriptions written by doctors for patients with a legitimate medical need. Jim Priscilla, CBS News.
Next news at 9 on News Radio KDKA.
Research shows that people remember radio ads with a booming voice that emphasizes all the main points. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance, you only pay for what you need.
That part is super important.
Here's one with a booming voice.
I'm emphasizing everything.
Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance.
Like a page with every word highlighted.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Attorney Joe Cordell. New school, new job, new home. Change is hard and can leave you feeling isolated, and divorce delivers one of life's hardest blows. The relationships you counted on are suddenly gone, but you don't have to walk through this alone. For more than 30 years, Cordell & Cordell has guided men through the challenges of divorce. You're not alone. Call Cordell & Cordell. Online at CordellCordell.com. Offices in Pittsburgh, Beaver, We're looking at West Virginia results there. See your website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With hearing aids from Lively, everything is done remotely in the comfort of your home, from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. With Lively, you get premium Bluetooth-enabled hearing aids at thousands less than you might expect. The best hearing aid technology is now affordable and convenient. Your hearing aids are sent right to your door, and if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week. No charge. You people at Lively are wonderful. With Lively hearing aids, you get free shipping, 3 years of follow-up care included, free, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage. You can't lose. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Now get $100 off your hearing aids when you go to listenlively.com/radio. That's listenlively.com/radio. listenlively.com/radio. Have you seen any advertising for fake meat? They like to imply that it's healthier for you, but when you compare the levels of sodium, fat, and calories for many of these synthetic meat products, they're often higher than what's in real bacon and burgers. And while some may look and smell like the real thing, these artificial meats are made with ingredients you won't find in real bacon, chicken fingers, or sausage. Many use methyl cellulose, a chemical which is commonly used as a laxative, to thicken liquid fake meat. Synthetic meat is often treated with vegetable glycerin, which you'll also find in e-cigarette liquids and artificial caramel coloring, which, according to the state of California, may cause cancer. Many fake meat products are manufactured using as many as 60 additives, chemicals, and other ingredients. Find out more at fakefoodfacts.com. That's fakefoodfacts.com. Paid for by the Center for Consumer Freedom.
An overachiever, that's what you want in a financial advisor. Someone who strives for the very best by working hard and working smart. My daughter, Sarah Botkin, of Botkin Family Wealth Management, is an overachiever. It's been her nature since she was a little girl, determined to win piano competitions. It continued as her mother and I watched her graduate with highest distinction from the University of Virginia, and it was evident in her diligence to earn the Certified Financial Planner designation. Only 20% of financial planners achieve this status, according to the CFP board. I'm Sarah's dad, Les. Sarah, her brother, and I work in an independent environment free from the bias of large corporate shareholders. We develop financial investment plans with your best interest in mind, and we'll keep in contact with you to review and revise as necessary. We are Botkin Family Wealth Management. Visit our website at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. CAG and Botkin Family Wealth are separate entities from LPL Financial. Traffic on 5. Triple Traffic Power Advisor, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Folks traveling over on 79, not seeing any major issues, northbound or southbound, everything rolling along nicely. And for folks that normally use the northbound 79 range, northbound 65, that's going to close right around 9 o'clock this morning. Some road work will continue for you around the clock until the end of the year, so you'll definitely have to detour around that. Detour signs are posted. On that inbound side of the Parkway West, you're dealing with those delays just before Green Tree into the tunnels, or Wilkinsburg on the Parkway East. Most of the other traffic is thinning out. These traffic light delays now at 51 heading to the Liberty Tunnel. Parkway North 28 looks pretty good. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 to 845 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Berger on 100.1 FM and AM 620 KDKA. Now, here's up to the minute AccuWeather forecast.
Some low clouds and foggy patches this morning, occasional showers through today, and even a rumble of thunder this afternoon this evening. Low 70s, then down to 60 tonight. Warm and sticky with clouds, a few sunny breaks tomorrow and Wednesday. Can't rule out a passing shower either day. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. I'm active with the meteorologist Steve DeVore, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
Next in right now, 65 degrees. Happy hour begins this Thursday at 7 p.m. You're invited to join me, Gene Rafiki, of the Stevens Distributing Company in the Beer Garden. This week we'll Sam and the Stone Brewing Company welcome founder and owner Greg Cook in the Beer Garden this Thursday at 7 on the AM 1020 and FM 100.1 KDKA.
Vaccinators has been successfully treating these problems with vaccine therapy for over 20 years. Listen to what Roger from Cranberry Township has to say.
I've been vaccinated for a number of years. After vaccine therapy at American Vac Centers, I'm happy to say it's pain-free.
Call American Vac Centers in Westwood or visit them on the web at AmericanVacCenters.com. The KDKA radio text line is driven by the Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find 0% interest in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. Odyssey is your new home for all the radio that matters to you. Download the Odyssey app and listen to KDKA and all the news, sports, and music podcasts.
6:37. This is 100.1 FM AM 1020 News Radio KDKA. I'm Larry Richard.
And I'm Kevin Bell. I think I know where I am. I've heard the Rolling Stones are in. You say you have it on authority. Are they at
Marty's I know exactly where they're at.
Fairmont? There's Thomas Paul's apartment. He is this three-story apartment in the hotel. Thomas Paul. And it just so happens that his band is opening for the band.
What a coincidence.
And they got here on Saturday, and they've been chilling like villains. Just saying. What else you guys want to know?
That's pretty good. That's good intel, man.
That's a fact check. That apartment is swing. It's not an apartment, it's a home. Let's be honest. It's amazing.
Thomas Paul, by the way, as you mentioned, he's a movie guy originally. That's where he made his money. Sold his company to the Chinese Legendary Pictures for like $3.2 billion.
He had a house in Cali that was $200 million. And he wanted his family to grow up in a normal place, and they came back here. I hear he's about the coolest guy going.
I met
Laid
him.
back, chilled out.
He was laid back, man.
People love him.
Yeah, he's apparently, and he's done a lot of things around here.
Oh, yeah, he has a very massive organic farm.
Right. Is that where you get all your salad?
His wife is smoking. Like mine. That's what we have in common. Yo, T-Tone.
But it's his band that's opening for the Stones.
Hey, man, when you get, hey, Mick, if I give you my apartment, we'll shoot it out.
But why do you think the Stones are still doing it? They're not doing it for the money, are they?
Come on, man. I told him I like this. I love doing this stuff, the talk. The TV stuff's kind of a pain in the butt. But the talk is just so invigorating for me personally. And I've told Christine this. Man, if you can make really good money doing something until you die, and that's your avocation, right? And you make a difference along the way, you entertain people, what the hell, man? What else are you going to do?
I agree. I think it's great.
I mean, I think it's amazing. Who retires first, Mick or Ben? I don't know. I get kind of sad. I'm serious about this. I get kind of sad watching him. I tell my wife, really amazing Hall of Fame athletes. They decay live in front of us, right? We retire, we get a little slower, right? We do things in a different manner, but we do it kind of sort of at home, right? We do it surrounded by family and friends. Look, I'm not asking for a sympathy party, because the guy's richer than he could ever imagine, but at the end of the day, it's tough to watch. Yeah, personally,
Well, for those who don't know, with 2 Super Bowl rings and his unbelievable numbers, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. No matter what happens,
It's like Dan.
but no matter what happens from now on, he's still going to be a first ballot Hall of Fame player.
And, we make jokes because Dan's Larry's brother-in-law, but at the end of the day, it's tough for those guys when you start to, Dan's knees were horrible. He could barely walk. And I think it's tough to watch it on the field. It just is for me personally. And that's one of my friends said to me, everybody isn't Tom Brady, right? He's 44. Because my sister said, well, isn't Tom Brady older? Yeah, but he's a phenom.
Yeah, he is like a freak of nature. He actually looks physically better than he did when he was a rookie.
Oh, he's good looking.
No, I mean,
but he
body
is
style and
Larry's
everything.
good looking. I admit it. He's saying he's smoking hot. He's cute as hell.
His wife smoke him up.
Giselle.
She's 42.
Damn, that traffic jam.
What are you working on today?
Rainy days and Mondays, man, they always get me down. A couple things jump out of me. Did you hear that stupid crap nothing against Razzie, my man. Did you hear that crap from the CDC? So if I have, Larry, I'm going to play this right off the top because it's so ridiculous. So if I have folks over for Thanksgiving, Kevin,
The windows open.
that's the biggest on this crock of leave the windows open. Grandma gets the flu and dies, but kid gets died from COVID.
Usually you have to leave the window open because Uncle Fester.
Right, he's blowing gas or something, but I just, by the way, it's so cool having a little boy. My son, he's only 11. And we get out of the car last night, and my son says, this is why I love kids. My son says, hey, Dad, next time you drive your car, it's going to smell. I said, why? Because I poured it in it. So he said he thinks it's going to linger for the next 3 or 4 days. You know what I'm saying? Big boys. So we're going to talk about this CDC crap. Also, this is tragic, and I got a couple of insiders coming on. 10 o'clock hour. Woman that was murdered in Sheridan. Okay? Guys, take a guess on the chances of a homicide. What are the numbers of homicides? Let me throw a number at it. In the 70s and 80s, 90+% of homicides here were solved. 90+%. Take a guess on what they are now. Just guess. I'd say it's 50-50 chance. Claire?
75.
40-40%. Shit, that's it? 40-40. New York City, Chicago, in the 30s. So, in all likelihood, if you want to kill somebody, you have a pretty damn good chance of getting away with it. What are we becoming? It's a killing field, man. And I gotta tell this amazing story about this tree guy that I met. Who, I swear, he did an $8,000 tree jump over the weekend for free. If you have bad trees, if you have a tree in your yard, you're a veteran. He doesn't even ask questions. He takes it out for free. And we gotta talk. And this is what we're about. There's greatness out there. This is what Get Marty's about. This is what I love to talk about.
Get Marty, 9 until noon. Thanks, Marty.
Can I stay in your place, lad?
Nice that midget. The boys can stand at your house. Don't lie.
Fever is the leading sign of COVID, so make sure you have an accurate thermometer. The Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Backed by science, it's the accurate thermometer you need and can trust. Be vigilant and learn more at Exergen.com.
Hey guys, what is more likely to happen? One,
Hey, Mike, the game last night.
yeah, I can't believe they came back to win. Or two,
Hey, Mike, look upset. Well, having problems with my wife, in the bedroom.
yeah, we all know which is the more likely scene. We don't like to talk about erectile dysfunction to anyone, and that's a problem. That's why you need to see the ED specialist at Peak Performance for Men. Listen, if you've been diagnosed with ED, the ED specialist at Peak Performance for Men can help treat your erectile dysfunction today. Visit their medical facility and meet with an ED specialist. They'll explain how Peak Performance for Men has a better solution than mass market drugs. And here's the best part. Non-invasive, no pain, no side effects, and it is FDA clear. Need another reason? Over 80% of men who receive treatment experience long-term improvement in male performance. So schedule your free consultation today. Visit peakperformanceformen.com to find a medical office near you or call 412-748-8181. 412-748-8181.
Take 45 AAA traffic powered by Bowser, over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Let's get a quick update with Kathy Bergman.
And then looking at the northbound side of 79, traffic is moving pretty well for you now. Past the Noble Island Bridge. Just a reminder, right around 9 o'clock, the northbound 79 and northbound 65 will close. AAA traffic on the phone is brought to you by Exergen thermometers. Accuracy matters. Our next report at 8:55 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Bergman on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And looking for a high of 72. It is overcast right now, and a few showers around, not much showing up locally. Hopefully it will be dry for the Rolling Stones show tonight at Heinz Field. And joining us on our Disc Institute, the Pittsburgh News Line, United States Senator Pat Toomey. Senator, good morning. Thanks for your time.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Wanted to get an update based on seeing you on national television at the end of last week about what the infrastructure bill and the reconciliation bill. I think a lot of people aren't exactly clear on what the difference is. So let's start there. Your definition of what those two bills are, what they mean.
Sure. Well, the infrastructure bill is mostly infrastructure in the sense that we generally use that term. So physical items like roads and bridges, airports and ports. There are some exceptions. There are definitely some categories that people would not think of as infrastructure, like salmon conservation and some tree planting. So there's a little bit of strain from it. But this was a bipartisan bill. It was negotiated, and the intent was to limit it to actual, the platforms and more centrist Democrats think it goes too far, especially Joe Manchin and Kirk Sinema. And so what the far left has decided is that the infrastructure bill, they will not allow that to pass until they have a guarantee that the big welfare expansion bill, which by the way also has massive tax increases, that package has a path to a passage. And it's not clear how that giant package has a path to the package, and that's where the Democrats are kind of in a stalemate between the left and the far left, who can't agree how to proceed.
And the Democrats want to pass both bills together. The Republicans want to hold the Democrats to make them prove that they have the 218 votes necessary to pass it alone, so they don't have to get behind any of it. Democrats say that this bill pays for itself, and it is, the increases pay for themselves. Is that accurate?
No, it's not even close to accurate. As I said, it's advertised at $3.5 billion. It would, if passed in its proposed form, it would end up costing well over $5 trillion. The Democrats would probably raise $1 trillion or $1.5 billion in taxes, which would be a very bad policy in and of itself. But that leaves another, pick your number, $2, $3, $4 to $10 trillion over the next 10 years that they would just propose that we go out and borrow. And this brings us to the debt ceiling. They want Republicans to join them in raising the debt ceiling so that they'll have the room to borrow the money that it will cost to pay for all of this massive spending spree. And that's where Republicans are saying, no, we don't want any part of this massive spending spree, including facilitating the debt, enabling the debt that you need to it. The Democrats have the procedural tools to raise the debt ceiling on their own. It's not subject to filibuster. So our position is if you're going to insist on doing this, you're going to have to do it on your own.
So, Senator, where does this leave us? It sounds like it's a permanent impasse unless somebody, and it looks like you're asking for the Democrats to say, all right, we'll compromise on the bigger reconciliation bill.
So I'm not interested in anything that's in that big reconciliation bill. I'm thinking, multiple trillions of dollars to make middle-class Americans dependent on government is just completely wrong. And so we're not having a negotiation. This is entirely a negotiation among Democrats. The Bernie Sanders wing of the party who thinks that $3.5 billion is barely enough, and then basically Joe Manchin and Kirk Sinema who think it's too much. And most of many other Democrats are siding in the dull draft. But there's no Republican interest in this transformation that will do much more harm than good. And as I said, on the debt limit, the Democrats have always had the ability to do this unilaterally. They know that. Chuck Schumer could have done this months ago. He could have done it weeks ago. He could do it this week. And so I think at some point they will do it. And then we'll have a huge new authorization for more debt. But how they resolve their differences between the far left and the left, I don't know. I'm not in the room for those discussions, as you might imagine. And I don't know how that gets resolved.
And Bernie Sanders said the other day over the weekend that he expects that $3.5 trillion could get whittled down to $2 trillion. Do you think there would be any support from the other side of the aisle if that was the case?
No, as I say, there's zero support among Republicans for the big tax increase to fund a huge amount of debt and making the middle class of America dependent on welfare. Now, if you do a little less of it, well, I guess that's less bad, but that doesn't make it a program that we want to support. So this is not an area where there's going to be any Republican interest. Now, there was on the infrastructure, right? The physical infrastructure. I ended up voting against the bill for a variety of reasons, but there were 17, 18 Republicans who voted for that because there's a pretty much universal acknowledgement that that's a legitimate role for the government, and so it's a discussion and a negotiation over what's appropriate, how much, and on which item. And Republicans and Democrats can reach an agreement on that under many circumstances. This second bill, a massive tax increase and a huge expansion of the welfare state, that's just completely moving in the wrong direction. So do not expect that making it changing it from 3.5 trillion to 2 trillion gets any Republicans on board, it's still a very bad idea.
United States Senator Pat Toomey, representing Pennsylvania. We appreciate your input and thanks for clarifying your position.
All right, thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Senator, stay safe.
Larry Richard and Kevin Battle. It's the KDKA Radio Morning Show. While other lenders are talking about raising their rates, our expert team at Golden Oak Lending has dropped rates even lower.
I'm Jim Johnson, president of Golden Oak. With the low rate of 1.875% and home values at all-time highs, you can get more cash out of your home or eliminate pricey mortgage insurance.
Call 724-779-GOLD today to get your refinance started within minutes and make no mortgage payment until next year.
After all, our team speaks mortgage and loves translating it to customers. We can save you even more money with our 1.875% rate.
Plus, you'll never pay up front for your appraisal at Golden Oak. Call 724-779-GOLD today. NMLS 114937, 1.875% fixed, 2.952% APR, FHA 15-year mortgage with 20% equity at 2%.
It's the KDKA Radio Morning Show, brought to you by the law firm of Goldberg, Persky & White,
Pioneers in asbestos litigation. This is Richard Massey inviting you to take Show the Pride at showforce.com.
Day 55, News Radio KDKA from the Brewer Airport Toyota News Desk. Let's check in with Paul Rasmussen. Well, we'll learn more later this morning about the capture of the escaped sea eagle from the National Aviary. The details come up at 9 on News Radio KDKA. And if you stick around, Paul, you'll hear in the newsroom Kevin imitating the screech of the Stellar Eagle. And there'll be some screeching out on the roadways. Kathy Bergman, powered by Bowser, over 500 Trio cars in stock. What do you see?
Well, Larry, I'm seeing some slow-moving traffic over on that inbound side of Parkway West. It's pretty busy from Green Tree to 179 northbound around the Ridgeville interchange. We're just getting reports of an accident. See one vehicle off to the side of the roadway, so no emergency crews are on the scene as of yet. But just be on the lookout for that. Right now, it's not too bad getting around that vehicle there on the shoulder. Also, the Marshall Township and Echo Trail at Freeport Road. Crews are heading to the scene for an accident in that spot. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 to 905 from the Presbyterian Secret Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Bergman on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Cap. And right now, overcast. There are a few areas to the north. We've got some showers, but other than that, radar indicating that unless some showers develop later, and we hope not for the show tonight, it's going to be mild at 72, and overnight will fall to 60 degrees.
When you want instant access to KDKA Radio, it's as easy as writing an email to the Dollar Bank Instant Access account. Email instantaccess@kdkaradio.com.
Brought to you by Dollar Bank. Get a super low home equity rated Dollar Bank. Visit dollar.bank. Equal housing lender. Hey folks, Marty Griffin. If you listen to my show, you know that Rob Pierce is one of my go-to guys. The attorneys at Rob Pierce and Associates have been helping folks that can no longer work due to an injury or chronic illness since the firm was established. Bob Pierce founded the firm, was one of the first attorneys in Pittsburgh to handle Social Security disability cases. They're amazing, representing over 30,000 cases, one of the largest Social Security disability law firms in Western PA. Don't go it alone. This is a long and complex process. Documents, details. At Rob Pierce and Associates, their experienced legal professionals walk you through that process every step of the way so that you can receive the benefits you deserve. I love Rob Pierce and Associates. Don't go it alone. Call Rob Pierce and Associates right now. They represent so many folks for a no obligation appointment. Call 412-281-7229 or visit www.piercelaw.com.
If you have an unpaid tax debt to the IRS that you can't pay, please hear this special notice. Specially approved IRS relief programs designed to aid delinquent taxpayers are now in effect that can significantly improve your financial situation. Depending on your circumstances, you may qualify to have your tax problem resolved in your favor and may even have your back taxes reduced by thousands or eliminated entirely. A relief hotline has been established
established by Community Tax for you to call and see if you qualify at 800-256-4180. If you owe the IRS back taxes that you can't afford to pay, don't let the IRS trick you into thinking you have no way out. Our highly accredited tax professionals will let you know what you qualify for and how much you can save. We may be able to stop all liens, garnishments, levies, and save you thousands. Call and see if you qualify for this taxpayer relief at 800-256-4180. 800-256-4180. 800-256-4180. Community Tax. Who's your tax guy?
Well, that's the Monday edition of the KDKA Radio Morning Show. We'll be back tomorrow. Kevin, you'll be lingering outside of Heinz Field tonight.
Just remember, Larry, when you're in there watching the Stones, jamming with the Stones, as Spicoli used to say, you can't hoop with the Owls and crow with the Roosters in the morning. So we expect to hear it bright and early at 4 a.m.
Opinion you have with the Stellar Eagles?
Jamming with the Stones tonight, Larry.
Yes, and our compadre here, Paul Rasmussen, will update you on the biggest story of the weekend, frankly. The capture of the Coyotes. Next to my neighborhood, lured in with Mrs. Paul's fish sticks. Marty Griffith's coming up next.
KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey station. From the Evelyn Medicare Advanced Studio.
This is News Radio, KDKA.
65 and cloudy at 9 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The sea eagle that flew away from the National Aviary, setting off more than a week of searching, was captured Sunday near a home in Pine Township. With details, here's KDKA TV's Chris Hoffman.
The Stellar's Sea Eagle escaped back on September 25th. Kodiak was reportedly spotted on the north side of North Park area before the National Aviary got him outside that home in Pine Township. Now, an initial exam found him to be in excellent health, and staff have him in the behind-the-scenes area of the aviary where he is being fed.
And more information is expected during a news conference that's coming up at 11 a.m. A nurse fatally shot his co-worker early today at a Philadelphia area hospital, led the scene and was wounded in a gunfight with police. The gunman was wearing scrubs when he killed a certified nursing assistant at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital. 4 officers caught up with him a short time later, and in the gunfire, 2 officers were shot, but their injuries weren't considered life-threatening. The suspect is in critical condition, but expected to survive. Pittsburgh's latest victim of gun violence was killed early Sunday in Sheridan. Police checking into gunfire in the 2700 block of Glenmar Street found an unidentified woman dead at the scene around 3 a.m. Other details are not available. And the Supreme Court begins a new term today with a return to the courtroom. The justices abandoned more than 18 months ago because of the pandemic. The most anticipated case of the term is over an abortion law, and it'll be argued in December.
The Mississippi case bans abortions after 15 weeks. Roe v. Wade not only granted a constitutional right to have an abortion, it also created a 24-week standard before which an abortion cannot be outlawed. 24 weeks represented fetal viability outside of the womb. 15 weeks challenges that standard.
CBS News legal analyst Dane Rosenbaum. Concertgoers will be looking for some satisfaction tonight. News Radio KDKA's Josh Roundtree has details.
It's the first full-scale concert at Heinz Field in over 2 years, and it's one of history's most acclaimed bands that'll hit the stage. Rock and Roll Hall of Famers the Rolling Stones will take over the North Shore this evening. Parking lots for the event open at 3:30. The stadium gates at 5:30, and the show begins at 7:30 with Pittsburgh blues rock band Ghost Town opening the night. Fans will not be required to show proof of vaccination to enter Heinz Field. However, in accordance with CDC guidelines, unvaccinated fans should wear a mask at all times. The Rolling Stones, Heinz Field Management, and Giant Eagle Pharmacy are offering a free COVID-19 vaccination clinic to attendees from 5:30 to 7:30 outside of the main concourse west. Photo ID and medical insurance cards are required for the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. Limited tickets for the show should remain at prices range from $61 to $491. Josh Roundtree, News Radio, KDKA.
In sports, the Raiders visit the Chargers tonight. You can listen to Monday Night Football at 7:30 on 93.7 The Fan. It's 9:03. Time to visit Oakmont Bakery to taste and enjoy Oakmont Bakery baseball, and pumpkin spice treats. AAA Traffic and Action Weather coming up.
The Pittsburgh Symphony is back at Heights Hall, and once again we can experience the power of music together. Guest conductor Oswald Webster leads Mendelssohn's joyous Scottish Symphony, plus works of Beethoven and KDKA. 3 and 1 Melon Grand Classics tickets start at $20. Call 412-392-4900 or order online at PittsburghSymphony.org. Hear your Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra this Friday and Sunday, and let's experience the power of music together.
You want to do a lot in life, so why wait? Get the funds now to turn your do into done with a super low rate on a dollar bank home equity loan. And by super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash back for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there's no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask the Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-K. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change without notice. Loans prepaid and sold within 36 months require reimbursement of third-party closing costs. Equal housing lender. Traffic on the
9:05 now. AAA Traffic is powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Here's Kathy Berger.
And while we still have some traffic out there on the roadways, and for folks that are traveling over on 28 right now, that's all moving pretty well. The outbound side does slow right around the Highland Park Bridge, picking up speed once you get past the bridge into the construction zone. Overall, the eastbound side of the Parkway North, that looks good. Parkway East, we go back into Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway West, we saw it from Green Tree down towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Over at 79 northbound, right at Miller's Run, we do have an accident cruiser now on the scene, but it's not on 79, it's actually on Miller's Run right at the interchange there in Bridgeville. AAA Traffic on the 5 is brought to you by Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Our next report at 9:15 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Berger on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
You and your umbrella are going to get it cleaned this week. We've got a few showers through today. Some spots may get a rumble of thunder. Highs in the low 70s near 60 tonight. Mild. Mid-upper 70s warm, sticky with some showers popping through tomorrow and Wednesday. And then more rain at times Thursday into Friday. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Steve DeBoer, 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA.
65 at Pittsburgh International.
At Presbyterian Senior Care Network, their hearts have never been more sure that keeping our greatest generation safe and cared for is what they're meant to do. It's just one of the ways they're making aging easier for every person they serve. Learn more at srcare.org.
We partner with Local 66.
We partner with Local 66.
We partner with Local 66.
We partner with Local 66. We partner with Local 66.
We partner with Local 66. By working with the operating engineers, Local 66 contractors reduce turnover, employees find greater job satisfaction, and projects get completed safely. Visit us at iuod66.org for more information. Have your new bathroom quickly remodeled by a company that has kept customers satisfied for nearly 20 years. That's my friends at Kemco Plumbing, Kitchen and Bath. As a premier bathroom remodeler, Kemco handles everything from start to finish. Their designers, plumbers, and craftsmen use bathroom products and do the job right. Call for a showroom appointment and get your project started now. 412-821-KEPT. That's 412-821-5378. Kemco Plumbing, Kitchen and Bath, where prices are kept low and customers are kept satisfied. Listen to News Radio KDKA on the Odyssey app. And be sure to check out hundreds of good music stations available. Stations created for music fans by music fans. Download the Odyssey app today.
Kodiak's back. That eagle is just ran away. He's back. My friend Richard Bazzi sent me some video of him, Kodiak, not Richard, in a tree in Allison Park over the weekend. And then he moved a little bit and they got him yesterday morning. Hey, I need a favor. I'm asking early. We have had Kodiak call the show several times. When he was on the run. Updating us, telling us why he was on the run, what he was doing, that sort of thing. I'm requesting that Kodiak call in. I'd like to hear an update, wouldn't you? So Kodiak, I know you're back in your house. If you can get to a phone, Kodiak, I want to talk to you and see if you're happy with being home. Maybe that's Kodiak. I want to see if you're comfortable in the old place. I want to ask if you've been punished. Kodiak. Kodiak's called several times. Is that Kodiak? See? So I love Kodiak, man. I knew I could count on Kodiak. I knew that once Kodiak was captured, that he would want to tell us what's up. He really wants to be back in the old house, or if he liked it on the run. If he met any chicks when he was out there. What's the female people called, you know? Kodiak, what's up?
What's crashing, baby?
Are you in captivity right now?
I am. You know what they call a female eagle? I'll answer your question.
Yeah.
Grateful. Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? How you doing? Huh?
Kodiak, how did they catch you? And did you want to be captured?
Well, mixed emotions. Friday, I was hanging out on the north side. I was perched down by the Mexican War Street in the north side party. Ain't one Mexican down. No, it's just rock and chip and all the preppies. And, you know, I seen this person had like this Birkenstock, what do they call them, the sandals with socks on?
Ugly shoes.
Like 80 degrees and hairy legs and Marty knows for the girls. And I said, yo, LLB, what are you looking at? They were staring at me, and I just got like perturbed.
Yeah.
So I said, maybe it's better up north. So I flew up to Hampton, got there on Friday, hanging out there until early Saturday morning, and then there was this soccer game. Marty out there, they got them, what do they call them, Karens? They got these mad women, man, running around in long jeans and just real angry. Their husbands sitting there like on a launcher looking like they're at the Hanoi Hilton. And I just said, man, this is no place for me. And they're yelling at their kids and everything like that. And I just said, yo, Molly dearest, calm down. So, you know, I headed back downtown because, you know, my boys are in town.
So you surrendered, is that what you're saying?
No. This is Saturday morning.
Okay.
It was like Saturday afternoon. And my boys are in town. Marty's Stones. We go way back. We go way back. So they came Saturday. Keith and I, we took a run down to Steubenville. We had to see some guy named Bam Bam. We came back with a package. I don't know what it was in. Keith asked me to fly in the front of the car like a real live warrior. It was crazy. Then they asked me if I could sit in and play drums tonight.
Kodiak the Eagle asked you to play drums.
Well, I got the wings, man. I hit the cymbals, the hi-hat, the tom-tom. And I said, yeah, I'd love to do that. Thanks for thinking of me. And then they were on to some other stuff, Marty, that it was even too wild for Cody, you know, AKA, you know, Kodiak. Now Larry Riggins called me Cody. What's next? Coco, like Coco Chanel. I continue to be emasculated.
This is Kodiak on the phone. How did they catch you, or did you surrender? Did you just went out into like the outside world?
So Sunday morning, I'm up in Pine Township, and I just said, I'm just going to sit in this tree and just sit and be someone will find me. And again, thank goodness my handlers did. They came, I recognized them right away. But there's fake news being reported this morning that they lured me in with Mrs. Paul's fish.
I heard Larry say that.
That's your Mrs. Paul's right here. So you know what they finally worked? You know what finally worked?
What?
They got me a fish sandwich from the Oyster House. That's all it took in Washington Town with a beer and a pump.
Okay, I'm running out of time with you, Kodiak. I'm getting a little tired of you. Are you being punished for running away, or are you cool there?
Now, I'm welcome back with open wings. And everything's fine. Come to me. I couldn't be happier. God bless the people. And I'm just going to stay here, Morty. I'm safer here than I am on the outside, given where I've seen since September 25th.
Are you would you run again? Run away again?
Hard pressed, Marty, knowing what I know is out there now, but I appreciate our exclusive media relationship.
Yeah, Kodiak.
I only talk to you.
Kodiak has only called our show an exclusive arrangement. Larry Richards is jumping here in the studio. Is there something you have to say to him, Kodiak?
Yeah, Larry, I hear you're going to Stone's concert, but when I was flying out of your house in Pine Township, all I heard coming out of your house was Guy Lombardo and Lawrence Welk. So you ain't fooling anyone. And just give your Stones ticket to somebody else, Larry. Don't waste the ticket.
And why don't you tell the truth that you were lured by Mrs. Paul's fish sticks?
Fake news. I told my boy there, Martin, that with a shot of beer. It's all I'm a simple one.
Thanks, Kodiak.
Thank
you, Kodiak. Oh, man, Kodiak. He's back.
I give you credit.
Another exclusive.
Wow.
Thank you, Kodiak. Come on, man. For police traffic. 9:15, brought to you by the Bowser. Hey, guys.
Hi, Marty, and traffic is starting to thin out for us over on the Parkway East. Still looking at slow traffic though, right around Westvale into the tunnels. And over the Parkway West, still pretty busy as you make your way down the front side of Green Tree Hill into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Starts to slow right around Parkway Center. 28 looks good. Parkway North, no major issues. Over off of 79 there in Bridgeville, Millers Run Road, just off of the Bridgeville interchange 79 North. We have crews working with an accident. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 to 925 from the Presbyterian Senior Center for Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Berger on 100.1 of them at AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so we got our conference by Coit. I have mentioned that, and they did an amazing job. I mean, amazing job. They were at our house last month. Honestly, the carpets look brand new. It's amazing the work they did. So, October, the Get Marty special for fall. 25% off all services, air ducts, carpet cleaning, drapes, blinds, rugs, tile, grout. They'll come into your house and do a free estimate, no obligation, which is very cool. 1-800-FOR-COIT, 1-800-FOR-COIT, or COIT.com, that's COIT.com. Look, man, I love them. They've been locally owned for 50 years. They did an amazing job on our house. Call right now for the Get Marty special, 1-800-FOR-COIT.
MediConnect, Pittsburgh's largest independent and free healthcare advisory firm. MediConnectInsurance.com.
Work here, play here, dream here. At Nemacolin, when you join the team, you're joining their family. Discover competitive benefits, 401k plans, generous sign-on bonuses, and discounts on their amazing amenities. All while working with Pennsylvania's most magical resort. Whether your expertise is in food service, hospitality, tech, wildlife management, or anything else, Nemacolin wants your unique set of skills. Apply today at nemacolin.com/careers or visit their job fair October 7th from noon to 6 p.m. in their grand ballroom.
Schultz now in 3 locations and at schultzford.com.
ED affects over 30 million men. If you've tried short-term fixes like pills and injections with disappointing results, New Fluent Health offers an FDA-cleared pain-free method to treat ED effectively with long-term results. 412-784-9000 or visit newfluenthealth.com. For
Eligible individuals 18 or older only. Not available in Oregon or West Virginia. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With hearing aids from Lively, everything is done remotely in the comfort of your home, from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. With Lively, you get premium Bluetooth-enabled hearing aids at thousands less than you might expect. The best hearing aid technology is now affordable and convenient. Your hearing aids are sent right to your door, and if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week. No charge. You people at Lively are wonderful. With Lively hearing aids, you get free shipping, 3 years of follow-up care included free, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage. You can't lose. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Now get $100 off your hearing aids when you go to listenlively.com/radio. That's listenlively.com/radio. listenlively.com/radio.
Look, when you hire a lawyer, when you hire a law firm, you really have to trust them. You just do. I have been using, talking to, setting people up with Rosen and Terry for pushing 20 years now. I've brought family and friends into the law firm of Rosen and Terry. Why? Because of their serious background in medical malpractice and personal injury cases. Doctors on staff, the experts on staff, and they have the settlements approved. Rosen and Terry, 412-281-4200. Rosen and Terry, caringlawyers.com, 412-281-4200. I guess Cody is short down for Cody. So this one's one. I saw a woman over the weekend said the only reason she watches the news is to get updates on Kodiak. Wow. How you doing? That's just the way it is. That's right, my boy Patrick, another Get Marty exclusive. How you doing? I gotta thank Kodiak. We have some very funny people out there. Tell me about that was Billy Gardell. Yes, he's sitting there listening, waiting for me to call him to call here. That's who that is. Oh, my goodness. Hey, regarding the Stones tonight, good for you for going. You know, folks make all these crude, rude jokes about their age. I think it's amazing. I do. I find it wonderful that they can still perform. But they don't do it for the money. I have said this to Larry and close friends. I've talked to my wife about this. Definitely Patrick. And the thing about it is that when you do something you love, and this is my advice to my kids when it comes to their future, when you find something you love, you do it till you can't. So, in other words, you talk about retirement. Well, what is that? Golf? Well, I can't stand golf. Cards? Don't play cards. Drinking? I don't drink. Travel? All right, one trip I'm done. The annoying airports. Ridiculous roads, packed planes. So one trip I'm done. Reading, annoying my wife, yes. That's what I would do at home. I love the fact that we can make a difference sitting right here and getting out there in the community. We're going to talk to my man Carlos. He owns a tree company. And Carlos has bought into this whole notion of Get Marty. He sent me pictures over the weekend. He said a veteran's house, World War II, and he's cutting down trees at the house. It's a $7,000 job. Carlos did it for free. And Carlos says, hey, Marty, hell with this. Let's go big. Let's get painters and carpenters and bricklayers. Let's get a whole team of men and women that want to make a difference together. That's why I love them. And that's why I love this platform. That's why I love doing this. So when people talk about retirement, sure, I mean, at some point, I guess, someone will say, hey, my man, time for you to go. And that'll be it. And I'll say I had a hell of a ride, but what I will really know is that we made a hell of a difference. And honestly, when I can't, forget the complaining we do, forget the arguing we have on the air, forget the conflict. At the end of the day, the reason why I feel so good about this is because you and me make a difference together. All of us. Guys like Carlos, who was a complete stranger to me, 2 weeks ago, analysis if we're twin sons of different mothers. There's a magnificence of the energy and a dynamic aspect of what we do together to create change. Changing people's lives. Pulls up to a World War II veteran's house and cuts down $8,000 worth of trees and says, "Thank you for your service." There's greatness in that. And so, we can belittle or demean the stones and make fun of the rigs, and I guess that's all fine and good. But at the end of the day, they do it because they love it. Why would they quit? What are they going to do? Sit in their mansion? Hang on the beach? Honestly. And on a personal level, I have told my daughters this and my son this. If you can find something you love, that's what you got to do. To simplify it even more, I told my daughter Sophia, if you find that folding paper clips is your passion, then you got to fold paper clips. Find a way to make a living from it, but fold paper clips. Because if you chase the rabbit down that hole, and that's that money hole, you spend your entire life miserable, angry, bitter. You have no idea how many people I know that are wealthy as hell and miserable. I mean miserable. They hate every hour of their lousy lives. But I have found love and greatness out there with you. I'm serious about this. We have done more together since we started Get Marty on this platform than I have in the previous 20 years of my career. And I'm so damn grateful for each and every one of you. My man Carlos is just the latest example of the greatness that's out there. And it's amazing. And we're going to talk to Carlos with greater pit. Tree service a little bit later. But I wanted to tell you that ain't nothing wrong with the Stones playing. I don't give a crap if they're 90. That's what they want to do, and you pay to see them, good for them. The hell with the haters. Honestly, like water on the duck's back. You know what I'm saying? Triple A traffic right through the power of Bowser, 925 morning, Cat.
Hi, good morning, Marty. Just a little bit of traffic remains out there. The Parkway West inbound flows approaching the sand pile into the tunnels. And the Parkway East at Edgewood Woodvale. Northbound 79 down to that lane restriction once again on the Neville Island Bridge. Traffic is slow right around Coraopolis. Also, they are closing that 79 northbound ramp to northbound 65 this morning. It's going to be closed until the end of the year. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:35 on the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Shopping Center. I'm Kathy Brooklyn on 100.1 of that. And AM 1020 KDKA.
So, 3 months I have been talking about advanced integrated medical. And at the beginning of the program, I took this blood test, right? This is what starts it all. It's the #1 hormone weight loss center in the area, right? $199. Everything. Testosterone, progesterone, cortisol, thyroid, cholesterol, you name it. So, 3 months later, my tests come back. I blew the doors off of it. Cholesterol cut in half. Testosterone at levels that where they're supposed to be. My metabolism, perfect. And check this out. My wife's going to check it out. Because, by the way, this is for women, too. And I'm guessing she will have the same dramatic results. Guy grabbed me last week. Said, Marty, I lost 60 pounds in this program. Advanced Integrated Medical 360. 412-227-9255. 412-227-9255.
If you're dealing with stuffy mornings and sleepless nights, the air in your home might be to blame. White Heating Inc. can make your indoor air absolutely perfect with reliable Lennox products. Call White Heating Inc. today at 412-364-5003 or visit whiteheating.com. License number PA 5205.
The motto for world-class competition has always been faster, higher, stronger. It's the same for Navient, makers of condensed tankless water heaters. Faster to install and set up, higher performance and efficiency to provide endless hot water. Stronger with the industry's strongest warranty. All because of the copper-free stainless steel heat exchanger built in every unit. Learn about Navient's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navient contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com. That's tanklessmadesimple.com.
Your life, your hope, and whatever you're searching for at 1:15 a.m., it's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. through KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding.
Catch inside the Pirates front office with Big Days every Tuesday afternoon at 3 and get an inside look at every aspect of the Pirates organization. From trade talks to upcoming promotions to the vendors serving hot dogs. Inside the Pirates front office is presented by Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank and brought to you by Community Bank and Airpro Heating and Cooling. Inside the Pirates front office, Tuesday to 3, exclusively on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. What's up? Jake, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, daughter's a volunteer down there in the aviary. She got the real story. Cody flew up to the new college North Hills there by Larry Richards' house, and you always hear him say his wife makes him disrobe in the garage before he comes to the house. Cody's up there, he sees Larry disrobe in the garage and go into the house. Larry got a detached garage, man. You can't see those naked Larry Richards. Just go back to the north side, brother.
And the funniest people in the world, that is an amazing call. So Naked Larry scared the bird into surrendering. That explains it. This is radio, KDKA.
65 and cloudy at 9:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Steel Valley schools will not tolerate students who smack a staff member. It's a trend on TikTok. High school students get video of themselves striking a school teacher or a staffer and post it. News Radio KDKA's Josh Roundtree has more.
Parents and families last week, District Superintendent Edward Word made it clear that any participation in this challenge at Steel Valley will not be tolerated. Word wrote that any students who strike a staff member will face severe discipline and could face assault charges. Parents and families are being urged by district leaders to speak to children and let them know that this type of behavior will not be condoned. The trend follows one in September in which high school students were urged to steal and vandalize school property. Josh Roundtree, News Radio KDKA.
The CDC has released new guidance ahead of the holiday season. To tell us what's recommended is KDKA's Lindsay Ward.
The ACDC says the safest way is to celebrate the holidays by having virtual celebrations, gathering outside in a socially distanced way, and celebrating only with people who live in the same household. If you are gathering indoors, make sure your windows and doors are open for better ventilation. Follow the CDC guidelines like wear masks indoors if there are a lot of people inside. Hold off on holiday travel like flying if you can, unless you're fully vaccinated.
If you're not fully vaccinated, they suggest traveling. If you're traveling with children, the CDC says perhaps driving is best. At the open on Wall Street, Efren Tillotson says the Dow is down 62 points at 34,261. The Nasdaq down 79. The S&P down 12 points. Next news at 10 on News Radio KDKA.
For the ones going above and beyond. For the ones reaching out, helping out, and lending a hand. For the ones people count on. You can count on Grainger. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Backed by 24/7 customer support and specialists to help with hard-to-find products. Because you've got everyone's back. We've got yours. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, as you guys know, March month, the float artist at Fred Floral just took off days before the parade. They need a replacement before business passes them by.
Who am I going to get to finish the float?
Indeed, you help them hire great people fast. Indeed, you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm with Rocco Florio from Airpro Heating and Cooling. Airpro and Brian have put together our fall special. Purchase a 95% high-efficiency furnace for as low as $19.95 installed. And receive a free programmable Wi-Fi thermostat. Also a free 10-year warranty on parts and labor, plus their exclusive emergency service warranty. And ask about 60 months interest-free financing. If you purchased heating and cooling equipment in the past and didn't purchase it from Airpro, you paid too much. So call someone you know. Call Airpro Heating and Cooling. Brian, whatever it takes. Fact, $30 billion has been set aside by asbestos manufacturers to pay individuals diagnosed with mesothelioma, lung cancer, and other asbestos-related diseases. You don't have to know if you were exposed to asbestos. For the attorneys of Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, to help you get compensation for your pain and suffering. holidays are right around the corner. And talking to Lisa Legina, you must order your custom draperies, blinds, shades, and shutters right now to beat the deadline. Legina Drapery is offering 12 months, same as cash, and professional installation on all their custom window treatments. Call today, 412-665-4900 to book a free shop and home appointment, or simply go online to leginadrapery.com, 412-665-4900.
Guys, you deal with problems all the time. You meet the challenge head on and give it all you've got until it's solved. Then why, when it comes to a personal matter like erectile dysfunction, you don't deal with it the same way? You try to avoid the issue, which is not smart, especially when the solution is only a phone call away. To Peak Performance for Men at 412-748-8181. Here's an incentive to act now. Peak Performance for Men has waived their consultation and ultrasound fees, and 80% of men who receive the treatment experience long-term improvement in male performance. Call Peak Performance for Men now, 412-748-8181 for your free consultation. Still on the fence? Their treatment is pain-free, drug-free, and FDA cleared. Let the ED specialist at Peak Performance for Men explain that surgery-free treatment exists. So visit peakperformanceformen.com, or better yet, call for your free consultation now, 412-748-8181. That's 412-748-8181.
If you have recently lost your employer insurance due to the pandemic and have no idea what to do, call Dina Schmidt, founder of One Health Benefits, with nearly 2 decades of experience connecting people with the right choice in health benefits that gives you peace of mind. There's no cost or obligation with One Health Benefit services. If you have questions about Medicare or if you're self-employed, count on the experience of Dina Schmidt of One Health Benefits. Get a customized solution now, 724-799-8873 or onehealthbenefits.com.
Traffic on 5. AAA traffic powered by Dowser. They have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. We do some road work out there that's definitely going to slow you down. Northbound 79 along the bridge down to that single lane, so that tries to slow traffic down right around Coriopolis. And that ramp from northbound 79 to 65 Forest is now closed. It's going to be closed until the end of the year. So tour signs are posted. Over on the eastbound side of Ardmore Boulevard between Rockwood Avenue and Tracy Drive over in Forest Hills, we do have some slow-moving maintenance work moving through that area, so expect some slow traffic. They're also doing work on 376 on the westbound side, right around the McLaren Road interchange, so we have a lane restriction there as well. AAA traffic on the 5 is brought to you by Mexican Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Our next report is 9:45 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Burford on 100.1 FM and 1020 KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute Mountain weather forecast.
Some low clouds and foggy patches this morning, occasional showers through today, and even a rumble of thunder this afternoon, this evening. Low 70s, then down to 69. Warm and sticky with clouds, a few sunny breaks tomorrow Wednesday. Can't rule out a passing shower either day. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. I'm active meteorologist Steve DeVore, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
Not sure if you have COVID? Fever is the leading sign, so be vigilant and use the only thermometer with proven accuracy in more than 100 clinical studies. The Exergen Temperate Air Thermometer. Stay safe and learn more at exergen.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by the Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find 0% interest in Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com. Racing.com is now Odyssey. Download the Odyssey app and listen to KDKA and all the news, sports, and music podcasts.
Ernest, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Marty? I haven't spoken to you in a while, so I just want to, say I'm, just admiring that, the Marty Army is still in the segment. I love that story about, the guy with the tree food that stepped up to the veterans, and I just really feel, good about what you've done in the community, Marty.
Is this Ernie from Labnet?
Yeah.
One of my favorite people on earth. Man, you got a hell of a year up there, man.
You're one of mine too, man, because, what you're doing for community people, man, that's what we do at Bad Dads. We may not get a lot of, we do with you, Marty. It was just a beautiful event, nothing, really nothing to, report. It just went off great. And, we're getting a new field, Marty. That's a new field development going on. So we're going to have a game changer. And, I commend the men and women who are, keeping that whole field and that community vibrant. The sports really have made a difference in our community, and the field is going to be a game changer. So just want to say kudos to you, Marty. I love you, man, and you just hang in there, and I'm hanging in there too. I may not call in as much, Marty, but I'm out here, and I'm listening to you, brother, and keep doing your thing.
Hey, Ernie, I'm serious. Ernie was mad dad. So Ernie and other dads have saved lives. They day and night in the community, engaging with young men, keeping them out of trouble, and embracing the notion that sports is vital, which I completely agree. Ernie, I seriously, if you need anything, I'm talking about financing, support, video stories, GoFundMe, whatever you need, man, just reach out. You're myself.
Yes, I do, Marty. I appreciate you, man.
You're my man. Thanks, Ernie. One of the great ones. He's out there saving lives. And no exaggeration. Mad dad. And I love her. Such a pleasure to hear from him. One of my all-time favorite people. I'm serious about that. That's good. Hey, I had to take that call, but I gotta play this. This may be the dumbest thing I've heard in a year. This came in this morning from the CDC. This is their tips for Thanksgiving. COVID prep. Listen to this.
The agency says the safest way is to celebrate the holidays by having virtual celebrations, gathering outside in a socially distanced way, and celebrating only with people who live in the same household. If you are gathering indoors, make sure your windows and doors are open for better ventilation. Follow the CDC guidelines like wear masks indoors if there are a lot of people inside. Hold off on holiday travel like flying if you can, unless you're fully vaccinated.
Michael, you gotta play that again. This is not fake news. Raz snagged this morning. This is not Saturday Night kicked off their new season, and you would think this was from a skit. This was the CDC's recommendations for Thanksgiving celebrations. Listen to this.
The agency says the safest way is to celebrate the holidays by having virtual celebrations, gathering outside in a socially distanced way, and celebrating only with people who live in the same household. If you are gathering indoors, make sure your windows and doors are open for better ventilation. Follow the CDC guidelines like wear masks indoors if there are a lot of people inside. Hold off on holiday travel like flying if you can, unless you're fully vaccinated.
There you go. I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to play that for my in-laws so I keep them out of Pittsburgh for the holidays. I am going to use that. Raz. This is pretty extreme, is it not, sir? It's kind of bizarre.
One of our coworkers said a short time ago that this is what we were talking about last year. What did I say last year? Well, just this one time. We need to do this. Remember?
Right.
And here we are repeating the same thing over again. And I just thought to myself, when I heard the list, I thought, how am I going to read this with a straight face?
Well, I'm going to play this with you.
I don't know anyone, not one person who's going to tell their people, no, you stay away. We don't want you here. We're afraid,
I'm playing this for the in-laws, brother. I'm going to send this in a file for them tonight. I'm sorry, Gary. Barb, got to stay in Florida. And we're not driving down there.
Like the CDC suggests.
I'm just trying to protect them. So, Raz, if I listen to what they're saying, I'm having a celebration of Thanksgiving. Everybody has to be generally my immediate family.
Right? Don't have anybody over.
But if I do have anybody over, all doors and windows open.
That's right.
And anyone indoors, mask.
Or another thing you can do is just move everybody outside and keep them 6 feet apart. You can do like the Beverly Hillbillies used to do and eat around a pool table and pass stuff around with pool cues. That's how you keep your distance.
The CDC has lost all credibility, my friend Steven says. You agree?
I was, when I got the story ready to go, I thought people are going to just roll their eyes and go, you got to be kidding. That's, yep, you're right.
I find it to be obnoxious. I find it to be ridiculous. I find it to be ignorant by definition. What about everybody being vaccinated in my family? What about my in-laws being vaccinated? What about by that time we're being told that my son Vince should be able to get a vaccine? So everyone in my family will be vaccinated. My brother has an unbelievable Thanksgiving. My brother Chris, my man can cook. And so by this standard, my brother's supposed to bag his Thanksgiving, right? But if he has guests over, all doors and windows open. Come on, man. All doors and windows open. The entire day. No, really, what the hell's wrong with these people? Why do they think Americans are so angry? How in the world would anybody listen to this crap? I cannot imagine there's an American family out there that would listen to this. I can't. You tell me. Will you, if you have guests over, leave all the doors and windows open, wear masks indoors, but only have folks from the same household if you don't want to do that? 866-391-20. I want to hear from one person. One who will follow these ignorant guidelines. 945 Triple H Rally, Budget with Power of Bowser. Hey, Jeff.
Hi, Marty. It's traffic on the Parkway West on the inbound side. Just go a little slow for you. Right around Maxville into the Fort Hill Tunnel. Parkway East has been down. Not seeing any major issues. It's still a little sluggish for you between it. Brookville and the Squirrel Tunnel. So that's really about it. Over on Ardmore Boulevard, we do have crews doing some work there between Rockwood Avenue and Tracy Drive. They're on the eastbound side with a lane restriction. Inbound on the Parkway North, no major issues. They show you lanes will be closed in about 15 minutes. 28 looks good as you head down toward the north side. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 at 9:55 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Burford on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Check this out, folks. Levin Furniture and Mattresses free for all event is right now. So I call Robert Levin. He says, Marty, listen. Get free tax, a free $100 gift card with a $999 minimum purchase, a free room item, plus get 0% interest, get paid in full within 24 months. That's amazing. Levin offers great selection, top name furniture mattress brand. Check out Levin's free for all event today at all Levin Furniture and Mattress stores. Tell them get Marty sent you.
Celebrate Gutter Helmet's 40th anniversary for a limited time only. Save 25% on Gutter Helmet, along with payments to fit any budget by calling 888-5HELMET or visit perryhelmet.com today. It's Gutter Helmet. If you or someone close to you is using help for problems with alcohol or other drugs, experience counts. At Greenberg Treatment Center, we realize that one size does not fit all in treating addiction and mental health. Clients present with unique and specific problems, and we work closely with them to develop a plan that best meets their individual needs. Call Greenberg today at 1-800-637-HOPE to schedule a free assessment at one of our 12 locations and experience life-changing treatment. That's 1-800-637-HOPE.
KDKARadio.com gets information fast. KDKARadio.com get the vaccine you need on your mobile without the navigation hassles. Next level service from KDKARadio.com. Try it now. KDKARadio.com.
I'm Dr. Rafferty. What do you do when you have a problem? Ignore it? Cover it up? Give up? Or are you determined to find the right answer? If your problem is a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc, we have the answer you've been searching for at the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Your disc can heal. We will show you the science that confirms what we are doing to help our patients, just like you, avoid spinal surgery, fix the problem, and heal their discs. Our treatment, intradisc nephrosis, is designed to fix the problem and allows your disc to heal. It's non-surgical, safe, and gentle. With our typical patients, we have a 98% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call the Disc Institute at 412-906-9600 or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. At the Disc Institute, we're here for you. PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
SchultzSport.com, 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 SchultzSport.com.
My friend Mike Larson with the Pittsburgh Business Times. Morning, Mike.
Morning, Marty. Shell Oil Company is expanding into Western Pennsylvania gas station market, opening what's expected to be its first corporate-owned fueling
Philadelphia School District landed in the top spot on each of the annual ranking of the public schools in the region. The district ranked number 3 in their statewide ranking, behind Radnor Township and 5th in Eatontown School District, Philadelphia Metro. The top 5 was rounded up by Mount Lebanon, Fox Chapel area, St. Clair, and South Bay Township School District. More on these stories and other local business news, log on to PittsburghBusinessTimes.com. I'm Mike Larson.
Look, my friend Joe Wadlow at Monticello wanted me to thank you for a couple of things. First of all, they wanted to thank you for your patience. They wanted to thank you for your kindness. Despite the fact that the restaurants are short-staffed still, you've been so patient. And they wanted to thank you for the tipping. Honestly, at all the Monticello's restaurants, customers get it. They're patient, they're kind, they love the great food and service, and they're blown away that these folks have been so generous with tipping through the pandemic. And Joe Wadlow wanted me to mention to you that they're hiring right now at all of the Monticello restaurants. And I'm telling you folks, the tips are insane, and the food is magnificent. I just had some Saturday night. Monticello.com. Go to any of the restaurants or Monticellos.com.
With compassionate care from St. Barnabas Health System. Keeping up with the flood of news every single day can be quite stressful. There is climate change happening. There's the pandemic, labor movement, Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend. Hi, I am Gideon resident, host of Crooked Media's One a Day. Each week, Bell Anderson, Rob Eric, Joseph, Jesse Bryce, and I are going to break down the biggest news stories of the day in a way that hopefully doesn't always make you want to cry. New episodes of What a Day drop every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Listen on Odyssey, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
According to research, 82% of people remember radio ads. That means that 82% of you listening right now remember this is an ad for ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, 82% of you will recall that ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. And 82% of you will know that you can try ZipRecruiter for free every day. But you have to go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Yes, free. 82% of you will keep in mind that ZipRecruiter's technology finds qualified people for your job and actively invites them to apply.
Is that you? Who are you talking to?
82% of you will also know that I live with my mom. But the most important thing to know is that ZipRecruiter works. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who list on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Will you be part of the 82% who remember where you can try ZipRecruiter for free? It's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Again, that exclusive link is ZipRecruiter.com/free. How much? Free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Come on, man. Michael, play that one more time. It's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Just say something.
The agency says the safest way is to celebrate the holidays by having virtual celebrations, gathering outside in a socially distanced way, and celebrating only with people who live in the same household. If you are gathering indoors, make sure your windows and doors are open for better ventilation. Follow the CDC guidelines like wear masks indoors if there are a lot of people inside. Hold off on holiday travel like flying if you can, unless you're fully vaccinated.
The dumbest thing I've heard in here. And I've heard some dumb things. This is the dumbest. All it does is make people angry. Look, man, if that's what you want to do, knock yourself out. Look, everyone in my family is pretty much vaccinated, other than my youngest son, Vince. My brother, Chris. Everyone in his family's vaccinated, all my nieces and nephews. My sister, Maria, I hope she's coming in, but she just sent me a note that this makes her wonder. No kidding. These idiots at the CDC. How do they expect anybody to ever think that they have any credibility telling a room full of people that are vaccinated? Because of these breakthrough cases, I guess I heard this morning that the vaccine loses 7% of its efficacy every month. I mean, at some point, folks, we have to kind of do our thing. I also read a study done in the Wall Street Journal, printed yesterday, suggesting that studies suggest that the vaccine spreads most rapidly on airlines when they serve food. Duh. I mean, at some point we just quit listening. I think at some point, folks just say we're doing our thing. I know we are. Look, I have been all about getting the vaccine. I've been all about protecting ourselves. You tell me what to do, I'm going to do it. But not this. There is no way in hell I or my brother or anyone else in my family will sit there at Thanksgiving with everybody vaccinated with their damn windows and doors open. Unless it's 90 degrees outside. And then we're at the AC on. This is what makes Americans angry. This is what makes Americans ignore the CDC and Fauci and all these folks that we hear from day after day after day. There is no way this will happen. Now, some folks might do this. Knock yourself out. Don't invite me. I'm not sitting at Thanksgiving dinner with all the windows and doors open. It ain't happening. 9:55 AAA traffic rush by the Power Bowser. Morning, Cap.
Hey, good morning, Marty. And traffic for the most part doing pretty well for us now on our area roadways. Taking a look at that just outside the Parkway East, everything is cleared out for us now. No major delays, same thing. Parkway West, both on the inbound and outbound side. Not seeing any issues for you. We do have crews doing some work on the westbound side. I-376, Shawinigan right around Fair Road. So we do have a lane restriction there. 28 looks good both directions around the construction zone between the Highland Park Bridge and Delafield Avenue. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 at 10:05 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Burford on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
There's been a lot of discussion about trying to get somebody to your home to do anything, from cutting a lawn to construction to a roof, you name it. Look, if you need a plumber, I talked to Matt Merch, I talked to Lisa Merch, they're ready. They have staff that's ready, they have plumbers, they're ready. Big jobs, small jobs. And look, if you have a big job you can't pay for right now, if you qualify, they'll finance you. They are set with staff ready to go 24/7. Matt Merch Plumbing. 412-367-0815. 412-367-0815.
180 over 111, and I had a stroke.
145 over 92, and then I had a heart attack.
150 over 90, and I have a stroke.
This is what high blood pressure sounds like. You might not feel the symptoms, but the results from a heart attack or stroke are far from silent. Get back on your treatment plan or talk with your doctor to create a plan that works for you. Go to loweryourhbp.org.
Have things changed?
Once you like the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
I've had half a dozen people come to me about Boston Heat Appliance. Hey Marty, I can't get an appliance. Hey Marty, I can't get electronics. I send the right to Boston Heat Appliance, and every single time they deliver. Every single time. Look, when Larry needed a dishwasher, couldn't find it. Seriously, Boston Heat got it. Why? They fight through the supply chain issues because they work harder, because they're a family-run business. Boss TV and Appliance, 412-650-BOSS, 412-650-BOSS. Hey man, at the end of the day, you do what you want. If you're vaccinated, you gotta get back to your normal life. Look, if I go into business and they tell me to wear a mask, I wear a mask. I am not fighting anybody over anything like that. I am fully advocate getting vaccinated. As soon as I'm told that I should get a booster, and I guess that's coming up because I'm immunosuppressed, I'll do it. My question today is, and I'm going to ask the doctor later, can I get the flu shot and the vaccine booster at the same time? Because I got to get them both. But I will have them, and we will enjoy Thanksgiving, and we will enjoy it with a bunch of people, and we will enjoy it with the damn doors closed and the windows closed. Look, ma'am, I don't understand what the CDC is trying to accomplish by scaring the hell out of people again. I completely embrace a vaccine mandate. 100%. I love what the county's doing. I love what the airlines are doing. I love what the big businesses are doing. It's about damn time. I'm in, all in. But at Thanksgiving, as my sister Maria says, I'm with you. I don't want to wear a mask inside at Thanksgiving. Hopefully we can get the booster soon. You qualify now, she's late. I'll probably have to get it next week. No big deal. Look, the CDC is losing all credibility. Doesn't somebody call a meeting and say, they're laughing at us. You know they are. We better get it together or we completely become irrelevant if we haven't already. KDKA AM and HD, KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey station. From the Aetna Medicare Advantage Studio.
This is Radio KDKA. 66.5 at 10 o'clock on Paul Rasmussen. The Sea Eagle that flew away from the National Aviary, setting off more than a week of searching, was captured Sunday near a home in Pine Township. With more, here's KDKA TV's Chris Hoffman.
The Stellar's Sea Eagle escaped back on September 25th. Kodiak was reportedly spotted on the north side of the North Park area before the National Aviary got him outside that home in Pine Township. Now, an initial exam found him to be in excellent health, and staff have him in the behind-the-scenes area of the aviary where he is being fed.
More information is expected during a news conference at 11 a.m. Residents, business owners, and environmentalists are questioning whether authorities reacted quickly enough to contain one of the largest oil spills in recent California history. A suspected leak in an underwater pipeline found sands in Huntington Beach over the weekend. At least 126,000 gallons of oil spilled before the pipeline was shut down. Beaches in that area could be closed for weeks or even months. An oil spill was reported last night on the Mon River. Crews were searching between the Duquesne McKeesport Bridge and the Mansfield Bridge, but we have no word yet on what they found, if anything. The Rolling Stones have the honor of playing the first concert in over 2 years tonight at Heinz Field. If you're going, parking lots open at 3:30, stadium gates at 5:30, with the concert starting at 7:30. Ticket holders are not required to show proof of vaccination, but unvaccinated fans are asked to wear a mask. Tickets are still available. The state lawmaker from Westmoreland County is sponsoring legislation to amend the Guaranteed Minimum Royalty Act. It stipulates natural gas companies must pay landowners at least 1/8 of the value of the gas harvested from their property. But Representative Eric Gavisano tells the News Radio KDKA Morning Show industry standards and unclear language in the law have some landowners getting less.
I actually had a lady from Green County come up to me with a statement of where the gas company said, listen, you should have done $15,000 this year, but you didn't. But you're still liable to pay the tax on that $15,000.
House Bill 1763 would amend the act to define royalty payments and also clarify how they're calculated. Many of us saw our retirement investments take a big hit last month. CBS's Vicki Parker tells us how much.
Checked your retirement savings lately? If the answer is out, you're not alone. The Financial Times reports the many millions of people who followed the advice to put 60% of their retirement savings into stocks and 40% into bonds saw their portfolios shrink by 3.5% last month, the worst loss since the early days of the pandemic in March of 2020. Tough on those close to retirement. Younger investors may be able to afford to wait the bad times out. Vicki Barker, CBS News.
On Wall Street, Efren Tillotson says the Dow is now ahead 33 points at 34,359. The Nasdaq down 162. The S&P is down 18 points. In sports, the Raiders will be visiting the Chargers tonight on Monday Night Football. It's a game you can hear on 93.7 The Fan starting at 7:30. The news is brought to you by Brewer Airport Toyota. Stop by or go to BrewerAirportToyota.com. 10:03 now. Time to go to Walnut Grill, where October is sirloin season. Enjoy sirloin steak combos all this month at Walnut Grill. AAA traffic and AccuWeather coming up.
I'm Scott Brewer at Brewer Airport Toyota. We're excited to help you find your new vehicle. As Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealership, we know how to make things happen. We have leases, finance options, as well as cash in almost every Toyota car and truck in the lineup. Lease a Corolla for only $199 a month or a Highlander for only $299 a month. How about the amazing Toyota Tacoma for only $169 a month? We're also maximizing your deal with incredible trade-in offers for our pre-owned inventory. Hurry in and get yours today. Visit us in person or online at BrewerAirportToyota.com.
No matter where you are in your family caregiving journey, AARP has made the process easier to help you find the services and support you may need. They developed a Pennsylvania Family Caregiver Resource Guide with you, the care caregiver in mind. To request the Family Caregiver Resource Guide, call 877-333-5885 or online click states.aarp.org/Pennsylvania/caregiving. You want to do a lot in life, so why wait? Get the funds now to turn your do into done with a super low rate on a dollar bank home equity loan. And by super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash out for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there are no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask a Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-KAY. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change without notice. Loans prepaid in full within 36 months require reimbursement of third-party closing costs. Equal housing lender. Traffic on the 5.
10:05 now, AAA traffic powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Here's Kathy.
St. Paul is the northbound side of 79 is slow, heading from Coriopolis to the Neville Island Bridge with the lane restriction. But just a reminder for folks, the northbound 79 ramp at 65 north is now closed. It's going to remain closed until the end of the year. The detour signs are posted, so just keep that in mind. Now, we also have that road work over on 51 once again today between Ewing Road and Coriopolis Road. Traffic is pretty heavy for you in both directions. Parkway, all three of them look good. HOV lanes now closed over on the Parkway North 28, no major delay. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 to 10:15 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Berger, 100.1 FM and 1020 KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
Fairly cloudy, humid, a few showers as we go through the day, maybe even a rumble of thunder this afternoon or evening. High 70 to 74, down to 60 miles later tonight. Warm and sticky with a passing shower or two tomorrow and Wednesday, upper 70s, both days tomorrow and Wednesday. I'm actually with meteorologist Steve DeVore, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
66 in Pittsburgh International.
If you're dealing with stuffy mornings and sleepless nights, the air in your home might be to blame. White Heating Inc. can make your indoor air absolutely perfect with reliable Lennox products. Call White Heating Inc. today at 412-364-5003 or visit whiteheating.com. License number PA 5205.
So, I've been talking to homicide detectives. I had a very interesting conversation last week with folks who lost loved ones to homicide and they were never solved. My friend Phil from our Homewood called, man, I love him. And he had a very emotional discussion with us about his brother who was killed last January. Now he's been arrested. In the process of hearing his story, I reached out to homicide folks, trying to figure out the truth. And I posted something this morning regarding the murder of a woman in Sheridan over the weekend. And I think it's important that we discuss this because this is the world we're living in. So, we're going to hear from two of the best of the best. One who was a county homicide cop for decades, and another who made the best state trooper I ever met. About what's going on in a society where back in the day, and this isn't long ago, they used to solve 95% of the homicides. In fact, in the 70s, and even before that, all the way up into the 90s, if a homicide went unsolved, it was a big deal. Not anymore. And I think it's relevant that we talk about this because this is all part of the breakdown in our culture. This is all part of the homicide culture that we now live in. This is all part of the I ain't talking culture that we now live in. And as a result, pretty easy to get away with murder. And I'm not trying to be flippant about that. I mean, I'm just keeping it real. A woman was shot dead in Sheridan over the weekend. Okay? Shot dead. What are the chances of her murderer being arrested and convicted? Anyone? Woman shot dead in Sheridan over the weekend. What are the chances of her killer being arrested and convicted? What are the percentages? So, if you commit a homicide in Chicago these days, or Los Angeles, or New York, or Philadelphia, the major cities, the chances of that homicide being solved are in the 30% range. No, really, 30%. No, seriously, 7 of 10 are walking the streets. So you have really good odds of getting away with murder these days. In the 50s and 60s, they solved homicides even in the major cities at a rate of 90+%. We have taken a dramatic turn. Now, and I just pulled this number on Friday. Right now, in our area, the percentage of homicides that are solved, 44%. 44%. That's bad. That's really bad. So you have a better than a 50-50 chance of getting away with murder in our region right now. Why? What the hell's happening? I have this grab on one of the best cops ever, on one of the best private investigators ever, and a very close friend, Bob Miner. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm good.
That number that I threw out there, 44% of the homicides solved in our region last year. It's kind of shocking to someone like you, isn't it?
It's terrible, Marty. I can't believe it. We had people that came forward, were willing to testify. We didn't have to put anybody in protected custody. We were solving pretty close to 90, maybe a little over 90 for the 10 to 12 years I was involved. Early 70s, early 80s. People came forward. They weren't afraid of being killed. We never, that I remember, ever had to put someone in protected custody. I can't believe these numbers out. And I understand what's going on. That's a shame.
So, Bob, give our listeners your background and your experience in homicide, sir.
Well, I worked in law enforcement before homicide in the 60s to the early 70s to 71. But I got into the county DA's office with homicide and ran the homicide unit there until late 70s, and then went to the county police. We had a task force when it surrounded around killing all the people. And then I became a PI in the late 80s, and even working some homicides for families in the 80s, toward the late 80s, and then late 80s to now, I'm still doing something like that.
So what the hell happened, man? How do we get from the 90s assaults to the 40s assaults? What the hell happened?
Pretty simple. Drugs. People know that if they come and testify, their death may be next. We never had that. So it's all about protecting themselves. They know that they come forward. When you were talking last week about that poker game, if people in that poker game, if they come forward and police can't do anymore, they can interview them and people say, I didn't see anything. So we need people to have morals, Mark. That's the big thing, morals. And we need some people that go out their life. That's what I think.
My close friend, Bob Miner, he's talking about Phil from Homewood, whose brother was murdered in Wilkinsburg last January in a poker game in front of a large people. No one came forward. There's no witnesses, and there has been no arrest. Hey, Bob, because you do still track down missing and exploited children, because you still work for families to solve homicides, how much harder is it right now for you to get information than it was in the 70s?
Oh, Marty, even the kind of work I do now looking for missing families and children, a lot of people don't want to talk. I used to be able to get grandmothers, grandpaps, aunts, and uncles to help. Even something as simple as that, but it's not a homicide. I'm even having trouble getting people to cooperate because I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to go against my family. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. So it's all harder today. God bless these homicide guys because they're up against the wall, Marty. Nobody wants to come forward for anything. It's our morals. It's definitely our morals in this country.
We threw a $25,000 reward out for information. month. One.
Yeah. I know.
Money doesn't even
We got 25,000 out, Marty, and saying you will never have to testify. You'll never have to even do anything. We'll keep you secretive. That's not going to happen. Because they know they're going to get the word will get out there and talk. That's not going to happen.
And so, I mean, let's just do stupid math. If we're in Philadelphia or Los Angeles or New York, or they're solving, Chicago is less than 30% solving.
Wow.
You pretty much know that if you want to kill someone, there's a pretty good damn chance you're going to get away with it, which is frightening out there.
So sad, it's frightening, it's terrible. Our country's going to hell when it comes to things like that, Marty. It's sad. It really is. It makes me mad. It makes me sad.
And for the young guys in homicide, I have text messages from them. They're pretty damn close to giving up. They're that frustrated.
I know. I've talked to a couple. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I just talked to Bobby Kay, the sergeant who worked with me back in the 70s and 80s. He's now the chief out in Edgewood. And we were just talking about it. He said, people getting forward. They don't worry about getting killed. They had morals. They had morals. We used that word back and forth when we talked. But it's sad, Marty.
Bob, thank you, brother.
You're welcome. Take care, Marty.
Bye. My man Phil, it was his son that was murdered. I apologize. I'm not his brother. I simply misspoke. His son was murdered in a poker game in Wilkinsburg. It made us all cry from all the way last Friday. His son was murdered in a poker game in Wilkinsburg last January, as Bob pointed out. In a poker game in front of a big crowd of people. Not one arrest. Not one witness will help. Zero. Numbers on the books right now. 44% of homicides solved. My goodness, that's bad. That's so bad. Really trying to bring to the power of Bowser weekend.
Hi, Marty, and we're getting word from PennDOT. We have a lane restriction over on Freeport Road over in Farmer. This is between the Holton Bridge and Guys Run Road. They're setting up a new traffic shift, so you'll have one lane in each direction maintained through the area. That's going to run until the end of November. The inbound side of Route 28 right now looks pretty good. Not seeing any delays at all. In fact, most of our area roadways are in good shape. 79 north is slow as you approach Coraopolis to the Nemalonga Bridge. And a reminder for folks, the ramp from northbound 79 to 65 north is now closed. That'll remain closed until the end of the year. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 is 1025. Another Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Burford on 100.1 FM and the KDKA.
When my parents passed, both of them passed, we were just talking about this weekend actually. Both of them passed within a year of each other. And we were ripped apart, obviously. And I tell you, we didn't know a whole lot about what to do with their estate. I don't understand it. No one really understood it. And I called Julian Gray. He's an elder law lawyer, and it was life-changing stuff for all of us, all the Griffins. I'll tell you why. It brought comfort and professionalism, and they managed all the sales of property. They managed all the paperwork, the deadlines, the taxes, you name it, they did it. Provided incredible comfort to us. It was the best decision we made. Julian Gray, elder law lawyer, 8 of them on staff. Best in the country, 412-458-6000. GrayElderLaw.com, 412-458-6000.
Odyssey is your new home for all the radio that matters to you. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to KDKA, powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Hi, this is Brother Tom Burke in the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education class as we discuss the important ministry of Catholic education in our schools and parishes. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 on KDK Radio.
Oh, Levin Furniture right now is having one of the best sales they've ever had. And at the end of the day, I talked to Robert Levin about these sales, and I think they're wonderful. They're on the cutting edge of new products also. They've got this innovative purple mattress at all Levin and Mattress locations. Right now, you get the purple sleep package, queen-size mattress, adjustable base, purple sheets and mattress protector, and 2 purple pillows, $43 a month. $43 a month. Remember, when you buy a mattress from Levin, you're getting a great night's sleep, and no one sells mattresses for less than the Fed.
Time to trade hibernation for liberation as St. Barnabas Health System investigating retirement living. Become apart from the ordinary at St. Barnabas. Luxurious carriage-style homes and spacious apartments await you. Engaging social activities, nature trails, and plentiful amenities. Free unlimited golf on them. Freedom comes to those who have waited. Call 724-443-0700 or visit stbarnabashealthsystem.com and discover real retirement today.
CBS Eye on Veterans, presented by University of Maryland Global Campus. The veteran community has had sharp opinions about the recent testimony of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff before Congress. Retired Air Force Major and congressional candidate Sam Peters shares the perspective many veterans share.
At one point in Billy's testimony, he was talking about, I try my hardest, I do everything I can to not be political, this and that, and everything. I'm telling you something right now, at the major level and above, politics is alive and well. And at the four-star general area, working for the president and the Secretary of Defense, they live politics. And the fact that he's sitting there saying that he tries to stay apolitical, but if he was apolitical, he wouldn't be having those conversations with people like Bob Woodward.
Let our dedicated military and veteran advisors help find the right path toward the degree you need for the career you want. University of Maryland Global Campus. Visit us in our virtual advising rooms at ufgc.edu/virtual advising.
So a 40% homicide rate, solving homicides is shocking. It's pathetic. We shouldn't have a situation like this. No way in a civilized society. It's absolutely pathetic. It's absolutely disgusting. My friend Van, who has seen a homicide in his own family, always speaks his mind, and I welcome it. It's much easier, Marty, to get guns, and there is no code anymore. It is a free-for-all. Also, with the help of social media, murder is seen more so younger people are more accustomed to it. Fascinating. As far as solving murders, less resources. I believe there are less people going to police academies to again. Also, people are scared to come forward. All these things are true. I find it to be a horrible reflection on our society that we accept homicide rate, solving the homicides in the 40% range. That's unbelievable. Think about the folks out there who cry themselves to sleep every night because a loved one has been murdered. And there's no one arrested. And never will be. I had to grab two of the best this morning. I grabbed Bob Miner. And now Frank Monaco, maybe the best state cop I've ever known. Good morning, Frank. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Griffin. How are you?
Well, these numbers, man, more than 44% solving homicides. If you go to Philadelphia, it's in the 30s, and in Chicago, it's below that. Shocked? Are you shocked?
No, not at all. I'm not shocked at all. Generally, the places you find for the homicides are underworld places that have no cash bail, like New York, Philadelphia, places like that. So I don't think there's a 42% increase in homicides since 2019. And I don't think there's 42% more murderers in the country. I think it's the same people. Generally speaking, 5% of the people cause 95% of the problem. I think you'll let the same people back out again to commit the same homicides. If they're locked up, you watch the homicide rate go down. So I'm not surprised.
I got a text message from a homicide detective that I'm really close with, and he's on the job right now. He says what you say, Frank. He says 5 to 10% of all the crimes, major crimes in Pittsburgh, committed by 5 to 10% of the same people. Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely. No question about it. Absolutely no question about it. You lock people up instead of turn them loose again. It's insane. I mean, what people think was going to happen? They think they see the light. Once they got arrested, no, they're going to go back to this. No, there's no repercussions. They're going right back into the exact same crimes. Anybody that gave information or somebody that's their enemy, they're going to take them out. And so you go to find, you know this guy, and you see his license plate. Why would you pull him over? If he's armed to resist, and you end up shooting him, then your life's going to be destroyed. So this is exactly what you're getting with these policies, these anti-police policies, exactly what the results that anyone would expect.
Hey, when you were with the state police and ran it better than anyone I've ever seen, you solved homicides at a rate of more than 90%. Are you shocked when you hear that it dropped down into the low 40s, sir?
No, I'm not. Like I said, the same people, and unfortunately, a lot of people aren't going to testify. It's the same people committing the crimes. And when you have so many of the crimes, you can generally figure out who it was. You have video cameras that are saying if it's a robbery or something like that, there's surveillance cameras. But if you have people that don't want to testify, and they don't want to come forward and be a witness, or, they're in a position where they're, don't snitch bit, what do you think is going to happen? Because if you don't see it, until you try to find the gun, again, you have people out there doing it, that's the key thing, you get the rate down. But solvability, I'm pretty sure it's pretty much the same people doing it over and over again. So it doesn't surprise me with solving it, because they consider the neighbor, actually the neighbor's where it is. If it's something where it's a domestic violence, or, again, so many of these things, you can figure it out. Somebody that people know, your general people, but not random shooting, those are a lot harder to solve.
Hey, this is only heading in a direction that's worse, right? I mean, why would it get better?
It won't. The veteran police officers are retirees, and a lot of them are there just trying to stay alive. They're just trying not to get another life or two forever.
It's the truth. So even the good cops, let me read this. This from an detective. It's the same 5 to 7% of all criminals and their families commit all the crimes in Pittsburgh. Andy says, I try to turn it on and off. Sometimes I can't. I want to quit that week. I yell at people over the phone daily now because I speak the truth and don't care if they complain. So they're snapping too, are they not, sir?
Oh, yeah, the stress on them is astronomical. And they just had, Marty, they just had the guys in D.C., an anti-crime patrol, that guy riding a motor scooter on the sidewalk. They chased the guy. The guy ran a stop sign, got hit by a car, and they're charging the police for contributing to his death. You can't make it up. Why would you stop anybody? Why would you try to interfere with any crime that you're going to be held accountable for something like that? It's ludicrous. What do you think is going to change?
Can we change it? Can we fix it, Frank?
Yeah, good if somebody wants to stand up. I mean, it's not that way every city. The cities where they don't back the police, it's a problem. Cities that they do don't have a homicide rate. You have to have district attorneys who will stand up and do the right thing. When they chased in Minneapolis with George Floyd, the cops should be charged. I have never defended these. I have no respect for them whatsoever. But they charged the other guys who are brand new. They didn't do anything. Why are they being charged? And that's what I'm saying. Why would you want to be a policeman in Minneapolis now? They're defunding the police there, so I'm sure that'll keep the crime rate really low. It's laughable. Why would you go to Minneapolis and go to a baseball game? I wouldn't go there. Just to be insane.
Frank Monaco, thanks for your honesty, sir. Appreciate you.
Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you.
It ain't getting better, and I hate to say that. Triple A Frank, under the power Bowser. Hey, Jack.
I'm Marty, and traffic around the area not too bad for us right now. Traffic is moving pretty well on the inbound side of the Parkway East and Parkway North. HOV lanes are closed for the morning. 28 looks good. That inbound side of the Parkway West, it is getting a little slower now as you make your way down toward Banksville, heading into the 4-pit tunnel. Starting to slow right around the Parkway Center on-ramp heading into the tunnel. Looking at the inbound side of 65, that's moving pretty well. Just a reminder for folks this morning, right around 9 o'clock, the 79 northbound ramp to northbound 65 closed. It's going to remain closed until the end of the year. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 to 10:35. This report is brought to you by Baker Tilly. Business opportunities are all around us. When you work with Baker Tilly, their advisory, tax, and accounting professionals have the experience to help you see the big picture and maximize on your business's potential. Depend on Baker Tilly to be your strategic partner. Connect with them at bakertilly.com. Our next report is 1:35 for the Presbyterian Theater Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Berger on 100.1 FM and 1020 KDKA.
Just read a headline this morning and posted it that nearly 40% of America, actually more than 40% of America, is obese. And a lot of it is metabolism-based, and a lot of it is hormone-based. And I'll tell you where it started for me getting back on track, and I am. Advanced Integrated Medical 360. $199 test. 60 lab markers, 15-page customized lab report, got me on the program and it's working. Lost weight, cut cholesterol in half. Checked it out. Big time. Love it. Right now, we got my wife checking it out. It's for women too, ladies. It works. They have Advanced Integrated Medical 360. 412-227-9255. 412-227-9255.
Nielsen says more than 30 million Americans are now tuning into Newsmax TV. It's one of the biggest media stories. Newsmax is available on all major cable systems, and if you cut the cord and don't get cable, you can still get Newsmax. Find it on your smart TVs like Samsung, LG, and more. Just go to your smart TV channel guide or download the free Newsmax app. Newsmax also streams free on Roku, Zumo, Pluto, Amazon Fire, TiVo, and 7 million people have the Newsmax app on their smartphone. It takes seconds to download it on your phone, and there's no paywall or subscription. So watch Newsmax for breaking news anytime, anywhere. President Trump said Newsmax is really good. Forbes calls Newsmax a news powerhouse. Find out why tens of millions of Americans are watching Newsmax TV and going to Newsmax.com for breaking news. It's a source I trust. You can too. Watch Newsmax TV today.
KDKARadio.com puts you one click away from Pittsburgh news, exclusive content, Pittsburgh traffic and weather together, podcast, sports, and Pittsburgh talk. KDKA Radio, the voice of Pittsburgh, the voice source you've trusted for generations, offers the same clear, concise, reliable news and information all in one place online at KDKARadio.com. Stay plugged in every day at KDKARadio.com. Radio, KDKA.
66 County at 10:30 on Paul Rasmussen. A nursing assistant was shot and killed inside Jefferson Hospital in Center City, Philadelphia this morning. Police say the suspect, a 55-year-old man wearing scrubs, shot the 43-year-old man on the 9th floor. Police Commissioner Daniel Outlaw.
We learned that he was wearing body armor and was carrying multiple weapons. In addition to the long gun, which was believed to be an AR-15, was also carrying some form of a handgun, a semi-automatic handgun.
The suspect fled the scene and was later shot by police in a gun battle. He's in serious condition but expected to survive. 2 officers were wounded but not seriously. Pittsburgh's latest victim of gun violence was killed early Sunday in Sheridan. Police checking into gunfire in the 2700 block of Glennar Street found an unidentified woman dead at the scene around 3 a.m. Other details have not been made available. What will be a closely watched trial involving opioid sales is underway today in Ohio. CBS's Jim Priscilla has details.
The first trial of 4 large pharmacy chains over the nation's deadly opioid epidemic is set to begin in a federal court in Cleveland. Lawyers for 2 Ohio counties will argue that the 4 pharmacies, CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, and Giant Eagle, flooded their communities with addictive pain pills. The companies will claim that they were merely filling prescriptions written by doctors for patients with a legitimate medical need. Jim Priscilla, CBS News.
On Wall Street, Everett till its success, the Dow is down 229 points at 34,097. The NASDAQ is down 272. The S&P down 44. Next news at 11 on News Radio KDKA.
Germs and viruses get trapped in your nose. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Have you tried learning a new language but it never seems to stick? That's because there's more to language than learning vocab words. Babbel is different. Babbel's multiple ways to learn help you explore every aspect of a new language, anytime, right from your phone or computer. Practice real-life conversations in the Babbel app. Get personalized help from an instructor in Babbel's live online classes.
Classes are limited to 6 people. We keep them small so everyone can get the help and practice they need.
Review words, phrases with fun games, or dive into the culture with short videos. Whatever your learning motivation, Babbel gives you the tools you'll need to explore your new language. And Babbel is built around real life. Everything from the interactive lessons and live online classes to the podcasts and games will teach you things you'll actually use. So you're ready for real life conversations. With Babbel, you can speak a new language. Babbel, more ways to explore, more ways to learn. Start learning today at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The motto for world-class competition has always been faster, higher, stronger. It's the same for cabinets. Makers of condensing tankless water heaters. Faster to install and set up. Higher performance and efficiency to provide endless hot water. Stronger with the industry's strongest warranty. All because of the copper-free stainless steel heat exchanger built in every unit. Learn about Navient's condensing tankless water heater users and find a Navient contractor at TakeLessMadeSimple.com. That's TakeLessMadeSimple.com.
Your life, your home, and whatever you are searching for at 1:15 a.m. It's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Your local 8 Coos Market grocery stores are just the right size for everything you need.
Coos isn't too big where you get lost searching for items.
And it's not too small. Coos provides thousands of the most popular items in every Coos store.
Coos customer service is just right as well.
With friendly and knowledgeable Coos team members at each store to make sure your shopping experience is just right.
Coos prices make you feel more than all right. This week you'll find
From each department. Buttermilk Coos Italian sausage, $2.99 a pound. 85% lean Butterball ground turkey, 1 pound package for $3.39. In the Coos Bakery, cream cheese filled pumpkin roll, $7.99 each.
Coos Market offers a shopping experience that is just right, and with savings you can see on your Coos Rewards card.
Shop at one of Coos' 8 store locations or shop online at CoosMarket.com for convenient curbside pickup.
Coos Market.
A Pittsburgh tradition.
Did you know that alcohol abuse has a profoundly negative effect on the entire body? Your brain, heart, pancreas, liver, and immune system are all significantly affected by alcohol. The experienced staff at Greenbrier Treatment Centers can help. At Greenbrier, we know that it is critical that detoxification from alcohol take place in a safe, controlled environment to prevent withdrawal complications. To schedule a free assessment, call 1-800-637-COPE or visit greenbrier.net. Here's why I enjoy sports betting. It kind of gives you some skin in the game, as BetMGM likes to say.
And you know you're a sports bettor when you're tuning in to watch a UConn football game.
Start your view with a daily tip with Michael Jenkins and Shelter Messenger from BetQL. It's some bad football, but if you have the skin in the game and you got some money on it, all of a sudden you're invested in it, and then you look at the games from a different perspective.
If you want that adrenaline rush, you get a little piece of it.
Michael Jenkins and Shelter Messenger with the daily tips, 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern from BetQL.
Traffic on the side. AAA Traffic Tower finds out where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Northbound 79 traffic is moving a little bit slower for you now, heading on to the Devil Island Bridge. Still a little slow onto the bridge, but once you're past the bridge, everything looks good. It's not too bad around the Coriopolis interchange. Just a reminder about that northbound 79 ramp, northbound 65. It closed around 9 o'clock this morning. That's going to remain closed until the end of the year. Over on 51, as midway between Ewing Road and Coriopolis Road, construction continues again today, and traffic is slow in each direction. Your Parkway West inbound slowing right before you get to the Sampire into the tunnel. The outbound side looks pretty good, no problem so far on 28, inbound or outbound. AAA traffic on the 5 is brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook Live Casino Pittsburgh. Sports betting and sports betting. Our next report at 10:45 from the Presbyterian Senior Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Burton on 100.1 FM and AM 640 KDKA. Now, here's the up to the minute AccuWeather forecast.
I know the calendar says first full week of October, but the temperatures say something different. Low 70s today, there with a few showers or rumble of thunder, down to a mild 60 tonight, and then mid to upper 70s tomorrow Wednesday. Clouds, some sunny breaks, maybe a spotty shower each day. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Steve DeVore, 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA.
Make every play count with NFL live betting at FanDuel Sportsbook at Live Casino Pittsburgh. Live betting lets you get in on the action all game long. Even if you missed opening kickoff, you can still place all your favorite bets for money line, point spreads, over-unders, and more. Visit today or download the FanDuel Sportsbook app to get started.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by the Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find 0% interest in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. Well, the time as we talk about how difficult it is to solve homicide. I had my friend Ernie from Mad Dad's calling earlier in the hour, and my good friend Kick It Loud was good in the hood. Good morning. Similar conversation to you.
Hey, Marty. Yeah, man. I don't even know if that's a thing. Those yesterday come in to talk about adults and Mad Dads, but how about the mom?
It's a group called Mothers of Murdered Sons. And I wish that we did not have to have this discussion. I wish that we did not even have to talk about this, but because the world is where it is, this is a topic of discussion in most areas, most households. Moms is a group no mother wants to join. It's a tribe of every mother who loses her son to gun violence needs to get through tough days after losing their loved ones. And one-on-one with Mom's founder, Tina Ford, and she experienced firsthand losing her son to senseless murder, and now she's picked up the pieces and she's doing what she needs to do to help other mothers who have similar stories. We recorded this interview back in July, Marty, and since then I can count on maybe 3 hands how many more mothers had lost their sons to senseless gun violence here in Pittsburgh and across the country. We can debate back and forth. Well, this is because of this and that's because of that. No mother deserves to lose their child. I am a mother to a young black man, and I would never want to be a part of this group. So it was heartfelt. Our conversation definitely something you may want to experience or just listen tomorrow on KDKA.radio.com for what's good again. But let's switch. Let's change gears because next week we're going to talk baseball, not the Pirates though, no offense. We're going to talk about the legendary Negro League baseball player Josh Gibson. His great-grandson Sean Gibson joins me next week to talk about Josh's legacy and how the Josh Gibson Foundation is working hard so that the entire world knows about the Negro Leagues and they're just as important as the Major League. So lots of good stuff coming up for what's good in the hood right here and only on KDKARadio.com.
Kicking Brown, what's good in the hood? Hey, it's terribly upsetting that I get a text info from a homicide detective that suggests that 44% of homicides are now solved, and it used to be in the 90s. Can you put your finger on what's happened?
You know what? You can say people don't have anything to do. There are no jobs. There are no fathers. There are mothers. There's drugs. You really can't put your finger on it. You do your best as a parent and just pray that this is not a story that hits closer to your home. I wish I could put my finger on it, but there's so many other things that play a part in this situation. It's so hard, and I just pray to God I never have to experience that.
Hey, in the major cities in America, including Chicago, they solve about 30% of murders. They used to solve 90%. Why don't people help anymore solve crimes? Why?
I think there's lack of trust, in the community. They just don't want to, they don't trust the system. People, they have the witness protection and they're not protected, they're not feeling protected. What you call retaliation, the whole street code and stuff like that. So that plays a part too. People just don't want to protect them. You can witness it and see it, have it on video and still not say anything. And that's sad. No other deserves, no parent deserves that.
Thank you, my friend. Anything you need, please let me know.
Anytime, gotcha.
It's hard to imagine. I just can't. Every time there's a homicide, every single time, I see these numbers. Damn. They only solved 40% of the homicides. And in Chicago, they're solving 30%. I mean, so you have a 70% chance of getting away with murder in Chicago. Wow. I can't imagine how folks, and here's what they always say about Chicago. Well, it's a wonderful city. It's just in certain neighborhoods. Okay. That doesn't help me. Right? And every cop I know has had it. I don't know what to tell you. Victor, good morning. Thanks for your patience.
Good morning. So this problem precedes Georgia just a couple of times.
Of course.
Precedes that incident. Back in 2018, for instance, there was a Pittsburgh City police officer on the south side. He put his car in the back of another car by accident. He was looking for a bad guy. driver's license was expired by 18 days. So instead of citing him or calling him down to the Allegheny County Jail, Scott Schubert had this man arrested at his home in his uniform and taken to the Allegheny County Jail in his uniform. Okay, so this war on police officers started long before, and it's a progressive notion. And my final thought is this. If you want to know why so many left homicides are being solved, take a look at our court system. Now, this is a public record. There's a player over from Sheridan by the name of Isaiah Baker who slashed the girl's face while he was carjacking. His trial just went down not too long ago. The judge put him on probation. He could have got 7 years in jail for doing that to that girl and stealing her car, but instead he got probation. And it's time we started outing these judges for not enforcing stricter sentencing for violent offenders. Maybe the homicide officers are just throwing up their hands and going, what's the use? They're just going to go back out on the street anyhow. And thanks for the call.
No, I think obviously he's very passionate. Obviously he's in law enforcement. Obviously he's frustrated. I do not. I'm not exaggerating this. I do not know a single cop that likes their job right now. I don't know a single cop that trusts that they get support of the administration in their city right now. I don't know a single cop that isn't trying desperately to either leave the city of Pittsburgh as a cop or retire altogether. It's that bad. Bad. 10:45 AAA traffic under the power of Bowser. Hey, Cat.
Hi, Marty. And traffic on that northbound side of 79. It is slow for you as you make your way over the Devil Lines and Bridge. It's slow for you as you make your way up onto the bridge. Just there on the Coriopolis on-ramp at this point. And again, that 65 northbound ramp coming from northbound 79 is now closed until the end of December. Folks traveling over on the inbound side of the Parkway North, where everything rolling along nicely. On the outbound side, looks like we have a single vehicle accident here. Vehicle right before the Camp One exit ramp. It's off to the left shoulder of the roadway, but it looks like they're blocking off that left-hand lane as they work to clear that crash. Looking at the inbound side of the Parkway East, everything rolling along nicely from Monroeville all the way into downtown. AAA-775 is brought to you by DuckDuckGo is a route you can trust. What is it that makes you uniquely you? Well, DuckDuckGo doesn't think that's any of their business, and frankly, it shouldn't be the business of any tech company. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. Our next report is 10:55 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Berger on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We've had such a good experience in the Griffin House with Coit. I mean, all that COVID crap on our carpets, seriously. You know, all the food, all the gunk, all the dog stuff, you gotta put. Coit came in last month, did an amazing job on our carpets. Honestly, they look brand new. So right now, in October, Get Marty special. 25% off all services, air ducts, carpets, drapes, lines, rugs, tiles, grout. No obligation, in-home estimates. I love that. No obligation. 1-800-FOR-COIT or Coit.com. 1-800-FOR-COIT or Coit.com. Look, they've been around here doing great work for 50 years. I love them. Get the Get Marty special. 1-800-FOR-COIT.
When you want instant access to KDKA Radio, it's as easy as writing an email to the Dollar Bank Instant Access account. Email instanaccess@kdkaradio.com.
Brought to you by Dollar Bank. Get a super low home equity rated Dollar Bank. Visit dollar.bank. Equal housing lender. Have your new bathroom quickly remodeled by a company that has kept customers satisfied for nearly 20 years. That's my friends at Kemco Plumbing, Kitchen and Bath. As a premier bathroom remodeler, Kemco handles everything from start to finish. Their designers, plumbers, and craftsmen use bath brand products and do the job right. Call for a solo appointment and get your project started now. 412-821-KEPT. That's 412-821-5378. Kemco Plumbing, Kitchen and Bath, where prices are kept low and customers are kept satisfied.
Help ensure your financial peace of mind. Click HASREN.com for a list of free investment webinars designed to help you steer through today's ever-changing investment times. Click HASREN.com. Heffrey Tillotson, member FIPP.
Life today looks different than it did not so long ago. Maybe you're working less or more. At Heffrey Tillotson, our experienced financial advisors and master plan process can turn what can we do
now into we have a plan, one relief. Even as your life and the markets shift, Master Plan stays grounded in your goals, your values, and our knowledge and research. Every family should have a Master Plan. Contact us for a no-obligation review at hefren.com. Member SIPC.
You can be better positioned in today's investment market. Click hefren.com for a list of free investment webinars designed to help you be better prepared. Click hefren.com. Hefren Tillotson, member SIPC.
Intermission is over. It's time to restart the art. Join the Greater Petersburg Arts Council as we safely bring our art community back to life. It's time for our next act exchange. It's time to restart the art. Apply. Get fan information at artsburg.org.
Hey guys, what is more likely to happen? One,
Hey, Mike, you see the game last night? Yeah. I can't believe they came back to win.
or two.
Hey, Mike, look upset. Well, having problems with my wife. You know, in the bedroom.
Yeah, we all know which is the more likely scene. We don't like to talk about or down function to anyone, and that's a problem. That's why you need to see the ED specialist at Peak Performance for Men. Listen, if you've been diagnosed with ED, the ED specialist at Peak Performance for Men can help treat your erectile dysfunction today. Visit their medical facility and meet with an ED specialist. They'll explain how Peak Performance for Men has a better solution than mass market drugs. And here's the best part: it's non-invasive, no pain, no side effects, and it is FDA clear. Need another reason? Over 80% of men who receive treatment experience long-term improvement in male performance. So schedule your free consultation today. Visit peakperformanceformen.com to find a medical office near you or call 412-748-8181. 412-748-8181. Odyssey is your new home for all the radio that matters to you. Download the Odyssey app and listen to KDKA and all the news, sports, and music podcasts. Here's your Chill on Money question of the day.
Evan from Maryland asks, my prior employer is offering a pension lump sum payment of about $42,000 or $200 monthly for my lifetime. And if I die, my wife would get the $200 for the rest of her life. Is there a rule of thumb in regards to the lump sum versus the monthly payment? Okay, my guess is that if they're offering you a lump sum, it's probably a better deal for the company. There are plenty of online calculators for you to run the numbers. But again, I'm thinking the monthly payment is likely a better deal for you.
Have a question? Go to chillonmoney.com. Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance coverage. Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Visit libertymutual.com to learn more. libertymutual.com.
My friend Carlos sent me a text on Saturday morning. Over to vet. Carlos owns Greater Pitt Tree Service. Amazing man. He brought 9 people, $1 million equipment to Carney to help out a World War II vet. And Carlos says, help out or get out. And I love that. I just love that. Carlos, my man, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Marty. How about yourself?
You do mean that, help out or get out, right?
That's right.
Why?
I just think that's the way it should be. People, if you can help out with whatever, go out, cut a guy's grass, carry his groceries, paint his house, cut his tree down, you know, get out there and help somebody.
I love it, man. And this is a $6,000 job you did this weekend, and you love doing this stuff, do you not, sir?
Yeah, I like meeting the guys and hearing their stories and the look on their face and the neighbors, everything. It's rewarding, you know, when you go out and help somebody, it you know, comes back or reflects on you. It's rewarding.
I love it, man. And we started this discussion, and we're going to make this happen. You want to make this much bigger than Carlos from Greater Pitt Tree Service. You want to make this everybody helping everybody, right?
Well, I don't know if I'd ever. I keyed in on the World War II vets because these guys went out and fought for our country, came home, went to work, raised their families,
and they didn't ask for anything. You know, these are the people I like to help, the ones that aren't out there sticking their hand out for something. These guys, if anybody that I want to help out that deserves it, is these guys, and there's not too many left right now.
So I want to grab Marianne. Marianne, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Marty. I'm doing well.
How amazing was it to see Carlos and his fellas pulling up to your dad's place?
Oh, it was absolutely amazing. I was about in tears with the work that they did. So it was just so wonderful.
Tell us about your dad and what they did, Marianne.
He's a World War II veteran. He was in the Navy when he turned 18. Joined the Navy. The war in the Pacific was still going on. So he was on a carrier in the Pacific until the end of the World War II, after Japan surrendered.
And Marianne, how did you connect the dots with Carlos and get this work done?
My son found out about him. You know, we typically help my dad out ourselves. My husband helps him with painting. He fixed the gutters for him, but this tree job was just too big for us. And our son found out on Facebook, he saw that Carlos does work for World War II veterans. And we called them, and Michael, once he came out, gave us the estimate and said that they would do it complimentary for the World War II veterans. So happy. It was quite the job. He brought all his equipment. My dad's house has a high-power electric line near it and then a hillside. Carlos can tell you about all the equipment he brought that they needed to get these trees out of my dad's yard.
So what's that say about Carlos and his commitment to veterans in this community?
He's wonderful. He's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So it's so heartwarming to know that people like that are in the world.
It really is. Marianne, I love you. I want to talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to do more on the site. Carlos, you're my man. You do that stuff because you want to make a difference. Why is that in your blood?
Yeah, I'm trying to get more contractors involved in it, so if anybody's listening and wants to give me a call and see if any of the guys I've worked for might have a need for their services, I'm easy to get a hold of, and, see what we can do for these guys. I mean, one for them would be speaking Japanese or German.
That's right, my man. Carlos, I'm in. You're the best, brother. Thank you.
Hey, Marty, we're going out to Anthony's in North Hills on November 13th, to Saturday.
That's fantastic.
We're going to put on a good show out there.
I'll be there, brother. Thank you.
Bye, Marty.
The absolute best. The job in North Hills he's talking about? $20,000. He's doing it as a favor. It's amazing. That's what makes this town great. Absolute Carlos. Greater Pitt Tree Service, brothers and sisters. Triple H Traffic with the power of Bowser. Hey, guys.
Hi, Marty. Traffic around the area not too bad for us for the morning. Everything seems to be moving pretty well. The Parkway East, Parkway North, 28 and 51 as you head towards the Liberty Tunnel. The only place we're seeing some slow traffic is over on the Parkway West. As you make your way down that front side of Braintree Hill, it is a bit busy for you. It's not bumper to bumper. It's just slower for you right around Parkway Center as you head into the tunnels. On the outbound side, everything is moving pretty well. No major issues for you right now over on 65 as you head past the McKee Truck Bridge down towards the north side. Just a reminder about the northbound 79 and northbound 65. It closed this morning until the end of the year. Our next AAA traffic on the 5, 1105 from the Presbyterian Cedar Care Upper Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Clifford on 100.1 FM and AM 620 KDKA.
So, a lot of folks have been having a tough time getting someone to do work at their homes, especially plumbers. Look, I talked to Matt Mertz, I talked to Lisa Mertz, they run Matt Mertz Plumbing, obviously. They both tell me, Marty, we have staff, we're ready to go. Marty, we have plumbers ready to go. Big jobs, small jobs. If you have a big job you can't pay for right now, and if you qualify, they will finance it. Matt Mertz Plumbing, on it and ready, 412-367-0815. Matt Mertz Plumbing, 412-367-0815. Long walks, cool, crisp days. Plan to enjoy all the fall offers. This is Kevin Battle for the Good Feet store. Don't be held back by your sore feet. Invest in them. Stores open at 10 o'clock. 2 locations. Robinson Town Center and Route 19 in Cranberry. Or goodfeet.com/Pittsburgh.
This segment brought to you by UPMC, life-changing medicine.
The holidays are right around the corner, and talking to Lisa Lacina, you must order your custom draperies, blinds, shades, and shutters right now to beat the deadline. Lacina Drapery is offering 12 months same as cash and professional installation on all their custom window treatments. Call today, 412-665-4900 to book a free shop at home appointment, or simply go online to lacinadrapery.com, 412-665-4900.
It's been a tough year, and you sure don't need to get in with a big unexpected bill. But what is your hardware style right now? How you pay the bill? If it's your transmission, that's over $3,000. Your engine, up to $6,000. Even minor repairs like your air conditioning can hit your wallet hard. Here's the good news: if you have a car, truck, or SUV that's $19.99 or newer, you can stop paying for repairs right now. That's right. With Protect My Car, when your car breaks down, we pay your repair bill for you. Just dial 800-279-2837 on your mobile phone now to get started. Protect My Car pays for repairs to your engine, transmission, air conditioning, suspension, and so much more. Dial 800-279-2837 and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2837 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2837 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2837.
News Radio KDKA, covered by JC Roofing and Siding.
KDKA AM and HD, KDKA FM HD to Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey station.
This is the radio, KDKA.
66 and cloudy at 11 o'clock on Paul Rasmussen. The National Aviary is holding a news conference this hour on the captured Sunday of an escaped eagle. The raptor was caught near a Pine Township home. Kodiak Stellar's sea eagle left an outdoor enclosure on September 25th. A team from the aviary used falconry techniques and equipment to retrieve the bird, which appears to be in good health. Kodiak was spotted in several areas of North Park and also Riverview Park. Steel Valley schools will not tolerate students who smack a staff member. This is a trend on TikTok. High school students get video of themselves striking a school teacher or staffer and post it. News Radio KDK's Josh Roundtree has more.
In a letter sent to parents and families last week, District Superintendent Edward Werr made it clear that any participation in this challenge at Steel Valley will not be tolerated. Werr wrote that any students who strike a staff member will face severe discipline and could face assault charges. Parents and families are being urged by district leaders to speak to children and let them know that this type of behavior will not be condoned. The trend follows one in September in which high school students were urged to steal and vandalize school property. Josh Roundtree, News Radio KDKA.
The Supreme Court begins a new term today with a return to the courtroom that the justices abandoned more than 18 months ago because of the pandemic. The most anticipated case this term over an abortion law will be argued in December.
The Mississippi case bans abortions after 15 weeks. Roe v. Wade not only granted a constitutional right to have an abortion, it also created a 24-week standard before which an abortion cannot be outlawed. 24 weeks represented fetal viability outside of the womb. 15 weeks challenges that standard.
CBS News legal analyst Dane Rosenbaum. An active volcano off the coast of North Africa is getting more dangerous. Reports from La Palma in Spain's Canary Islands say one side of the volcano has collapsed. The BBC's Dan Johnson is covering.
Incredibly, this eruption is now into a third week, and it keeps getting stronger. The volcano is producing even more lava with even more force. That's why all that lava, all that ash is pouring up into the sky higher and higher, and that means more of a risk to a bigger area.
And that could lead to more evacuations on top of the 6,000 people who've already left their homes. The Rolling Stones have the honor of playing the first concert in over 2 years tonight at Heinz Field. If you're going, parking lots open at 3:30, stadium gates at 5:30, and the concert starts at 7:30. Ticket holders are not required to show proof of vaccination, but if you are unvaccinated, you're asked to wear a mask. Tickets are still available. On Wall Street, Hipper Intelligence says the Dow is now down 422 points at 33,904. The NASDAQ is down 344, and the down 67. In sports, the Raiders visit the Chargers tonight. Listen to Monday Night Football at 7:30 on 93.7 The Fan. The news is brought to you by the law firm of Rosen and Perry. No slogans or gimmicks, just results. It's 11:03. Time to go to Walnut Grill, where October is sirloin season. Enjoy sirloin steak combos all this month at Walnut Grill. AAA Traffic and AccuWeather next.
If a quote for a new roof almost gave you a heart attack, calm down. Many asphalt roofing problems can be solved with RoofMax, the affordable, eco-friendly alternative to a roof replacement. RoofMax technology can extend the life of your roof at least 15 years and save you a ton of money. So don't get a new roof. Get RoofMax for a free, no-obligation roof assessment. Call 412-387-9333. RoofMax is a proud, local, veteran-owned business.
Research shows that people remember radio ads with British accents. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need, take it from a Brit.
Oi, bomb insurance code stuck in the dosha in your pocket. It's bomb exhibit in your shoe. What is this, mate?
Can you just say Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Maureen thinks big shopping epic daily deals at Amazon. So now she's free to become Maureen the Merrier. And with their brand new tableware, everyone's welcome to Maureen's table. All of her family, friends, even her neighbor with a pet. Hey, has anyone seen a ferret around here? It's Amazon's epic daily deal.
Hey folks, it's Marty Griffin. My friends at Medicare just told me some amazing Medicare options right now. Listen, benefits like thousands in dental coverage, glasses, hearing benefits, groceries, meal delivery, debit cards that pay for your copays. Pay for your copays. Plans as low as $0 a month. When you think Medicare, you gotta think Medicare. Look, pick up the phone, call them right now. 888-818-6334. The service doesn't cost you a dime. 888-818-6334.
It's 11:05. AAA Traffic's powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Here's Kathy.
Well, traffic around the area moving very well. All three of our parkways are now up to speed. No delays at all. And the HOP lanes, of course, are closed over on the Parkway North. On that inbound side of Route 28, everything is clear all the way down towards the north side. 79 traffic moving very well northbound and southbound, even on the Devil Island Bridge, where you're only seeing that left lane open. I'm not seeing any delays at all. Now, just a reminder about that ramp right northbound 79 to 65 north. It closed at 9 o'clock this morning. It's going to remain closed until the end of the year. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 is 7:15. From the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Kathy Burford on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
Varying amounts of clouds, picking some showers, and maybe even a rumble of thunder this afternoon, early evening. Low 70s most places, down to 60 tonight, and then warmer, mid to upper 70s with a few sunny breaks, and also a sticky shower each day tomorrow and Wednesday. I'm actually going to be your officer, Steve DeBoer, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.
66 at Pittsburgh International.
With each breath, allergens, germs, and viruses get trapped in your nose. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Available at Navage.com.
I have the Gravity County Executive Rich Fitzgerald with me. Hi, Dr. Jones. Good morning, Fitz. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Marty. How's it going?
Good. I want you to listen to something real quick, okay?
Okay.
The ACC says the safest way is to celebrate the holidays by having virtual celebrations, gathering outside in a socially distanced way, and celebrating only with people who live in the same household. If you are gathering indoors, make sure your windows and doors are open for better ventilation. Follow the CDC guidelines like wear masks indoors if there are a lot of people inside. Hold off on holiday travel like flying if you can, unless you're fully vaccinated.
Fitz, did you hear that?
I did, yeah.
a little bit confusing. Look, man, you've been the voice of reason, and I have commended you. You've shown amazing leadership. This is idiotic, and I don't expect you to say that, but what the hell are they trying to accomplish here, Fitz?
Well, I think it'd be very difficult on Christmas to keep your windows open living in Pittsburgh. So let's start there when it's 15 or 20 degrees. Some of the advice, though, I think what they're saying when you're in a group of a large gathering indoors, you might want to wear your mask, and I get that, especially if you don't know the people. I mean, if it's your family and you've all been vaccinated, then it's a different deal. But if you're at a Christmas party with 200 people or whatever in a ballroom at a hotel or something along those lines, I can see their advice, but it is confusing. I don't disagree.
Fitz, we have worked so hard, and I mean on this station, on this platform, with the folks on UPMC, certainly with your folks who have been absolutely fabulous, to communicate the folks to get vaccinated so we can get back to normal. Richard Fitzgerald joining me. That piece that I just played, I could have played a year ago, because as far as I'm concerned, their situation, their observations, their recommendations haven't really changed. Are they assuming that no one's been vaccinated? I mean, that's just obnoxious.
Well, that's what I think, yes. I think you bring up a good point. They mentioned the word if you've been vaccinated, but it's kind of almost like in parentheses or whatever. It's in the small print. The key is getting vaccinated, and that's what we're seeing in places that are doing much better when it comes to hospitalizations and fatalities, and places like ours, where you've got a high percentage of folks who are vaccinated, and versus places that have very low vaccination rates, where they're still having high death rates, high hospitalization. Vaccine, that's the key.
But you nailed it right there at the top. This is what happens with Americans, and I think this is why folks get angry. For them to suggest that if I'm having Thanksgiving, that I should just have my immediate family, well, that's a joke. All my family's vaccinated, short of my son, and it looks like he'll be vaccinated by Thanksgiving. My brother's entire family's vaccinated. My sister and her husband, John, vaccinated. Anybody at that dinner would be vaccinated. For them to suggest they were supposed to sit there with the windows and doors open, all it does is confuse people. Hasn't their messaging been kind of bizarre sometimes, Vince?
It has. For the most part, it's been good, but every once in a while it isn't. And I think the messaging should be more to the case of, if you are unvaccinated, then you should be very, very careful where you're at, where you go. Places that are outdoors, places that are, you want to wear your mask. But for exactly what you're describing within your family, everybody's vaccinated. So if you've got 20 people or so, and they're all vaccinated and they're all protected, you're going to be fine.
Rich Fitzgerald, you have a big family, and I'm guessing, am I presuming here, am I presumptuous to suggest that they've all been vaccinated, sir?
Everyone. That's exactly right. Parents, aunts and uncles, all my kids, yes, we've all been vaccinated.
And you always have big gatherings. Are you going to do that at Thanksgiving, sir?
We will be. Last year, our gathering was actually outside. We well set aside, and it was a little strange sitting 6 to 8 feet away. But this year, we will be able to be inside again normally, and I don't anticipate we'll be having the windows open.
That's just ignorant. All right, I want to address that, and I think it hurts them rather than helps the CDC. It's become laughable. County Executive Fitzgerald, I commend you as if it matters, but it's important that you order this vaccine mandate by December. In many cases, when companies have done that, when airlines have done that, they have seen a big jump in the number of vaccinations. I know you just discussed this last week, but are you anecdotally hearing that there's been positive feedback, or folks angry, sir?
We've seen that the vast majority of folks are going to get the vaccine and get it all done by December 1st, as we said. When we did an announcement back in early August, where new hires had to be vaccinated as a condition of employment, and we're insisting unvaccinated folks had to be tested all the time, had to wear their masks all the time, et cetera. We also saw a big jump in the number of people who came in and became vaccinated. And you're right, I do hear this among companies. I hear it certainly among Pittsburgh companies, many of which are above 90%, 95% of their employment, and they feel much better about the workplace when they get to those guys
At the end of the day, our numbers haven't jumped from the big outdoor events we've had. Isn't that kind of a suggestion? Isn't it kind of a marker that we're doing the right thing? Even at outdoor big events with tens of thousands of people, that we're doing pretty well considering the numbers haven't jumped so.
I do. I agree. Where we still see, cases going up, it tends to be on indoor events, weddings and parties, those type of things. But you're right. The Friday night football games, the Steeler games, other picnics that have happened throughout the fall, we've not seen a big jump. And I think, again, it's because so many of us in Allegheny County have been vaccinated. We're almost 800,000 folks who have been vaccinated, and the numbers continue to go up. And I think you're talking about the requirements of employers, not just Allegheny County workers, but I'm seeing this again and again and again from private employers out throughout the community. I think you're going to see more and more of this, and hopefully once the kids, the 5 to 11-year-olds, become approved, you're going to also see a big increase in vaccinations, and that'll protect that group of citizens as well.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Before I let you go, still, this is great news, by the way. I think we're doing extremely well here, and the numbers indicate that. Man, I still bang my head against the wall to every single business owner that I know that can't get folks to take job openings. Have you been able to wrap your arms around why, sir?
No, that's become more puzzling than I thought it would be. Look, we knew there was a disruption in workplaces and, people's, feelings about going back to work, et cetera. There's trepidation. I get all that. But I think it's been even more disruptive than we've seen. What's going to happen in the next couple of months? How many people are going back to the office? How big our office is going to be? I think that's an open question that we're, as a society, wrestling with, not just here in Pittsburgh, but throughout the country.
True. It made me sad, honestly, to see that a Port Authority took the T down to one car. And, man, do you really believe that the projections are downtown won't be back for 5 years, sir? 5 years?
I think downtown will be different, and we don't know how different, because I think, again, even workplaces that are going to be opened up again, law firms, financial firms, accountants, et cetera, you're going to see a certain percentage of the work week is going to be done remotely. So are people going to be coming in 5 days a week like they did in the past, or are they going to be coming in 2 days a week like they did in the past? That's obviously going to affect restaurants and coffee shops and retail and a lot of things. But I think what you're also going to see is maybe some of these downtown buildings convert to residential. More and more people do want to live in downtown and those type of things. So the change is coming. There's no question. We just don't know how quickly and how fast it's going to come.
Appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
All right, Marty. Talk to you later.
Chevrolet traffic, look for the power of Bowser. Hey, Ken.
Hi, Marty. Traffic over on 51 as you head down toward the Liberty Tunnel. Very light volume, no major delays then heading down toward the tunnel. Same thing on West Liberty Avenue as you make your way down the hill towards the tunnel. Parkway West looks good, both on the inbound and outbound side, and so does the Parkway East. We just have some volume heading into the tunnels. That's really about it. No delays at all. Looks good on Allegheny River Boulevard as you make your way through Oakmont and Corona, heading all the way down toward Washington Boulevard. Just those occasional traffic light delays. 28 on the inbound side is clear to the north side. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 at 11:75. On the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Kathy Burford on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I have been talking about Advanced Integrated Medical 360 for 3 months, and I have talked on this show about the results in my world. My cholesterol cut by more than half. Seriously. Testosterone at a level where it's supposed to be was out of whack. And I wanted you to know that this is also a program for women. It's the #1 hormone weight loss center in the region. Lab marker test starts it off. Estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, cortisol, thyroid. My thyroid was headed out of control, and now it isn't. It's also for women. I have my wife getting tested in the next few days. I want her to know where she stands. Just turned 50. 412-227-9255. Also for women, ladies, please. Very effective. 412-227-9255. Advanced Integrated Medical 360. This is News Radio KDKA on the Odyssey.
free firm. MediConnectInsurance.com. Overseeing a company retirement plan comes with considerable risks and complexities. Are your plan service providers delivering the level of support you need? Snyder Downs Retirement Solutions can help. Visit SDRetirementSolutions.com.
This is Richard Massey inviting you to get short-defined at shortform.com.
We partner with Local 66.
We partner with Local 66.
We partner with Local 66.
We partner with Local 66. We partner with Local 66.
We partner with Local 66. Like working with the operating engineers, Local 66 contractors reduce turnover, employees find greater job satisfaction, and projects get completed safely. Visit us at IUOE66.org for more information.
Even though asbestos cancer often takes decades to develop, by the time it is detected, it is often in advanced stages. If you are sick from exposure to asbestos, you're entitled to compensation for your pain and suffering. But a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit can be complex and challenging, so you'll need the attorneys of Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White on your side. They're pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call Goldberg, Persky & White at 1-800-COMPLEX or visit them online at gpwlaw.com.
Lower. Number of riders on 430 buses and on the T. As I mentioned to Fitz, the T has reduced their cars from 2 cars to 1. And they said that downtown, they don't anticipate the flow, the numbers returning for 5 years. 5. I've got some friends in the hotel business downtown. Hotels roughly, right now, occupancy in the area of 40%. 40%. 40%. Every single person that I know that owns a business is hurt in terms of attracting employees. It's the one thing I can't wrap my arms around. Restaurateurs are having to try to figure out in their minds, if you folks have led the business forever. I've heard different stories from different restaurant owners. Some say it's COVID lazy, that you're living off unemployment, but the extra unemployment payments are gone. They're gone. And it hasn't moved the needle at all. And by the way, that's just not our region, that's around the country. There's still close to 11 million job openings in the country, actually more than the most job openings in history right now. And there are still about 9 million people unemployed. So there are jobs, and they're paying more than they ever have. You will never see that minimum wage of $7 an hour again, ever. It's gone. COVID changed that forever. But every single restaurateur that I know is desperate for people. Desperate. Fact. I know the folks that own actors. There are at least 500 people short. Come on, man. I know a construction company that's close to 1,000 short. Joe Wadlow, my friend from Monticello, they're well over 100 people short. 100. Rob Kenya, who drives his son back to school at OU, my alma mater, as a matter of fact. He sent me a note this morning. It's actually amazing to me. McDonald's is closed. McDonald's closed. No staff. What the hell? And here's a note from Lori's Restaurant. Closed Tuesday due to staffing. It's not ending. It's not slowing down. And no one knows when, why, or how anyone will come back. So from restaurant owners, here's what I hear. Folks said, the hell with it. I hate the hours. I hate the business. I hate the salary. I hate the benefits. One of my very close friends ran his own restaurant, then went to work for a big restaurant chain. He's a really, really good chef.
He told him he was quitting to go to work for Giant Eagle Market District as a chef. They offered him a big raise. He turned it down. His name's Matt. I love him. He's a fantastic chef. I asked him why. He said several reasons. Number one, benefits. The restaurant business does not pay the benefits. He said number two, 401k. The restaurant business does not pay a 401k. And in talking to restaurant owners, they're telling me a couple things. Automation is coming. Fewer and fewer servers. Number two, they've had to increase salaries dramatically. Number three, for the first time in history of owning these businesses, some guys have had them 30 years. They're talking about 401ks. They're talking about retirement plans. But folks, a lot of people, from what I'm told, have said to hell with the restaurant business. I never liked it. I found something better that pays more. Where? Costco, Target, Walmart, Giant Eagle, McDonald's, $22 an hour, paying for daycare, paying for college. It's bizarre what's happened. And as a result, the mom and pops, the token designers, they're getting squeezed dramatically like they've never been squeezed before. And it's actually a hell of a problem. And I hope we find a way out of it, because if we don't, as Jim Toten says, the big corporates will be fine. But the little guy, the mom and pop, will go away. And that will be awesome. 11:25, AAA traffic, brought to you by the Power Bouncer. Morning, Cap.
Hey, good morning, Marty. We're starting to see a little more traffic on the outbound side of Route 28, about halfway between the end of bypass and the Highland Park Bridge. So if you're heading to that construction zone, expect some slowing traffic. The inbound side, though, looks pretty good. And we're not seeing any major issues up on the Parkway North this morning. Northbound, southbound 79, all doing pretty well. You are on the single lane northbound 79, but no major issues for you there. We do have the slow traffic, though, just off of 79 there, Coraopolis, on 51. Between Coraopolis Road and Ewing Road, that road, we're definitely slowing you down in both directions. AAA traffic on the 5, brought to you by Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Our next report is at 35 to the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. It's Happy Birthday on 100.1 FM and 1020 KDKA.
At Presbyterian Senior Care Network, their hearts have never been more sure that keeping our greatest generation safe and cared for is what they're meant to do. It's just one of the ways they're making aging easier for every person they serve. Learn more at srcare.org.
We're going to be talking to my friends at MediConnect later this week, because this is an important time of year. Look, I can't tell you enough how confusing Medicare can be. And I can't tell you enough how MediConnect offers clarity on that. From the moment we first met, and they said, hey, man, get Marty, MediConnect, you make a difference, we make a difference, and then I drill down on it, they really do. They answer the questions that no one can. And check this out. They work for all the carriers. Do not call your carrier. Call MediConnect. They will get you the best deal. Talk to a woman, Joan. Say $6,000 a year with MediConnect. 888-818-6334 MediConnect. 888-818-6334. Important stuff. Tell them, please. Marty sent me.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-256-4180 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns. There's no need to fear anymore, but you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-256-4180 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security checks. Call 800-256-4180 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-256-4180.
I love the notes I get early in the morning from Ricky D at Coit. He's my man. And he's right. I got to brag about how Coit cleaned at our house. Absolutely amazing. They look brand new. So here's the deal. Right now, this month, get Marty special. 25% off all services. Air ducts, carpets, drapes, blinds, area rugs, tile, grout. And by the way, I love this. In-house estimates free. With a business that's been around for 50 years, they are the absolute best. 1-800-FOR-COIT, 1-800-FOR-COIT, or COIT.com. You gotta love to get Marty special. 1-800-FOR-COIT.
News Radio KDKA, covered by JK Roofing and Siding. Kevin Battle goes one-on-one. He sits down with the most influential leaders in our region, asking questions that have never been asked, and getting answers you've never heard.
We all have a hard time asking for help, so it takes a lot of courage.
CEO of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, Lisa Scales.
Kevin Battle goes one-on-one Wednesday during the KDKA Radio Morning Show starting at 5. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Otter was supposed to go to a haunted house this weekend. Her friends went. $30 a person.
30 for a damn haunted house. And you know what's even scarier? 3-hour wait. Forget about it. Ain't no way. I don't care. You'd have to pay me $300 to wait 30 minutes for a haunted house. $30, 3 hours. Ain't no way.
Medicare Advantage Studio.
This is radio. KDKA.
67, mostly cloudy skies at 11:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The CDC has released new guidance ahead of the holiday season, and to tell us what they're recommending, here's KDKA TV's Lindsay Ward.
The ACC says the safest way is to celebrate the holidays by having virtual celebrations, gathering outside in a socially distanced way, and celebrating only with people who live in the same household. If you are gathering indoors, make sure your windows and doors are open for better ventilation. Follow the CDC guidelines like wear masks indoors if there are a lot of people inside. Hold off on holiday travel like flying if you can, unless you're fully vaccinated.
And if you're not fully vaccinated and you're traveling with children, the CDC suggests driving. Next year's Kids on the Block tour will stop in Pittsburgh. The concert is scheduled July 19th and features Salt, Peppa, Rick Astley, and on both. Tickets go on sale Friday. Congressman Guy Reschenthaler got married over the weekend. In a statement, his office says Reschenthaler married Jennifer Drogas Friday at the Cavalier Hotel in Virginia Beach. The newlyweds exchanged vows at a small ceremony surrounded by family and close friends. On Wall Street, Efrain Tillotson says the losses are growing. The Dow is now down 435 points at 33,891. The NASDAQ is down 321. The S&P down 66. Next news at 12 on News Radio KDKA.
With each breath, allergens, germs, and viruses get trapped in your nose. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Well, according to research, 82% of people remember Radioactive. That means that 82% of you listening right now remember that this is an ad for ZipRecruiter. If you're hiring, 82% of you will recall that ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. And 82% of you will know that you can try ZipRecruiter for free today. But you have to go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Yes, free. 82% of you will keep in mind that ZipRecruiter's technology finds qualified people for your job and actively invites them to apply.
Is that you? Who are you talking to?
82% of you will also know that I live with my mom. But the most important thing to know is that ZipRecruiter works. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Will you be part of the 82% who remember where you can try ZipRecruiter for free? It's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Again, that exclusive link is ZipRecruiter.com/free. How much? Free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The motto for world-class competition has always been faster, higher, stronger. It's the same for Navient, makers of condensing tankless water heaters. Faster to install and set up, higher performance and efficiency to provide endless hot water. Stronger with the industry's strongest warranty. All because of the copper-free stainless steel heat exchanger built in every unit. Learn about Navient's condensing tankless water heaters and find the Navient contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com. That's tanklessmadesimple.com.
searching for it, 1:15 a.m. It's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You want to do a lot in life, so why wait? Get the funds now to turn your do into done with a super low rate on a dollar bank home equity loan. And by super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash back for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there are no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask the Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-BANK. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change without notice. Loans prepaid and sold within 36 months require reimbursement of third-party closing costs. Equal housing lender. Is this your year for replacement windows?
Then you need to consider the product itself and the people you deal with. Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schwartzer from Metropolitan Window Company.
When it comes to product, Metropolitan is home to the Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass window.
Fiberglass windows are 8 times stronger than vinyl.
They're free to operate and clean. They come in lots of decorator colors and styles.
And fiberglass is the best insulator of all window framing materials.
As for people, Maggie and I started Metropolitan 43 years ago.
Along the way, our people have been honored with many of the industry's highest awards.
Our installation crews are neat and complete many of the jobs in a single day.
And right now, it's our full sale, and you can save 20% on every window and door product, plus get interest-free financing for 18 months.
So let's get that ball rolling. We're on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
We have showrooms on Route 51 across from Bowman High School and Route 19 in Westford.
Or just call us at 412.
AAA Traffic Tower 5,000, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Go work out there. For the most part, traffic is moving pretty well, but you will find some lane restrictions around the area. Working quarters up for Western Township on 910. Doing some work in each direction there between Middle Road Extension and Mountain View Road, so just watch for that slow traffic. And just a reminder for folks over in Kennedy Township, your Reviewing Road is now closed completely between Castle View Drive and Route 51. Slide repair underway, and that's going to continue for the next couple of weeks. On the inbound side of the Parkway East, you're not seeing any major issues as you head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Looks like the east side of the Parkway East is also clear. That's the last same thing, inbound and outbound, everything rolling along nicely. And Route 28 looks pretty good now on that outbound side. It was a little slow at the Highland Park Bridge, but right now we're not seeing any delays. And it's AAA traffic on the bottom, 1145 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Bergman on 100.1 FM and AM by KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
Fairly cloudy, humid, a few showers as we go through the day, maybe even a rumble of thunder this afternoon or evening. High 70 to 74, down to 60 miles later tonight. Warm and sticky with a passing shower or two tomorrow and Wednesday, upper 70s. Both days tomorrow and Wednesday. I'm Anthony giving you WC DeVore 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by the Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find 0% interest in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hey, anybody been to the waiting in line at these this 100 acres manor? 100 acres manor, haunted house. I could care less. I think it's nice they have them. I guess we get turned into my daughter Chloe was going to go with her friends on Saturday. $27 for general admission. $27, and they waited. She didn't go. Her friends went. 3 hours. 3 hours. Check this out. Now, if you want to go VIP, skip the general admission line. $40. $40. It's right here on your page. I guess people do it. Well, if you're waiting 3 hours, there had to be hundreds and hundreds of people there. We've got a lot of money these days. $40 if you want to skip the line. My daughter, who is 14, her friends went, I guess, and stood in line for 3 hours. Chloe did not go. 2 reasons. Didn't want to spend the $30 and is afraid of haunted houses. It's $60. $60 if you want a hoodie. $60. Let's just assume the 5 of us went. Okay, we wanted to skip the line. That's $200 just to go to the haunted house. There's no way, man. It's not happening. Anybody go? Anyone? Pay this money? I'm not disrespecting the fact that they can charge us. If they're getting that, good for them. Knock yourselves out. It's a whole new world. So there's 5 of us. If we would have gone, that was $200 just to get it. Now, if you go to dinner, if you notice restaurants, the prices have gone up. Food is through the roof. I was just with my boy Jeff Cohen last week, and food prices have gone up substantially. My boy Steve says, "Come on, Marty, quit your whining, my friend. You have that in your straw." Hey, man. I just can't do that. I just can't imagine. Steve, when we were growing up, what the hell is a haunted house? Well, that would mean you would go and find some house in the neighborhood that had been abandoned with all the windows broken. Seriously. And you would sneak in there and do whatever. That would be the haunted house. We had a farm in Mars, PA. This is a true story. There was a man murdered at the entrance to the farm in a shallow grave. That would have been haunted. But in terms of my family, starting out at the haunted house, $200 for tickets. Anybody go? Anyone? 866-391. That's only I'm curious. So you go to the haunted house, that's $200. If you go to dinner now, and again, I'm not attacking restaurateurs or restaurant owners. If it's 5 of us, it's $150 now. And we don't drink. Certainly my kids don't. Once in a while, my wife does drink. So already you're out the door on a Saturday night, and you're pushing $400. Who has that? I guess people do. I find it amazing, though, what things cost. Now, if you go to the super VIP admission at the haunted house, it's $60 the first person. I just can't do it. And by the way, I have no patience at all. There is no haunted house on earth where I will wait for 3 hours. Make me a jerk. Say I have no patience, but I have no interest in that for 3 hours. And I'm told that's what kids did this weekend. Waited in line for 3 hours. I'm thinking about the candy cane thing. I think that might be a better alternative. I posted this. Jay's gone. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Is it worth the price? Is it? I say no way. I just can't. I can't pay it. Is that Jay? Yeah. I can't pay it. I just can't imagine saying. I just can't. Now my daughter says that her friends went, and they enjoyed it, but $300 off the Griffin family. And I guess you could say, well, you got it. Okay. Not for a haunted house, man. Not for 3 hours in line. It's just nonsensical to me. The other thing, by the way, congratulations to Guy Rush and Paula on getting married. Very cool. It's a good Mazza is going to start a GoFundMe page so we can afford to go to the haunted house. I guarantee you this. I guarantee you this. My man, Steve Mazza, two things. By the way, he's the carpenter. He's a fabulous friend. He's a fantastic man, and I love him. But he loves giving me grief. I ain't going to the haunted house, and neither is Steve Mazza. My man Jay, you went?
I have one at. When my son turned, I want to say like 14, he wanted to go. Dad, so I took him to the big one they do in Sharpsburg or Taylor. We were in Howard Park at the time. And it was a blast. There's these crazy, like, zombie rabbits, you know, like from some crazy movie. But they scare you with a line and whatever. For whatever reason, they took a video of me getting scared by one of these creatures and used it in the promotional thing for the following year. I had calls from dozens of people that saw me on the video. But no, it was cool. As for the one on the acre, very, very good friend, and she and I have kids that are very close to age. And so we went out with the kids, my daughter, her daughter, and a couple of her daughter's friends, and she and I, and then she was pretty crap. We've been very close for over 20. And we just hung out. We went the kids up and it was chaperone. We were there. And we were hanging. So it was expensive, but it wasn't backbreaking expensive. It was a great time. It was mad fun party. You could have been lying on the top.
You're a better man than me, man. You're a better dad than I am.
If you're the money, you're not a poor guy.
I didn't say I was.
I know, but what I'm saying is, it's not about the money, it's not about the kids.
I think we're going to do the Kenny Weird thing. Kenny Weird sounds a lot more enticing to me and my family. I love Kenny Weird. Saying 1145 AAA traffic. Brought to you by I love Jay. Brought to you by the Popper Bowser. Hey, Kat.
Hi, Marty. We're seeing a little more traffic on the Parkway West on the inbound side once again as you make your way down toward the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Watch the bad traffic will slow right around Parkway Center as you head down toward those tunnels. On the outbound side, though, everything rolling along nicely. Now, we do have some road work out around McLaren Road with a lane restriction, but it's not causing too much of a problem for you. Northbound 79, no delays right now under the Devil Island Bridge, even though you are down to that single lane. And just off of the bridge, the northbound 79 ramp, but northbound 65 closed this morning. That's going to remain closed until the end of the year. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 to 1155. From the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Kathy Berkman on 100.1 FM and 1020 KDKA.
KDKARadio.com gets information fast. KDKARadio.com get the facts you need on your mobile without the navigation hassle. It's the next level service from KDKARadio.com. Try it now. KDKARadio.com.
You know, Rob Pierce is one of my go-to guys. He's one of the best around. I'll tell you what, they really hit home runs with Social Security disability cases. Check this out. It's a numbers game, man. They've had more than 30,000 cases. They've had that kind of success at Rob Pierce and Associates. They've been doing this more than 40 years. They were one of the firms that started the whole focus on Social Security disability. Look, you can't go alone. It's a long, complex process. There are documents. Got to be concise. There are deadlines. Honestly, folks, it's crazy. And if you can no longer work due to an injury or chronic illness, Rob Pierce and Associates. 412-281-7229. They are the best. 412-281-7229. Rob Pierce and Associates.
I can hardly believe it's been 40 years since Mary danced back into my office. She opened my door and danced from the door to my front desk with this huge smile on her face. Dr. Sean Ritchie has since then had the opportunity to help thousands of patients who suffer from numbness, burning, stabbing, pins and needles, pain that they get from peripheral nerve so get them back to enjoying life again.
Hey, I'm Marla. Hi, I'm Laurie. Oh, my balance is so much better, and I'm walking again.
Sleeping better and I'm walking better.
sodium, fat, and calories for many of these synthetic meat products, they're often higher than what's in real bacon and burgers. And while some may look and smell like the real thing, these artificial meats are made with ingredients you won't find in real bacon, chicken fingers, or sausage. Many use methylcellulose, a chemical which is commonly used as a laxative, to thicken liquid fake meat. Synthetic meat is often treated with vegetable glycerin, which you'll also find in e-cigarette liquids, and artificial caramel coloring, which, according to the state of California, may cause cancer. Many fake meat products are manufactured using as many as 60 additives, chemicals, and other ingredients. Find out more at fakefakefacts.com. That's fakefakefacts.com. Paid for by the Center for Consumer Freedom.
Hey folks, this is Marty Griffin. My friends at Medicare just told me some amazing Medicare options right now. Listen, benefits like thousands in dental coverage, glasses, hearing benefits, groceries, meal deliveries, debit cards to pay for your copays, plans as low as $0 a month. When you think Medicare, you gotta think Medicare. Look, pick up the phone, call them right now, 888-818-6334. The service doesn't cost you a dime. 888-818-6334.
Playfree.com is now Odyssey. Download the Odyssey app and listen to KDKA and all the news, sports, and music podcasts.
My friend Mike Larson with the Pittsburgh Business Times. Hey, buddy.
What about these schools that are voted in the top spot on Niche.com's annual rankings of the best public schools in the region? The district ranked number 3 in the statewide ranking, behind number 1 Radnor Township and the East Talent School District, both in Philadelphia Metro. The local top 5 was rounded out by Mount Lebanon, Knox Chapel area, Upper St. Clair, and South Bend Township School District. For more on the story, other local business news, log on to PittsburghBusinessTimes.com. I'm Mike Larson.
Amazing that all the schools in suburbia. And he's right. Year in and year out, all the same schools are the best schools. Now, I say that with pride because we're in Mount Lebanon, but it's disgraceful, quite frankly. And I don't care who the superintendent is, it's disgraceful what's happened with the schools in Pittsburgh, in the cities. And I hope to heck that the new superintendent can at least get the attitude to be more positive, because there are thousands of kids and their parents that want to succeed. Thousands and thousands, and they deserve better. They just do. At the end of the day, it's the most important thing that Pittsburgh can address. And hearing Mike talk about that niche study that was just done. Mount Lebanon, Upper St. Clair, same every year. Top 5 in the state, top 3 in the state, top 100 in the country. Fine. That's great. And I'm proud to say my kids are in Mount Lebanon schools and thriving. But at the end of the day, until we can offer a wonderful education for our city kids, Pittsburgh will not be the city we want it to be. And that's a fact. I digress. My friend Ken and Seeley, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? Well, you know what? We're just a different generation when it comes to that modern house. Hey, we're going to go. You're out here, bud.
That's right. That's right.
No, my kids are in their 30s. They get it up off. You know, they spend $120, take their kids. But I'm not going to go to a whole house, pay $30 just so they scare me so much I think my kids.
You know what, though? What you're saying is so spot on. It's actually fascinating how the mindset has changed. All the kids now are wearing these Adidas shoes that are $180. My buddy sent me a picture of these damn soccer shoes that Nike makes that all the kids want. They're $249. It's ridiculous.
Hey, boy, you want to wait too. When I get paid that night, I have to wait for 3 hours. $30. They better have a snack for me on the way out.
That's what I'm saying. You better have snacks. You better have hot food. You better carry my old butt through there. Thanks. I'll tell you what's fun. I love him. My wife, Christine. Christine gets so she freaks out. We were dating, and we went to a haunted house, and I had no idea she was so afraid. And she screamed. I'm not kidding. From the moment we walked in to the moment we walked out, she screamed the entire time. In a damn fake, goofy haunted house. I found it to be completely entertaining. I was a little nervous. Honestly, I was a little nervous about her screaming so much. I thought she was going to be hurt. She said, no, that's what she did. My daughter, Chloe, laid on the couch this weekend, scared to death to go to a damn haunted house. Now, Chloe will do anything. Anything. She is my little courageous one. No fear, anything. Unless it's a haunted house. I can't get it. So I think, after hearing Jay, I'm going to talk to the folks at Kennywood. I think I got to take them to the haunted house. Just to hear my wife scream and just to watch Chloe's face. I guess if I have to wait and be a big boy, I'll have to wait and be a big boy. Haunted house it is. Yeah, I want to hear you scream. My wife just texted me. Do you want to hear me scream? I do. For 20 minutes. 11:55, AAA traffic, back to the power Bowser. Hey, Cap.
I'm Marty, and traffic is moving very well all around the area. The parkways look good. Parkway West, the only place that we're seeing a little bit of a slowdown, and that's right around the sand pile heading into the tunnel. The outbound side, everything looks good. I'm looking at 79 at the Neverland Bridge right now. I'm not seeing any delays heading onto the bridge or down to that single lane, though. And just a reminder for folks that northbound 79 exit ramp and northbound 65, it is currently closed. There's a lot of repair that they're going to be doing in the next couple of months, so that's going to remain closed off until the end of December. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 to 1205 from the Presbyterian Senior Center or Traffic Center. I'm Kathy Griffin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So when you hire an attorney, you have to trust them. I mean, it seems like common sense. So when someone says, Marty, I need an attorney, and have a medical malpractice case or a personal injury case, I have sent them to Rosen and Perry. Why? I trust them. Why? I've known them nearly 20 years. I've sat in their office. I have sat there with family and friends, and they have performed amazing. They have amazing settlements. Check out their track record. CaringLawyers.com, Rosen and Perry, 412-281-4200. You're Rosen, John Perry, 412-281-4200.
Your life, your hope, and whatever you are searching for at 1:15 a.m., it's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
So, I've had great results with Advanced Integrated Medical. We talked about this. I started the program 3 months ago. And look, I'm talking about it as a man because I'm a man. However, the program is excellent for women too. I have pages of testimonials from women. And a woman grabbed me when I was there a couple weeks ago. She said, Marty, I've lost 25 pounds in 6 weeks. Advanced Integrated Medical 360. Look, I've had tremendous results. My cholesterol cut by more than half. My testosterone at a level it's supposed to be, and it wasn't. And my thyroid where it's supposed to be, and it wasn't. But it's also for women. Fantastic success with women. I'm getting my wife involved as we speak. Seriously. 412-227-9255. 412-227-9255. Advanced Integrated Medical 360.
This segment brought to you by UPMC, life-changing medicine.
I'm with Steve Fischetti, branch manager of Baird's Pittsburgh Bridgeville office. At Baird, investment and financial planning is just part of the solution. Just as important as our personal commitment to your success. Meeting with you, answering your questions, working with your tax and legal advisors. So you can see the whole picture of your financial life come together. Focused on you, no matter what. That's how Baird has been doing business for more than 100 years. Thanks, Steve. Discover the Baird difference. Visit BairdDifference.com. KDKA Radio, with compassionate care from St. Barnabas Health System.
KDKA AM and HD, KDKA FM HD to Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey station.
Good morning.
Marty, do you do TikTok?
Hell no. Can't stand it.
Oh, you know what? Now the new challenge is the challenge high school kids keep laughing. Where's the accountability here?
So it's high. Your kids doing that.
Woo! But you know what? Here's the thing. There are going to be kids doing that. And the
of something so silly could be life-changing. So that's where we're going to start our conversation.
Delicious crap, stealing stuff from school, posting it.
Yeah.
Happened to my kids' middle school, my daughter's high school, so it does happen, idiots. And they posted
Oh,
it.
it does happen.
Posted it.
It does. They do. These kids follow it, they post it, and these are the kinds of things that, depending on the kid, they're not necessarily going to listen to mom or dad when they say, hey, don't do it, you know?
Oh, no.
Yeah. So that's where we're going to start our conversation today, Marty Griffin.
And thanks for the next.
The Medicare Advantage Studio.
News Radio, KDKA. 69 and cloudy at 12 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Steel Valley Schools will not tolerate students who smack a staff member. This is a trend on TikTok. High school students getting video of themselves striking a school teacher or staffer and then posting it. News Radio KDK's Josh Roundtree has more.
In a letter sent to parents and families last week, District Superintendent Edward Werner made it clear that any participation in this challenge at Steel Valley will not be tolerated. Werner wrote that any students who strike a staff member will face severe discipline and could face assault charges. Parents and families are being urged by district leaders to speak to children and let them know that this type of behavior will not be condoned. The trend follows one in September in which high school students were urged to steal and vandalize school property. Josh Roundtree, News Radio KDKA.
The National Aviary is holding a news conference on Sunday's capture of Kodiak, the eagle near a Pine Township home. The stellar sea eagle left an outdoor enclosure back on September 25th, but a team from the aviary retrieved the bird, saying that it appears to be in good health. Kodiak was spotted in several areas in the last week, including North Park and Riverview Park. The Rolling Stones have the honor of playing the first concert in over 2 years tonight at Heinz Field. If you're going, parking lots open at 3:30, stadium gates at 5:30, with the concert starting at 7:30. Ticket holders are not required to show proof of vaccination, but unvaccinated fans are asked to wear a mask. Tickets are still available. Captain Kirk is rocketing into space. Star Trek actor William Shatner plans to blast off from West Texas next week. Jeff Bezos' space travel company, Blue Origin, announced today Shatner will join next Tuesday's flight with 3 others. At age 90, Shatner will become the oldest person in space. The journey will last 10 minutes and reach 66 miles above Earth. On Wall Street, Everett Tillotson says the Dow is down 340 points at 33,987. The NASDAQ is down 324. The S&P down 59 points. Sports. The Raiders visit the Chargers tonight. Listen to Monday Night Football at 7:30 on 93.7 The Fan. The news is brought to you by AlleghenyBoats.com. It's 12:02. Time to visit Coit.com and save 25% off all Coit services, carpets, area rugs, draperies, air ducts, and more. AAA Traffic and AccuWeather next.
Make democracy happen and get paid for it. Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the November 2nd election. The process is simple. Apply online at AlleghenyVotes.com. Attend either an in-person or virtual training and work the polls on Tuesday, November 2nd. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. Poll workers must be registered to vote in Allegheny County. For more information and to apply, go to AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
With over 37 years of experience in the field of addiction, Greenbrier Treatment Center continues to provide our clients with life-changing treatment throughout our 12 locations. The field of addiction is continually evolving, and so are we. 37 years of experience counts. Call Greenbrier today to schedule a free assessment at 1-800-637-4673. That's 1-800-637-HOPE. Greenbrier Treatment Center. Experience life-changing treatment.
Is your current Medicare coverage not fit your needs? Don't worry. Aetna plans range from standalone prescription drugs to Medicare options with all the coverage you need. Call 1-844-544-0055. CTY 711, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Fact, $30 billion has been set aside by asbestos manufacturers to pay individuals diagnosed with mesothelioma, lung cancer, and other asbestos-related diseases. You don't have to know if you were exposed to asbestos, for the attorneys of Pittsburgh-based Goldberg Persky & White to help you get compensation for your pain and suffering. Since you have a limited time to file a lawsuit after initial diagnosis, you must
over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Here's Paul Alexander.
Thank you very much, Paul. We have a pretty smooth ride for you. A little bit of volume on the inbound side of the Parkway West. That's from the midpoint of Green Tree Hill down through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Moving well on the Parkway East. That's both inbound and outbound. 79, 48, and 65. Also looking good. Our next switch out down the files will come your way at 12:15 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, here's up to the minute AccuWeather forecast.
I know the calendar says first full week of October, but the temperatures say something different. Low 70s today, either with a few showers or a rumble of thunder, and down to a mild 60 tonight, and then mid to upper 70s tomorrow Wednesday. Clouds, some sunny breaks, maybe a spotty shower each day. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Steve DeVore, 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA.
69 in Pittsburgh International.
Good afternoon, welcome to Monday. I am Lindsay Freeland. You are listening to the Voice of Pittsburgh KDKA Radio. And I tell you what, I think we seriously have to raise some questions about the world we live in when school superintendents have to send notes home to parents saying that the district will not tolerate any student who tries to do the TikTok challenge of slapping a teacher, smacking a staff member, and post it on social media, post it on TikTok. Pittsburgh did it, Joe Valley did it, a number of other school districts are notifying parents that this will not be tolerated, but this goes so much deeper than that. First of all, there has to be some type of legal implications, complications in all of this. Noted Pittsburgh attorney Phil DeLucente joins me on the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh Newsline. Welcome, sir.
Hey, good morning, Glenn. How are you today?
Well, I'm great, except it seems to me like a TikTok challenge like this is just going to get a whole lot of clients for you and other attorneys.
Well, I can tell you, Lynn, when I first heard of this, which I believe was only a few days ago, I said, what? There's actually a challenge to slap potentially a teacher? One does not have to be even a lawyer to appreciate and understand as an adult that can result in criminal charges. The problem with social media, in fact, is that it makes others who might not have the mental capacity, meaning they're minors, to understand and appreciate the various charges. And I think you wanted me to come on to discuss what potentially could be those charges. And the list is long. I mean, you could have a simple assault. You could have an aggravated assault if it's severe enough, and the person has a bodily injury, and if they do it using a weapon. You could have harassment, a disorderly conduct. You could have a terroristic threat. And so it ranges from misdemeanors predominantly to even a felony. And on top of that, they're going to be expelled because I am certain that it violates every single school district policy. So, parents really have to take control of this social media, and they have to be very, very careful that their kids aren't just following along thinking that it's a joke, because I can tell you I don't think any teacher would think it's a joke.
So then, given that list of potential charges you just ran through, simple assault, aggravated assault, harassment, terrorism, threat, I mean, these kids, they could be looking at expulsion from school. They could be looking at putting any college application in jeopardy, as well as, I don't know how things work around here these days without student center, but I'm guessing that could also result in some type of confinement.
Well, it would, until and unless they would be considered delinquent, but most likely a lot of these students not recognizing the gravity of the situation, which they should. I guess it would all depend on the age, and that would be taken into consideration through the juvenile division of our court system. As you know, President Judge Clark, as well as the administrative judges, all the judges in the juvenile division take cases very, very seriously, because that's the first step to prevent a long future history of criminality. But when you think about
this is acceptable and it's funny and or more exciting to get a lot of views versus people's conduct. And I think that's what this comes down to at the end of the day. It's conduct. And, you know, the one I saw, I think it was somebody tapped a teacher, you know, like football players do. Well, you know, I'll throw in another crime that could be on there is indecent assault. And you're talking about things that can haunt these children from now, like you say, in their professional careers, in their future employment, as well as residency. There's so many issues, and it's remarkable. They're also talking about, I think, blowing up toilets or clogging toilets. Once again, long list of charges, destruction of property, what have you. So, you know, parents need to really sit down with their kids and say, this is a no-go. This is going to bring the parent as well as the child a lot of trouble.
So now this might be a stretch, and I apologize up front if it is, but we know that as we're watching some of those January 6 cases work their way through the courts, many of the people who have been arrested and charged are saying, well, we got these messages on social media, we were influenced. I mean, could there be consequences to a TikTok for even suggesting a challenge like that? And I'll be honest, I don't know how this works. So I don't know if TikTok suggested or if somebody else goes on TikTok and suggests it.
Yeah, I mean, one could argue as a defense lawyer that they would be, you know, coerced into doing this or they were under duress. I think that's going to fall short. I think the age factor will be important. Okay, was it a 10-year-old or was it a 17-year-old? That would be something that would be an element. But as far as the people that had kicked this off, you know, I think it'd be challenging free speech advocates. Now, are you suggesting that somebody commit a crime, or are you persuading them to commit a crime? It's an interesting subject. We'll see if there will be any ramifications for the ones that chose to trigger it. But if they are minors themselves, you know, are they going to be slapped with a communications charge? You know, it would be a stretch. But I can tell you this: we all act at our own peril, and even children. Yes, they have rights. The Supreme Court says not as great of rights in certain privacy issues as it comes to the Fourth Amendment of our Constitution. But I can tell you, Lynn, I've been an expulsion officer. I've defended the kids. I've defended the teachers, you name it. So I've sort of had a role, and I've had to expel kids because of the policy. You know, regardless of, you know, even if I might think it's unreasonable for a lot of these policies that are in place. So parents have to really step up and sit down with their kids about this latest challenge, and for that matter, any future social media post.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, given that, I mean, it sounds to me like you almost have to approach your kids, your grandkids, your nieces, your nephews, or whomever, and put these legal consequences on the table. Because here's the other reality. So, I mean, you know, a 16-year-old, you go and you say to a 16-year-old, hey, you know, you can't flex the teacher. I can imagine that most of that's going to go in one ear and out the other because they're already focused on the challenge. But if you start singing, you know, terroristic threats or aggravated assault in front of them, you might get their attention.
Yeah, I think you'll get their attention because, unfortunately, the kid's not going to be able to have money for a guy like me, a defense lawyer, and it's going to cost their parents a lot of money. You know, conduct with criminality involved is not cheap these days. So it's unfortunate. What's really unfortunate is, though, I think you led off before you introduced me by saying, you know, it's amazing that a superintendent would have to send home a letter like this for something. You know, where have the days gone where you brought an apple for the teacher? You know, I did that in high school. I brought my English teacher an apple as a joke. just to, try to get in good with them. Those days are gone. Now it's all about, fighting the system and, pushing the envelope. And the problem is when it's not like a walkout, right? Kids walk out protesting. That does not involve violence. Anything that comes close to violence, whether it be the threat of violence on social media or the actual act of it today, and it should be, because the game's changed since when I was a kid, it has to be taken very, very seriously. And there's going to be a couple unfortunate examples made of them.
Yeah, indeed. Bill, do you think, and thank you, and I'm so glad you said that you took that up as a joke, because I was going to jump all over you.
I think I might have done a B in that class.
There you go. Bill, do you said that. Thanks for joining us again. I appreciate you always.
Okay, God bless. Bye-bye.
All right, have a good day. 12:15, Triple A traffic on the 5. We're going to take your calls on this coming up. 12:15, Triple A traffic on the 5, powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Right now, waiting for you. Well, Alexander.
Hey, then, Lynn, so far, so good. We have a pretty clean slate as far as the roadways go. We're looking good on the parkways, east, west, and north. No issues on 79, 28, 465. No issues and or accidents currently on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Our next trip traffic on the 5 will come your way at 12:25 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and 1020 KDKA.
Well, you can turn your due into done very easily with a super low rate on a dollar bank home equity loan. Just refinance your mortgage or your home equity loan, even from another bank. You can take cash out for a trip or do some remodeling. Your choice. Just go online, dollar.bank, or call 1-800-242-BANK. Dollar Bank is an equal housing lender.
Odyssey is your new home for all the radio that matters to you. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to KDKA, powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Still looking for that one special voice that makes you fall in love. This podcast, one's out there and free on Spotify. With over 2 million shows and today's most talked about podcast, Spotify is the best place to find that one special show that makes you laugh, keeps you interested, and keeps you listening for more. Whatever you're into, get way more into it with a podcast. Find the one you've been listening for right now, free on Spotify.
If the Oral-B IO electric toothbrush has a theme song, this would be it.
I think you're gonna wanna see this.
Only IO combines Oral-B's dentist-inspired round freshness with gentle micro vibrations for a brushing experience even dentists have hailed as literally the best brush I've ever used. Get the wow of a professional feel every day with the IO from Oral-B, the #1 brand used by dentists.
You're gonna see what everybody's talking about.
Oral-B, brush with a friend. Lynn Hayes Freeland, presented by Dollar Bank. Find them at dollar.bank.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? Do you have a VCR anymore? What about a film projector? With technology constantly changing, most families don't have a way to enjoy their recorded memories, trapped on VHS, camcorder tapes, film reels, and photos. That's why we created Legacy Box over a decade ago. Legacy Box is an affordable mailed-in kit to have your aging media digitized to DVD, thumb drive, or the cloud. Our trained technicians digitize everything by hand right here in the U.S. Imagine being able to easily relive weddings, graduations, baby's first steps, and more. Get started future-proofing your memories today so you can gather the whole family together and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, we're offering 40% off. Visit legacybox.com/value to get an exclusive 40% off. Buy today to take advantage of this incredible offer and send in when you're ready. Go to legacybox.com/value to save 40% off. legacybox.com/value.
Great option number still has your fall decor in stock. Sales of hay, coin stock, fall mums, and Halloween decorations at very low prices. Great option has discount neighboring furniture, seasonal outdoor supplies, tools, first aid, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, can and dry goods, fresh produce at great prices, new items arriving daily. Great option on the Tuesday or Sunday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132 today or log on to shop380.com. ever used it. So I don't know much about it. I don't know how it works. I'm not really sure. I'll have to Google it and find out, how these challenges come about. But it's almost like regardless of where the challenges originate or how the challenges originate, the fact that school superintendents have to send notices home to parents to say your child will be disciplined if they do this. I can't even imagine what the conversation would have looked like between my son and my daughter and I when they were in high school. If I got an email that said, your son or daughter will face disciplinary action if they smack a teacher, if they smack an administrator, if they smack someone in the school district. I can't even imagine what that conversation would be like. 866-391-1020. So, we keep talking about social media, but at some point, who becomes responsible? Who will be holding accountable? Some kids are more responsible. Who will be holding accountable? Some kids are more impressionable than others. Some kids will see that and will think it's funny and will think that they can do it and get, hundreds of followers. What is this all saying about the world that we live in? That's what our kids are striving for. That's what our kids. The goal is now to. The goal is what? To get followers, to get likes, to get what? Come on, what are we talking about? Smack a staff member, so I guess that could be a teacher, it could be a lunch lady, it could be a crossing guard, it could be anybody, I guess. 866-391-1020. I don't know. I find the whole concept, the whole notion. I know that story that came up about a week or so ago about, Karen destroying things in the restroom, and I thought that was silly. I thought that there were consequences to that, but I just thought that was silly. But now we're talking about smacking a staff member. So, no matter how you think you want to do it, no matter how hard the smack, you can't do it. You cannot do it, and there are legal implications. Still be rescinded. Just rattled off a whole list for a simple assault, aggravated assault, harassment, terroristic threat. It could range from misdemeanor to a felony. Is it worth it for 1,000 followers on TikTok? Is it worth it? And see, that's the other problem. A lot of our kids these days now think that, being a TikTok star is a job. That's like a job. That's a career aspiration to be a TikTok star. Yeah, how does that happen? How did we get here? How did what started as just a way to connect and keep in touch with people and post cute little cat videos turn into challenges that could land our kids behind bars? I don't know how else to describe it. If your 16-year-old, your 15-year-old is arrested and charged with aggravated assault because a teacher or an AE in the lunchroom at their school got smacked, that's serious stuff. You're putting your college education on the line. You might be putting a sports scholarship on the line, an academic scholarship on the line. For what? Because you want to be a TikTok star? 866-391-1020, that's the number. I'd love to hear your opinion. I think that sometimes we get so far removed from some of this stuff, we don't even realize just how significant it is. As I said, I never really activated. If I did, I do think I started and signed up for a TikTok account, but then, once it got to the point where, they want you to do videos, they want you to do all this other stuff, I was like, oh yeah, I'll put a post on Facebook, Twitter, and be totally satisfied with that. But now we're talking challenges that could have legal consequences for your kids, your grandkids, your nieces, your nephews. I want to hear from you. I want you to weigh in on that. In the meantime, we're talking TikTok, and it appears there is something going on with all kinds of other social media, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. They're having widespread outages. And right now, nobody seems to know what it is. So, what, Friday, the whistleblower came out to talk about what was on Facebook? And now it's crashed. As they say, 866-391-1020. I guess that would be one way to slow down the TikTok challenge. Now we're I'm not suggesting there's a connection. I'm just, as they say, I'm just asking. We're coming up on 12:25. Triple traffic on the 5 powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock right now, available for you. Hey, Paul.
Hey there, man. So far, so good. We're moving well. We just have a little bit of volume from Banksville in and through the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the inbound side of the Parkway West. Fair amount of cars on the outbound side of the Parkway East right now from the Bended Base, but they're moving well. So all in all, it's a pretty nice ride for you. Our next traffic on the 5s will come your way at 12:35 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Piper from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Piper and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine. You want to do a lot in life, so why wait? Get the funds now to turn your due into done with a super low rate on a dollar bank home equity loan. And by super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash out for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there are no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask a Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-BANK. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change without notice. Loans prepaid in full within 36 months. Require reimbursement of third-party closing costs. Equal housing lender.
The model for world-class competition has always been faster, higher, stronger. It's the same for Navient, makers of condensing tankless water heaters. Faster to install and set up. Higher performance and efficiency to provide endless hot water. Stronger with the industry's strongest warranty. All because of the copper-free stainless steel heat exchanger built in every unit. Learn about Navient's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navient contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com. That's tanklessmadesimple.com.
Your life, your hope, and whatever you are searching for at 1:15 a.m. It's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. For information at your fingertips daily,
Click on KDKARadio.com.
for news prepared and delivered by the team trusted for decades.
Click on KDKARadio.com.
For up-to-the-moment weather from AccuWeather. Create the personalized and localized minicast.
Click on KDKARadio.com.
For podcasts with program content you may have missed.
Click on KDKARadio.com.
For information at your fingertips today.
Click on KDKARadio.com.
866-391-1020. So who can we hold accountable for this? TikTok is a challenge that's really geared toward high school students. It's not a staff member, and that's posted on TikTok. The kids could be facing legal consequences. Superintendents are sending emails out to parents saying, hey, your kids could be disciplined for this. To me, the challenge and the reaction to the challenge, the fact that school superintendents have to notify parents, hey, your kids can't do this. That's a signal, guys. That's a signal. 866-391-1020. So, would you need the superintendent to send you an email to know that your son or your daughter can't smack a staff member? Seriously? That's the world we live in? That's what we're going to talk about. I mean, Phil DeLucente, noted Pittsburgh attorney, talks about it could be simple assault, it could be aggravated assault. There's a whole list of charges. We'll review that and understand this is about way more than your kid getting, a million likes or follows or whatever you get on TikTok. This could have legal consequences. And why do our school superintendents have to point that out to parents? Why don't parents us know that already. There's a whole lot of questions in my head about this. Your call's coming up. Right now, it's time for the news. From the Medicare Advantage Studio.
This is News Radio, KDKA.
It's 70 degrees at 12:30. I'm Linda Roeder. Kodiak, the stellar sea eagle, is back home at the National Aviary after a 9-day search that ended Sunday. News Radio KDKA Shelby Giuseppe has more. The team at the aviary spent the last 9 days responding to sightings of the bird who gradually traveled north of Pittsburgh. Sunday, Pine Township residents saw Kodiak near their home. The aviary's Kathy Schlush says that's where they were finally able to catch him. One of our agriculturists who regularly feeds him was able to make eye contact with Kodiak and make sure that he stayed calm. Another team member who is really trained in falconry techniques was able to use a soft net to acquire Cody and to hold his position. The aviary plans to reopen Thursday, but Kodiak won't be taking visitors for at least the next 2 weeks while crews renovate his habitat. On the north side, Shelby Giuseppe, News Radio KDKA. A state lawmaker from Westmoreland County is sponsoring legislation that would define what natural gas companies can and cannot deduct from landowners. Currently, the state has a Guaranteed Minimum Royalty Act, which was enacted in 1979, stipulates natural gas companies must pay landowners at least 1/8 of the value of the gas harvested from their property. But State Representative Eric DeMonzo of the 58th Legislative District tells News Radio KDKA that industry standards and an unclear language in the law has led to some homeowners receiving less.
Well, I actually had a lady from Green County come up to me with a statement of where the gas company said, listen, you should have done $15,000 this year, but you didn't. But you're still liable to pay the tax on that $15,000.
House Bill 1763 would amend the act to define the royalty payments and clarify how they're calculated. Congressman Guy Reschenthaler got married over the weekend. His office released a statement this morning saying that Reschenthaler married Jennifer Drogas on Friday at the Cavalier Hotel in Virginia Beach. The newlyweds exchanged vows in a small, intimate ceremony surrounded by family and close friends. On Wall Street, every Tillerson says the Dow is down 392 points, the NASDAQ down 350. It's 12:32, more news at 1 o'clock on News Radio KDKA.
Standing on your feet all day, cheering at a football game or taking long hikes on crisp, cool days. Plan to make the most of autumn. Yes, we are quickly going into fall. Don't let the calendar cause you to become complacent. And don't let sore feet keep you from enjoying the moments in life that matter. This is Kevin Battle for the Good Feet Store. No one wants to hear you complain about your sore feet anymore. They want you on them and enjoying your life. One visit, one walk across the showroom floor was all it took for me 16 years ago to know that I made the best investment of my life. I invested in my feet. And if you're going to be on your feet all day, or you want to try to be more active with hopefully less pain, let the good folks at the Good Feet Store try to help you the way they helped me. No more hobbling on the first few steps when I get up, and no more pain at the end of a long day. The Good Feet system fits in nearly every shoe. Measurements and consultations are free, and there's no appointment necessary. There's 2 locations. They open at 10 o'clock. Robinson Town Center near the post office, or Route 19 in Cranberry. Or on the web, goodfeet.com/Pittsburgh.
When you run a business, setbacks change everything. And online, they happen fast. With your Comcast Business Internet, you can stay ahead. And now it comes with Security Edge to make it even more secure. It helps keep your network safe from scans every 10 minutes. And unlike some cybersecurity options, this helps protect every device that's connected. Because when your information, your people, and your company have Security Edge, you can be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Fast speed and advanced security. Now together for $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 3-year agreement from Comcast Business. Learn more about powerful connectivity and advanced cybersecurity solutions for your business. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today. Offer ends 1/3/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 100 megabits per second and Security Edge customers only. Early termination fee applies. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change.
We're Barry and Steve Average from Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
One way to remodel your kitchen or bath is to try to design it yourself. Then run all over town and buy everything yourself. Then pray the contractor says so. Or you can eliminate the nightmare remodeling by calling us.
With Petite, you don't have to go anywhere else. When transforming a kitchen or bath, generations of satisfied customers know we do it all. From custom creation to expert installation. Come visit our showroom and browse our book of thousands of letters that attest to our flair for making people happy with the new kitchen or bath of their dreams. Petite Kitchen and Bath is on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATCETE.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
At PNC Bank, they celebrate all those who are taking steps every day to make their community an even better place to live. Their focus on giving back is part of an ongoing commitment to their customers, employees, and the communities they serve. Visit PNC.com to learn more. PNC Bank. Make today the day. Copyright 2021. PNC Financial Services Group Incorporated. All rights reserved.
If you have recently lost your employer insurance due to the pandemic and have no idea what to do, call Dina Schmidt, founder of One Health Benefits with nearly 2 decades of experience connecting people with the right choice in health benefits that gives you peace of mind. There's no cost or obligation with One Health Benefit services. If you have questions about Medicare or if you're self-employed, count on the experience of Dina Schmidt of One Health Benefits. Get a customized solution now. 724-799-8873 or onehealthbenefits.com.
AAA Traffic powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. If you want to use traffic as an excuse for showing up late somewhere, you're going to have to come up with some details because we just don't have any. We're looking good on parkways east, west, and north. All good on 79, 28, 65. Currently no incidents and or accidents on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Our next AAA Traffic on the 5 is coming your way at 12:45 from the Presbyterian Supercare Network Traffic Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
Varying amounts of clouds, picking some showers, and maybe even a rumble of thunder this afternoon, early evening. Low 70s most places, down to 60 tonight, and then warmer, mid to upper 70s with a few sunny breaks, and also a sticky shower each day tomorrow and Wednesday. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Steve DeVore, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by the Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find 0% interest at Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Well, you know, it's so funny. We were talking about TikTok, and there's a challenge out here that is geared towards specifically high school students. It's called a Smack a Staff Member Challenge, and the challenge is to smack a staff member, record it, and then post it on TikTok. That's the challenge. And I guess there's always different challenges on TikTok. Some of them are silly, some of them have certain risks. This one, I think, is altogether different because we're talking about influencing, kids, even though it's geared toward, from what I understand, high school students. All the kids apparently are on TikTok, and, parents are doing videos, and they're dancing, and they're doing all kinds of things that are supposed to be fun on TikTok. That's the whole idea. But when you start smacking people, and whether it's a hard smack or a soft smack, it doesn't matter. Smack a staff member has its own implications. 866-391-1020. What becomes alarming to me, well, a couple things. First of all, that our school districts, several districts in our area have already sent out notices to parents and to families saying your child could be disciplined if they get involved in this challenge. I get it. I understand. I'm sure there are probably some legal superintendents have to jump through and make sure they let parents know. They put you on notice that your child, your son, your daughter can't smack a teacher, can't smack an administrator in school, but somewhere along the line, I don't know that should ever have to be said. I think that should be a given. The other thing is, parents
need to be involved in what's happening in their world, in your son, your daughter, your grandson, your granddaughter's world. You have to ask questions. You have to have communication. You have to talk with them. And in this case, you need to make them understand that if they decide to take up this potential challenge, they could face serious legal consequences. Earlier today, we talked to Pittsburgh attorney Bill DiLucente about the range of charges your young person could face if they decide to get involved in this challenge. Take a listen.
The problem with social media, in fact, is that it makes others who might not have the mental capacity, meaning they're minors, to understand and appreciate the various charges. And I think you wanted me to come on to discuss what potentially could be those charges. And the list is long. I mean, you could have a simple assault. You could have an aggravated assault if it's severe enough, and the person has a bodily injury, and if they do it using a weapon. You could have harassment, a disorderly conduct. You could have a terroristic threat. And so it ranges from misdemeanors predominantly to even a felony. And on top of that, they're going to be expelled because I am certain that it violates every single school district policy.
So it violates the policy. That's pretty clear. It violates the policy. But now, your 14-year-old is, or your 14-year-old grandson or granddaughter or niece or nephew, they're all together with friends. They're looking at this TikTok thing, and somebody says, hey, we should do this on Monday. They need to understand the consequences. And so it is alarming to me that social media, in this particular case, TikTok, has that ability. Now, this is all happening at a moment, and I'm trying to monitor social media as best I can because right now Facebook is down, Instagram is down, and of course they're connected. And folks are now, kind of raising the question, well, there was that whistleblower from Facebook that came forward, I want to say, yesterday on 60 Minutes, I believe it was. But social media is, as much as social media can be a good thing, can be a great thing, it can be a dangerous thing. I'm looking at all the people that are sending me text messages saying, hey, is your Facebook down? Hey, is your Facebook down? I'm looking at people on Twitter who are raising the question, hey, Twitter's up, but Facebook and IG are down. These outlets, Facebook, IG, Twitter, TikTok, they have become integral parts of our lives, especially for a certain generation. 866-391-1020. I think the fact that a school superintendent has to reach out to parents to say, your child will be disciplined if they smack a staff member. What is that really saying? What's that saying about where we are as a society that a superintendent has to say that to a parent? Is that not troublesome to you? Does that not bother you? We talk about all the anger that kind of exists in this world, in our lives, and a lot of that anger stems from social media, which is partly what this whistleblower was calling attention to over the weekend. And now we have to tell parents, hey, just so you know, your child might be disciplined if they decide to smack a staff member. I don't know. I just think that sends a very scary message. It makes a very scary statement about where we are as a society. Your superintendent should not have to tell you of consequences that will affect your son, your daughter, whomever this young person is in your life. They shouldn't have to send you an email out to say, hey, your kid can't come to school and smack a staff member. How did we get here? How did we get to a point where something on social media can spark the kind of reaction? I'm guessing superintendents are responding, reacting to, stuff being pulled out of the walls last week in the bathrooms because of a TikTok challenge. They had that crate challenge where we literally saw people trying to walk up crates, like those little crates, the little plastic things, and they were piling them up, and you had to walk up to the top, walk down to the bottom, and I saw people doing it in high heels. I even think that one of our professional athletes may have participated in that challenge, but again, you look at that thing, it's dangerous, you look at that, you look at people doing it. I believe they had to take that challenge down, so who's monitoring any of this stuff? Apparently, there isn't much you can do. Phil didn't do a Sunday also mentioned, people say they have the First Amendment right, they do. And now you're putting something out there that a child can be influenced by. You're almost making that challenge to the child. So is there some other accountability other than just the parent? Is it time to start holding some of these companies a little more accountable for what they allow on their site? 866-391-1020, that's our number. We're heading into 1245, AAA Traffic on 5, powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock right now, meaning for you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. We have a very smooth ride for you so far. We have a little bit of congestion on the inbound side of the Parkway West. That's from the midpoint of Green Trail down to the Fort Pitt-Dunham. Parkway East, Parkway North, all looking good. 79-2065. Also moving extremely well. DuckDuckGo, go the route you can trust right now. I trust 79. It is clear both north and south, all the way any direction you want to go. Our next show comes to the Bobs will come your way at 12:55 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you want instant access to KDKA Radio, it's as easy as writing an email to the Dollar Bank Instant Access account. Email instant access at kdkaradio.com.
Brought to you by Dollar Bank. Get a super low home equity rated Dollar Bank. Visit dollar.bank. Equal housing lender.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that. JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
You want to do a lot in life, so why wait? Get the funds now to turn your do into done with a super low rate on the Dollar Bank home equity loan. And by super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash back for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there is no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask a Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-BANK. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change without notice. Loans prepaid in full within 36 months require reimbursement of third-party closing costs. Equal housing lender. Is this your year for replacement windows?
Then you need to consider the product itself and the people you deal with. Hi, John, Maggie, and Justice Fletcher from Metropolitan Window Company.
When it comes to product, Metropolitan is helping Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass window.
Fiberglass windows are 8 times stronger than vinyl.
They're breathed to operating clean. They come in lots of decorator colors and styles.
And fiberglass is the best insulator of all window framing materials.
As for people, Maggie and I started Metropolitan 43 years ago.
Along the way, our people get honored with many of the industry's highest awards.
Our installation crews are neat and complete many of the jobs in a single day.
And right now, it's our full sale, and you can save 20% on every window and door product, plus get interest-free financing for 18 months.
So let's get that ball rolling. We're on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
We have showrooms on Route 51 across from Bowman High School and Route 19 in Westford.
Or just call us at 412-555.
Who has the best buns in town? That's easy. It's Breadworks. For 42 years, Breadworks has the best buns to match your burgers and dogs. Stop into Breadworks and choose from a variety of freshly baked breads and buns. Their store is stocked, and their friendly staff is waiting to assist you. Breadworks is open Monday through Friday, 8 till 4, Saturdays, 8 till 2. 2110 Brighton Road on the north side.
Breadworks, Pittsburgh born and bred.
Discover real retirement in St. Barnabas Health System. Exploring your retirement living options, St. Barnabas Health System is the premier choice for active seniors. The retirement village allows the residents to enjoy luxurious freedom, full employment spaces, plentiful amenities, and engaging social activities, and unlimited free golf at their 2 courses. Freedom starts now. Call 724-443-0700 or visit stbarnabashealthsystem.com and become a part from the ordinary.
This is Richard Bessie inviting you to get short the finest from Ford.com. Odyssey is your new home for all the radio that matters to you. Download the Odyssey app and listen to KDKA and all the news, sports, and music podcasts.
This is Bloomberg Money Minute. It's October 4th, 80 days ahead of Christmas, and today, Amazon is touting what it's calling Black Friday-worthy deals earlier than anyone else and earlier than ever before. A technology sell-off hammered Wall Street today with investors dumping out of shares of Twitter, Facebook, Alphabet, and some other big names. Right now, that's got the Dow down more than 1%, the tech-heavy Nasdaq down about 2 1/3%. And the S&P 500 also down about 1.5%. Now, stocks are way down, but oil is sharply higher. It's close to $78 a barrel. I haven't seen that in 7 years. That's after OPEC approved just a modest increase in output next month, even though demand all around the globe is soaring. And a ton of Americans went to the movies this weekend. The Marvel sequel Venom, Let There Be Carnage, took in more than $90 million at the box office. And this coming weekend, the new James Bond movie comes out. Should be a blockbuster. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, 863-917-20. You know, I love some of our regular listeners. We've been talking about the TikTok challenge. And I want to get into that a little bit further, but I wanted to share an email from a regular listener, Karen. She and I share so many similar viewpoints on things. But Karen writes down that I am old school because I was taught by old school parents. I was taught to have respect for my elders. I would never, ever think about doing such a thing, and so you would not have to send a note home. Bam! Right on target, Karen. And because I knew I would still be trying to find my head, I would never think about doing that. My respect was for my parents. Therefore, it trickled down to others, and part of that respect was fear, which was love for my parents. I can't even imagine. It all comes down to respect, which many children and even adults don't have for each other today. Wow. That email nails it. You respect your parents, so, you know, we would never do anything that would embarrass our parents. We didn't do things that could cause your parents embarrassment. So many school districts are sending out these notices saying to parents, if your child, your student, is involved in this lack of staff member challenge, they could be disciplined. Turns out there are other challenges coming our way, so let's just be on the lookout. The listening trends for the remaining months of the school year, including flip off in the front office, mess up school signs, and spray a neighbor's fence. So who's coming up with these challenges? That's my question. I guess I have to find that out. I guess I have to do this legwork. Because you know what? If they're coming after your kids who are doing this, there ought to be some accountability on the person who's putting the challenge out there, on the organization that is. Who tells a student? I'm not even sure exactly what it means, flip off in the front office. But I know this much, whatever flip off in the front office means, it doesn't mean you're going to be acknowledged or recognized for good behavior. It doesn't mean that you're going to be making your parents proud. I don't know what it means, but I know it's not good. I know it's not the same as try to make the honor roll, try to get a straight A, try to impress your teacher. I know that's not what it means. Flip off in the front office. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Mess up school signs. See, again, these are things that have consequences. Spray a neighbor's fence. These are things that have the potential for legal consequences for our kids. So, yes,
I applaud the superintendents that are letting parents know, hey, if your child comes to school and does this, they will be disciplined. But I also think it's time for parents in particular, but all of us in general, to stand up and raise some questions about who is challenging our kids to break the law, who is making it exciting, who is enticing our kids to break the law so they can go viral, because that's the other thing, I guess, about once you go viral, then the next person has to top what you did. So, the first lack of a staff member might just be a little loving tap on the shoulder, but as it escalates, everyone's trying to outdo the one before them. It's like that peer pressure in a weird sort of way, a weird way that does not help our kids. Folks need to be outraged about this. There needs to be a huge outcry about who is putting forth challenges that encourage your son, your daughter, the kid down the street to break the law. Because guess what? That spray a neighbor's fence could be yours before the year's over. 12:55. AAA traffic on the 5, powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock right now, waiting and available for you. Hey, Bo.
Hey there, man. Still looking pretty good. We have a couple of spots where it's a bit of a slowdown for you. Through the S-bends on 79 North before the Neville Island Bridge, a little bit through that last S-bend. And we have a little bit of volume on the inbound side of the Parkway West. That's from the midpoint of Green Tree Hill down to through the 4th-5th Tunnel. Other than that, things are moving quite well. Our next one, jumping on the 5, will come your way at 105. From the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
What can you find at OliverFlowers.com? Beautiful flowers. OliverFlowers.com. Free delivery. OliverFlowers.com. Family owned for 90 years. OliverFlowers.com. Say it with flowers. OliverFlowers.com. 300 6th Avenue downtown.
News Radio KDKA, covered by Safety Roofing and Siding.
If you or someone close to you is using help for problems with alcohol or other drugs, experience counts. At Greenberg Treatment Center, we realize that one size does not fit all in treating addiction and mental health. Clients present with unique and specific problems, and we work closely with them to develop a plan that best meets their individual needs. Call Greenberg today at 1-800-637-HOPE to schedule a free assessment at one of our 12 locations and experience life-changing treatment. That's 1-800-637-HOPE.
With interest rates still low and an unpredictable stock market, remodeling your kitchen or bath is a sound investment. This is Mark Morrison of Morrison Kitchen and Bath. There is no time like the present to reinvent your old home to reflect your changing needs. With an empty nest comes the opportunity to build your dream kitchen, or better yet, for that master bath and a walk-in shower. Put your money where your dream is at Morrison Kitchen and Bath, 412-884-4545, PA number 2505.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Providers. Speak with Big Lou at 800-566-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-566-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-566-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to pick you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-566-2790. 800-566-2790. KDKA Pittsburgh, KDKA Pittsburgh, and W261AX Pittsburgh.
An honesty station.
Well, Facebook and Instagram have been down for about an hour now. No indication what's going on. I tried to Sherry, so many other people now are using other social media outlets to say their Facebook and their Instagram are down. They want to make sure it's not just that. They want to make sure they haven't been shut out, cut out. Now, for people like us, people in the media who do use social media a lot for part of our job, that's a hardship. It really is. But there are other people who just use it. And probably a good indicator that you need to take a break if you're having a panic because Facebook is down for an hour. But this TikTok thing, another ball game. We'll continue the conversation on that because apparently there are more challenges to come. Challenges that don't bode well. Let's get ready to take a break for the news. When we come back, we are going to talk about jumps in oil prices. Yeah, what's that mean to you? We'll talk about that and so much more right on the other side of the news. So stick around. Right now it is just about 1 o'clock, which means it's time to check in with Melinda Roeder and all the latest news.
News Radio, KDKA.
It's 70 degrees at 1 o'clock. I'm Melinda Roeder. The debate continues in Washington over the proposed infrastructure bill and the $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill. Republican Senator Pat Toomey says the infrastructure bill may have bipartisan support, but the reconciliation bill basically amounts to what he calls a welfare expansion bill.
They want Republicans to join them in raising the debt ceiling so that they'll have the room to borrow the money that it will cost to pay for all of this massive spending spree. And that's where Republicans are saying, no, we don't want any part of this.
But Democratic Congressman Mike Doyle, representing the 18th Congressional District, insists the bill pays for itself.
This isn't going to increase the deficit a single penny, and I think that's important for people to understand. When you hear about these numbers that are being bandied about, that the human infrastructure bill is going to be completely paid for.
Both Toomey and Doyle were guests on the News Radio KDKA morning show. 2 weeks ahead of a default deadline set by the Treasury Secretary, President Biden called on Congress today to act quickly to avoid a financial crisis. CBS News White House correspondent Stephen Portnoy reports.
The Treasury Secretary warns if Congress doesn't lift the cap on the government's borrowing authority by October 18th, checks to Social Security recipients, Medicare providers, government employees, and others could be in jeopardy. The U.S. default has never happened before. Republicans argue to skirt a filibuster, Democrats could use the same reconciliation process that they aim to employ for spending to also raise the debt limit. But noting past bipartisanship in this realm, the president says the GOP is playing Russian roulette. I think, quite frankly, it's hypocritical, dangerous, and disgraceful. Stephen Portnoy, CBS News, Washington.
Steel Valley schools will not tolerate students who smack a staff member. It's a trend on TikTok. High school students get video of themselves striking a school teacher or staffer and post it. News Radio KDKA's Josh Roundtree has more.
In a letter sent to parents and families last week, District Superintendent Edward Word made it clear that any participation in this challenge in Steel Valley will not be tolerated. Word wrote that any students who strike a staff member will face severe discipline and could face assault charges. Parents and families are being urged by district leaders to speak to children and let them know that this type of behavior will not be condoned. The trend follows one in September in which high school students were urged to steal and vandalize school property. Josh Roundtree, News Radio, KDKA.
In a statewide human trafficking operation, Ohio has arrested more than 200 people and recovered 10 missing children. Among those arrested was a firefighter with the Columbus Division of Fire in Franklinton, who has been charged with counts of engaging in prostitution. According to Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost, other people who hold prominent positions were arrested, including a city council member, a professor, and a pilot.
We actually arrested a pilot who makes over $200,000, but not only was he purchasing sex, he haggled and got the price down to $15.
On Wall Street, Efren Hillerton says the Dow is down 395 points, the Nasdaq down 356, the S&P 500 down 67. The news is brought to you by AlleghenyVotes.com. It's 1:03, time to get to the elder law attorneys of Zachariah Brown. Visit PittsburghElderLaw.com. AAA traffic and AccuWeather next. Make democracy happen and get paid for it. Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the November 2nd election. The process is simple. Apply online at AlleghenyVotes.com. Attend either an in-person registered to vote in Allegheny County. For more information and to apply, go to AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
I'm Dr. Rafferty. What do you do when you have a problem? Ignore it? Cover it up? Give up? Or are you determined to find the right answer? If your problem is a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc, we have the answer you've been searching for at the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Your disc can heal. We will show you the science that confirms what we are doing to help our patients, just like you, avoid spinal surgery, fix the problem, and heal their discs. Our treatment, intradisc nephrosis, is designed to fix the problem and allows your disc to heal. It's non-surgical, safe, and gentle. With our typical patients, we have a 98% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call the Disc Institute at 412-906-9600 or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. At the Disc Institute, we're here for you. PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
Generic Viagra and Cialis are available to you for only $5 per tablet at Wilson's Pharmacy. Bring your prescription in or simply have your doctor send a prescription, and Wilson's Pharmacy will take care of the rest. Wilson's Pharmacy offers prompt, professional, discreet service and free mail delivery. That's right, generic Viagra and Cialis is available at Wilson's Pharmacy for only $5 per tablet. Wilson's Pharmacy, locally and family owned and operated for over 80 years. For more information, visit wilsonspharmacy.org.
Traffic on the 5. AAA Traffic is powered by Mazda, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Here's Paul Alexander.
Thank you, Belinda. We are moving pretty well in most directions. A little bit of volume on the inbound side of the Parkway West. That's just below the top of Green Tree Hill down and through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And we have some volume through the S-Bends as you're approaching the Neville Island Bridge. That bridge currently just one lane across. Our next one, Charlie on the 5s, will come your way at 1:15 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
Fairly cloudy, humid, a few showers as we go through the day, maybe even a rumble of thunder this afternoon or evening. High 70 to 74, down to 60 miles later tonight. Warm and sticky with a passing shower or two tomorrow and Wednesday, upper 70s. Both days tomorrow and Wednesday. I'm actively doing your WC to 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International. More news at 1:30. I'm Melinda Roeder on News Radio KDKA. Worried about getting COVID? Vaccines may not be enough. Detect fever, the leading sign of COVID, with the Exergen temporal scanner. Learn more at Exergen.com. So we are in our second hour on a Monday afternoon. I am Lady Freeland. You are listening to the Voice of Pittsburgh KDKA Radio. We switch gears now, and we're talking oil. We're talking oil prices. Yeah, we're talking oil prices that could, man, have a serious impact, not just on oil companies, but you and me as well. Joining me for that discussion, Jerry Jem, the Vice President of Golden Oil. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Len. How have you been?
I can't complain at all. You know, it's been a better summer than I anticipated. So it's been good.
Yeah. Well, most of the time nobody listens when you complain anyhow, so it's...
Oh my goodness, have you noticed even when they ask, they don't listen to the answer?
Yeah. They're asking you this question before you even get there.
Absolutely. So, Jerry, talk to me about oil prices. This time of year, is this what we should anticipate? What's going on? What's this all mean?
I really think it's an inventory-driven component right now, Lynn, that's causing the price to go up. Demand has increased. We've actually sort of been lucky. The airlines, really haven't got back to a pre-pandemic level yet. So they're not using the jet fuel, which is just re-refined kerosene. So the demand for that is not as great as it could have been or should be, which would really cause a shortage. But right now, you've got more and more cars on the road. You've got people that are returning to work that have to drive, causing the usage to go up. The average person in America buys gasoline twice a week and uses 8 gallons every time they buy it. So, you, me, anybody else, that's basically 16 gallons a week. Well, we went during the pandemic where the average person was only using 4 gallons a week. So demand has increased fourfold, almost back to a pre-pandemic level for those people that are driving. So it's causing a shortage. You're seeing crude oil now that's trading about $78 a barrel. A few months back, we had when the market fell apart, we had crude oil where they were paying $14 a barrel to take the product. So we've got a $92 switch in the price of crude oil by barrel. And I mean, today I'm looking at the current thing, and as of 1:04 this afternoon, the futures market gasoline is trading at 12 cents a gallon today.
12 cents.
And heating oil not far behind. It's up 4.68%. It's up 11 cents a gallon today.
So in terms of, I guess we could look at it from a glass half empty, glass half full perspective, and that more people are going back to work, more people are driving. So that could be viewed as a good thing in that regard. At the same time, we are at I know some folks who turn their furnaces on already because we've had some cooler nights. So we're talking about an increase in heating oil just as we're getting colder outside.
Yeah. From this time last year, we're up about $1.08 over where we were last year. For a 200-gallon tank right now, we're in the neighborhood of $2.74.9 per gallon. And last year this time, we were in the neighborhood of about $1.66. $1.65. So it's going to hurt people. Natural gas is going up. The fracking companies, when gas was flowing here a couple of years ago, natural gas prices were at all-time lows, and we're seeing natural gas start to go up. We're at 586 on per million BTUs of natural gas today. So it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt at the pumps. It's going to hurt for people not only with natural gas, but the people that have heating oil in their homes. I think part of it is, this is my educated guess, that when demand was down and the lack of the labor force, that people had cut back their production of heating oil, not to have it stockpiled everywhere.
Right.
And, I don't think that we have the labor force right now to ramp production up fast enough to meet the demand, and I think that's part of what's causing the elevation in the prices.
So it's kind of like the supply chain demand that's affecting everything from bacon to artificial Christmas trees because of the slowdown in everything. We lost workers, people were laid off, they don't want to come back, but they've gone down the field. It's the same kind of effect. That's what I'm hearing. Am I hearing that correctly?
You are. And we're not only going to see it, and not to bring another topic into it, but the motor oils and hydraulic fluids and stuff. There are companies that make the additives. Lubrisol suffered a devastating fire that destroyed their plant out in Indiana a few months ago. And they are one of the largest suppliers of grease. They make 60% of the grease in this country out of that plant. And they're talking 5 to 7 years before they can rebuild the plant out there. And so you've got companies that are trying to pick up the drop in production to make up for this Lubrisol company out there. But it's also chemical. They're both the same. But it's affecting chemicals that are used to make the additives to put into lubricants, to put into motor oils that we put in our cars and trucks. Hydraulic fluids that we use in the industrial production of steel and automotive cars and everything along that line. It's just snowballing right now. I mean, I have product right now that's been on order since the first part of September, and they're telling me I may not see it now until the end of October. So we're talking, something that I used to get in 5 days, we're talking maybe 8 to 10 weeks to get.
Yeah.
And it's
You know, then at the end of the day, Jerry, what we're really saying to folks is it's all going to cost more money. It just is. It's going to cost you more, whether it's your car or whatever. And folks just need to anticipate that because there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, we all see driving past the car dealerships that the inventory levels are extremely, low. Ford Motor Company is quoting, 400,000 cars that they can't go and deliver because they don't have the microchips that they need to operate the heating and air conditioning, the power windows. You've got big trucks, Kenworth that has, at Chillicothe, Ohio, had 3,500 trucks sitting at the fairgrounds that they couldn't deliver. But it's what we ran into then was, and it's with gasoline, it's with diesel fuel, we were running so efficiently, and we were running just-in-time inventory to keep everybody supplied, keep everybody happy. And it was the perfect storm waiting to happen, that if something gave us a little bump in the supply chain, the deep freeze we had down south affected DuPont chemical, it affected Shell chemical. The trade with China for the microchips, that we were not prepared. We were not sitting on enough surplus items to weather the storm. And, I think that's what we're seeing right now in the gasoline industry, that supplies are tight, demand has increased, and, it's economics 101. Supply has to equal demand, and if it doesn't, it causes the price to go up.
Jerry Jones, Vice President, Golden Oil, I swear, we're going to have you back when you have some good news. I feel like we're crisis driven. We reach out to you when things are getting bad. We're going to have you back when things are getting in. Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you, Dan. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
All right, you too. 115, AAA traffic on the 5, powered by Bowser. Where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock right now, waiting for you. Cars, but yes. I'll have to bring that here. Well,
Yeah, that's how it works for now, except for some that you plug in. We have a little bit of a slow ride for you on the inbound side of the Parkway West. That's from the midpoint of Green Tree Hill down through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And we have some congestion through the S-Bends. That's on 79 North as you approach the Neville Island Bridge. Our next one, traffic on the 5s will come your way at 125 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is News Radio KDKA on the Odyssey app. And be sure to check out hundreds of new music stations available. Stations created for music fans by music fans. Download the Odyssey app today.
Mediconnect, Pittsburgh's largest independent and free healthcare advisory firm. MediconnectInsurance.com. What will you do if there's a food shortage? Given recent headlines, it seems likely, and at any moment. That's why it makes common sense to build your emergency food storage supply now, while you still can. Do it with the kind of food that stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. Food that doesn't go bad, like what you get at the grocery store. Whose food should you trust? The largest preparedness company in America, My Patriot Supply. We've served millions of American families going on 14 years. At MyPatriotSupply.com, our mission is your survival. Our emergency food can definitely be your lifesaver when the peanut butter hits the fan. Choose from dozens of delicious meal kits that provide over 2,000 calories a day, which is what your body needs. Order today, and your food will ship fast in unmarked boxes to protect your privacy. Don't wait. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. MyPatriotSupply.com. Happy Hour begins this Thursday at 7 p.m. You're invited to join me, Chamber Baking at the Senior Distributing Company in the Beer Garden. This week we'll have the Distilled Brewing Company welcome founder and owner Greg Cook in the Beer Garden this Thursday at 7 on the AM 1020 and FM 100.1 KDKA.
Lynn A. Freeland, presented by Dollar Bank. Try them at dollar.bank.
Have you tried learning a new language but it never seems to stick? That's because there's more to language than learning vocab words. Babbel is different. Babbel's multiple ways to learn helps you explore every aspect of a new language, anytime, right from your phone or computer. Practice real-life conversations in the Babbel app.
Hola, pajamas.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Get personalized help from an instructor in Babbel's live online classes.
Classes are limited to 6 people. We keep them small so everyone can get the help and practice they need.
Review words and phrases with fun games, or dive into the culture with short videos. Whatever your learning motivation, Babbel gives you the tools tools you'll need to explore your new language. And Babbel is built around real life. Everything from the interactive lessons and live online classes to the podcasts and games will teach you things you'll actually use. So you're ready for real life conversations. With Babbel, you can speak a new language. Babbel, more ways to explore, more ways to learn. Start learning today at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Even though asbestos cancer often takes decades to develop, by the time it is detected, it is often in advanced stages. If you're sick from exposure to asbestos, you're entitled to compensation for your pain and suffering. But a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit can be complex and challenging, so you'll need the attorneys of Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White on your side. They're pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call Goldberg, Persky & White at 1-800-COMPLEX or visit them online at gbwlaw.com.
So I ran a bunch of errands this weekend. I went to the grocery store after church. I filled up my gas tank. I just kind of handled my business, so to speak. But my purpose for bringing this up into the conversation now is directly connected to the conversation we just had with Jerry Kim. My gas tank, I tend to, for years, I was that person who literally would drive the car until the light went on, and then I would race to get to the gas station in time. And over the last couple of years, I've tried to make a concentrated effort of filling up, when my tank gets to about half or just below half, so I'm never in that running out of gas stress is not something that I have in my life. So I want to say that my gas tank, I was a little bit below half now. I have a Honda, and I just literally Googled it, so I have a 14-gallon tank. So I was a little below half, so I'm standing there, and I'm watching the gas pump go and go and go, and I'm thinking, wow, I didn't realize I was that low on gas. Well, I wasn't that low on gas. It just turns out the gas was a little pricey this week. And then I went to the grocery store, and I had a gift card. I had a gift card for a $100 gift card. So I'm thinking to myself, well, I just got to pick up a couple things. I used part of the gift card today, and then I'll save the rest for another time. Well, that didn't happen either. I was pretty much appalled at how much everything cost in the grocery store. Some of the things I wanted were not there. And it ended up that $100 gift card, I ended up spending $100.60. When I thought going into it I was only going to pick up a couple things, it would be $50 at best. My point is, between those two outings, I spent way more money over the weekend Sunday than I had anticipated because the cost of everything I feel like is going up. 866-391-1020. I want to have a conversation with you. Tell me what some of your experiences have been. Are you going to the grocery store and just outraged? It's not like I'm feeding a family of four anymore. I'm just not. I feed myself, I feed my dad, and my dad is 96, and he just doesn't eat that much. So why is my grocery bill so expensive? We don't eat extravagantly. We don't eat steaks and lobsters and all that kind of stuff. We're real basic people. So why is the grocery bill so expensive? I don't drive my car that much. Jerry Kim just said that the average person goes to the gas station twice a week, when I write that down, and gets 8 gallons of gas for a total of 16 gallons a week. Well, my car is only a 14-gallon tank. I'm not going to the gas station twice a week. I don't even go to the gas station probably every other week at best. Yeah, so I can't complain on that part of it, but it's the cost of things. It's the cost. Everything seems to cost more. So a lot of people are now going to dollar stores. But guess what? The dollar stores are having trouble stocking their shelves. They're having supply chain issues. So a lot of, their dollar stores, there are some stores where everything's $1. Then there are some stores that have $1, $2, $3. It just depends on the particular store you go to. But many of the traditional dollar stores are raising their prices as well because stuff is just hard to come by. Stuff is hard to get. 866-391-1020. Are you having that experience? Now, I don't, I'm of empty shelves in the store, but not that many. So I feel as if when I'm shopping, it's not that I can't find what I'm looking for. It's just a matter of how much more expensive things have become. So we go through this pandemic and factories shut down, plants shut down, corporations downsize. Everything downsizes because the pandemic goes on longer than we anticipated. Now we're seeing mandatory vaccines and people are going back to work, but companies are not able to keep up with the demand. So we talk about supply and demand. We had Mary Bachman on last week. We were talking about for the holidays. She's even suggesting that if you see a turkey now, you should buy it and freeze it because she doesn't know what the turkeys are going to look like. Are they going to be plentiful or are they going to be hard to find for Thanksgiving? Now, one thing I know is out there, I see it everywhere I turn around, and that's stuff for Halloween. Doesn't seem like they were affected by supply chain, but everything else was. I'm scratching my head on this one. They said kids go down Wednesday 20. Give me an idea. Let me know something that you bought that you paid way more for this time than you did even a month ago. Let's talk about the rising cost of, how do we describe it? Life. Yeah, the rising cost of life. That's what we're talking about. Your calls are coming up right now. It's 125. AAA traffic on the 5 powered by Bowser. We have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock right now. Hey, Paul.
Lynn, you may not like Mondays, but how about a real clear ride for you? That's what we have for you this Monday afternoon so far. A little bit of congestion through the S-Bend. That's on outbound 79 right before the Netherland Bridge. Bridge currently 1 lane across. We've even cleared up on the inbound side of the Parkway West, Parkway East and North. Moving well. 65 and 28 also looking good. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s will come your way at 135. From the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM at AM 1020. KDKA.
You want to do a lot in life, so why wait? Get the funds now to turn your do into done with a super low rate on the Dollar Bank home equity loan. And by super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash back for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there is no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask a Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-BANK. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change without notice. Loans prepaid in full within 36 months require reimbursement of third-party closing costs. Equal housing lender.
The motto for world-class competition has always been faster, higher, stronger. It's the same for Navient, makers of condensing tankless water heaters. Faster to install and set up, higher performance and efficiency to provide endless hot water. Stronger with the industry's strongest warranty. All because of the copper-free stainless steel heat exchanger built in every unit. Learn about Navient's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navient contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com. That's tanklessmadesimple.com.
Your life, your hope, and whatever you're searching for at 1:15 a.m. It's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Agora Cyber Charter School educates Pennsylvania students grades K through 12, free EAP, and enroll today for the 21-22 school year. To attend a virtual open house, go to agora.org or call 844-462-4672.
News Radio KDKA, covered by JC Roofing and Siding.
This morning, I have seen so much angst and anger these days. You know what's overwhelming with joy and optimism is this: get Mars. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Mars epitomizes that opportunity to help feed, clothe, educate you. If you need me, get Mars at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you. Get Mars is brought to you by the Bowser Family Foundation, Matt Mertz Plumbing, UPMC, and by Robert Pearson Associates.
8639 1020. I want to talk about the cost of life. How much you, how much we're all paying. I mentioned that I went to the grocery store yesterday, and my dad likes sweets. I try not to have too many sweets in around him, because he'll just eat them all. But I saw this cake, and it was like a piece of cake. So it was like a cake they made in the bakery at the grocery store, but you could buy it by a slice. And I'm thinking, okay, so maybe that's a good option for him. I'll just take cake. And it was a big slice of cake. It was probably close to a hunk, but it was a big piece of cake. So I pick it up, and I look at the price, and it was $4.99. And I'm thinking to myself, I could make a cake for less than that. In some places, I could buy a whole cake, $4.99 for one piece of cake. Craziness. What are you finding when you go shopping? Are you finding prices just going through the roof? I got some emails we'll share. I would tell you what folks were saying on Facebook, but oh wait, Facebook's been down for over an hour with no end in sight. We'll talk about that as well. But right now, we'll take a break for the news. We come back. Get on the phone now. Let me know. What's the one thing that you bought recently that you just can't believe how expensive it is? Your calls for comments coming up right now. Linda Roeder standing by with the news at 1:30. From the Mediterranean Basic Studio.
This is Radio KDKA.
It's 72 degrees at 1:30. I'm Melinda Roeder. Several major social media services have been hit by a huge outage. CBS News correspondent Jim Crystal reports.
Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp went down, impacting potentially tens of millions of users. Ian Shores, editor-at-large of CNET. One of the things I find really fascinating about the internet is how fragile it is, and how quickly internet services can go down. And this especially comes up when Facebook or WhatsApp or Instagram suddenly aren't accessible. The outages have been reported across the U.S. and in Europe. There's also late word that T-Mobile systems are having problems. Jim Crystal with CBS News.
The search for Kodiak, the stellar's sea eagle who got out of his habitat 9 days ago, is back home in the aviary. News Radio KDKA's Shelby Giuseppe has the story. Leadership at the aviary said there was a new hole in the wire mesh in Kodiak's habitat after he got out, but they couldn't say for sure how the hole got there. Aviary's Patty Schloss said Kodiak is in a temporary habitat for now, while crews renovate his permanent home to be more secure.
But did you mesh where the old mesh was? And that mesh, it's not just a mesh you're thinking. This is braided steel. Like, this is metal that we're talking about in these habitats. And then we're actually going to add a second layer.
She says Kodiak is well on his 9-day journey and is in good health. Aviary is scheduled to reopen Thursday. On the north side, Shelby Giuseppe, News Radio KDKA. The Rolling Stones had the honor of playing the first concert in over 2 years tonight at Heinz Field. If you're going, parking lots open at 3:30, the stadium gates at 5:30, with the concert starting at 7:30. Ticket holders are not required to show proof of vaccination, but unvaccinated fans are asked to wear a mask. Tickets are still available. And another big concert announcement. Next year's New Kids on the Block tour will stop in Pittsburgh. The concert is scheduled for July 19th and features Salt Pepper, Rick Astley, and Info. Tickets go on sale this Friday. On Wall Street, Jeffrey Tillotson says the Dow is down 400 points, the Nasdaq down 355. It's 1:32. More news at 2 o'clock on News Radio KDKA.
Cheering at a football game or taking long hikes on crisp, cool days. Plan to make the most of autumn. Yes, we are quickly going into fall. Don't let the calendar cause you to become complacent. And don't let sore feet keep you from enjoying the moments in life that matter. This is Kevin Battle for the Good Feet Store. No one wants to hear you complain about your sore feet anymore. They want you on them and enjoying your life. One visit, one walk across the showroom floor was all it took for me 16 years ago to know that I made the best investment of my life. I invested in my feet. And if you're going to be on your feet all day, or you want to try to be more active with hopefully less pain, let the good folks at the Good Feet Store try to help you the way they helped me. No more hobbling on the first few steps when I get up, and no more pain at the end of a long day. The Good Feet system fits in nearly every shoe. Measurements and consultations are free, and there's no appointment necessary. There's 2 locations. They open at 10 o'clock. Robinson Town Center near the post office, or Route 19 in Cranberry, or on the web, goodfeet.com/Pittsburgh.
Work here, play here, dream here. And Chemical, and when you join the team, you're joining their family. Discover competitive benefits, 401k plans,
generous sign-on bonuses and discounts on their amazing amenities, all while working in Pennsylvania's most magical resort. Whether your expertise is in food service, hospitality, tech, wildlife management, or anything else, Nemacolin wants your unique set of skills. Apply today at nemacolin.com/careers or visit their job fair October 7th from noon to 6 p.m. in their grand ballroom.
Cleanliness and safety are essential to the success of any business. That's why Cintas has introduced our Total Clean program, a one-of-a-kind service that includes scheduled deliveries of essential cleaning supplies, hygienically cleaned uniforms, and on-site sanitizer and disinfecting services to help eliminate germs. Learn what the Cintas Total Clean program can do for you. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Why was the basketball court open? Because the players kept dribbling on it.
It's corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his phone off for school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Go to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Check this out. Medicare annual enrollment period is here. You're seeing the commercials, your phone's ringing. You gotta go to Medicare to make Medicare easy, to make sure you're maximizing your coverage and your costs. They're local experts. They sit down with you. They help you one-on-one, and it costs you nothing. When you think of Medicare, connect with Medicare. 888-818-6334. Tell them Marty sent you.
Chevrolet traffic covered by bounds for the able for 500 fatal cars in stock. Good news if you're traveling on 79 North. The restriction over the Double Island Bridge has been lifted 2 lanes across. No residual delays, no problems, no backups for the S-Beds. Everything's moving fine. Free and clear of the parkways east, west, and north. 28 and 65.79 as a clean ride. Our next Chevrolet traffic on the 5 will come your way at 1:45. Traffic brought to you by Presbyterian Senior Care Network. From the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Up to the minute weather forecast.
I know the calendar says first full week of October, but the temperatures say something different. Low 70s today, there will be showers or a rumble of thunder, down to a mild 69, and then mid to upper 70s tomorrow Wednesday. Clouds and sunny breaks, maybe a spotty shower each day. I'm active with the meteorologist Steve DeVore, 100.1 FM AM 1020, KDKA.
In unshort times, your investment portfolio may require attention. Click HEFREN.com for a schedule of ongoing Heffron Tillotson free investment webinars designed to keep you better informed. Click HEFREN.com, Heffron Tillotson, member FIPC.
How much time do you spend planning for financial security? Do a million other things seem to get in the way? That's why we're here. I'm Kim Fleming of Heffron Tillotson. With our master plan and a team of advisors working for you, we'll help you achieve your goals using market research, analysis, and expertise that are unique to Heffron Tillotson, so you can live your life. For a no-obligation review, visit Heffron.com. Member SIPC.
Let Heffron Tillotson help you sort fact from fiction in today's ever-changing investment market. Click HEFREN.com for a list of free Heffron Tillotson webinars. Get straight talk regarding your portfolio. Click HEFREN.com. Member SIPC.
At Presbyterian Senior Care Network, their hearts have never been more sure that keeping our greatest generation safe and cared for is what they're meant to do. It's just one of the ways they're making aging easier for every person they serve. Learn more at srcare.org.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by the Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find 0% interest in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Bridger, and I'm Kevin Battle. Looking forward to tomorrow morning. Yeah, we're going to recap the Rolling Stones concert. Will Larry show up to work on time? Yes. More to find out on the KDKA Radio Morning Show.
So wait, how do you do a radio show and not show up for work on time? Because I have to get up early in the morning to find out. 866-391-1020. We're talking about the cost of life, the cost of living and how it's going up. The cost of everything seems to be on the rise. I want to just double back. I talked about that cake, that piece of cake that I saw in the grocery store yesterday. $5, $4.99 for a piece of cake. Full disclosure, I did buy it for my dad. I did buy it because I thought he would like it, but I was a little taken back by the cost of the cake. I was taken back by how much it cost. Have you been taken back by anything when you went shopping, or even I filled up my gas tank yesterday. I did fill it up. It was a little over half. But I felt like I did not look. I'm going to be honest. I did get a receipt printed out, and I didn't look to see how much I actually paid per gallon. I don't think I had, I think I had used whatever, gas perks or whatever I had. I think I used them at the grocery store already, so I didn't have much to add. Oh, I'm sorry, I did. I had $10 off per gallon, and I chose not to use, I'm sorry, 10 cents off per gallon. I chose not to use the 10 cents per gallon because I like to make it add up, so it makes a real difference. $10 per gallon, and I'm getting less than half a tank. In my mind, wasn't that big of a deal, so I decided to keep the 10 cents. But it still ended up being a lot more money than I thought for a half a tank of gas. I mean, it's just like everything costs more money. And now we're approaching the holidays. Nothing tends to get cheaper before the holidays until you get to the holidays. Although, if you heard in the business update, Amazon is announcing a Black Friday. They're having an early Black Friday sale. Don't know what that's going to look like yet. I got an email from a regular listener, Sandy, and she says that we're talking about the cost of things. She says, this is a sensitive issue for me. It's sensitive with my mom, who has no concept of the price of things, and it makes her angry as prices are raised, so it hits a nerve on a more personal and everyday level. And here's the thing. I do have a friend who is retired, and she always stresses to me, she's like, when they say it's a fixed income, and that's what it is, it's a fixed income. So even though I think there is possibly an increase coming for Social Security, but the bottom line is, right now, no one saw this pandemic coming, no one saw these job layoffs coming, no one saw these supply chain issues coming. So as a result, nothing has risen to meet the cost of anything. Mary Bach told us last week that pork products, so if you do pork for the holidays, if you do ham for Christmas or whatever, you may want to get it now because she's anticipating there's going to be a pork shortage. That includes your holiday ham, that includes your breakfast bacon or your breakfast sausage. If you eat pork for those meals, shortage, better stock up now, put it in the freezer. Turkey, she said the same thing, you better get those now. So how are you being hit, and how do you adjust for it? 866-391-1020. We know that a lot of folks say they started going to alternative stores, so instead of going to their typical grocery store, they're now going to some of the dollar stores because it's a little easier. What are you doing? 866-391-1020. Dan in Mount Pleasant, welcome.
Hey, Lynn, how you doing?
I am well, so how are you?
Good. I was surprised to hear, first of all, you drive a Honda. I thought all you famous TV and radio personalities drove Rolls-Royces and Ferraris, no?
That is such a misnomer. My last two cars have been Hondas, and the one before that was a Toyota, so what can I tell you?
Well, anyway, Lynn, I'm just going to give you my viewpoint. See, what we're experiencing right now is what's called collateral damage. This is the collateral damage of all this shut it down. Do you remember the pre-George Floyd issue, the peaceful protests that happened downtown, the people saying, don't shut us down, our businesses? Do you remember that?
I don't know. Were they big protests?
The protest, remember Tom Lynch came on the air and condemned all of us, saying that we were dangerous and shouldn't be down there? Anyway, this is what we were protesting, because what has happened is we've had medical doctors and medical bureaucrats come out and tell the rest of us how to live our life, and we quote essential, not essential. Bottom line is, what happened is you've shut down all these businesses, you've messed up with the economy, and now what happened? Government stepped in, they're subsidizing subsidizing everything and everybody. I'll give you two prime examples. Government's now paying people to have children. Okay, I think it's like $300 a kid. I got family members getting $600 just because they have kids. I have the last big spending bill that came through that penny insurance program through the Pennsylvania state. Pennsylvania benefited from all this money that was given out by the federal government. I have family members paying 97 cents a month for health insurance. So what's happening is not only can you get people's businesses wrecked, destroyed, and shut down, now government's subsidizing. This is why I disagree with some of the people you brought on the air. This is why you don't have workers, and this is why you have mass inflation, and this is just the beginning.
I'll kind of speak to this in a lot of what you just said, Dan. I mean, even to the extent when you talk about the government is paying people to have children. I feel like there is some validity to some of what you say, but where you lose me is I think you take it way too far. I mean, so to say something like the government's paying people to have kids, that's a stretch to me. I understand your point. I do, and I understand your concerns, and I think that the truth lies somewhere in the middle. But it's a good conversation. Let's see if we can get some other folks to weigh in on it. 866-391-1020 is the number. We'll take a break and get the latest from traffic. 145 AAA traffic on the 5, powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock.
Okay, then, man, things are moving very well for you. We're looking good on the parkways east, west, and north 79, especially now that the Neville Island Bridge is 2 lanes across. That delay through the S-bends has been alleviated, and we're moving well on 28 and 65. No issues and/or accidents currently on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s will come your way 155. From the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
KDKARadio.com gets you information fast. KDKARadio.com get the facts you need on your mobile without the navigation hassle. It's next level service from KDKARadio.com. Try it now. KDKARadio.com.
You want to do a lot in life, so why wait? Get the funds now to turn your do into done with a super low rate on the Dollar Bank home equity loan. And by super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash back for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there are no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask a Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-BANK. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change without notice. Loans prepaid in full within 36 months. Require reimbursement of third-party closing costs. Equal housing lender.
Your life, your hope, your passion. These things are none of our business. Your baby monitor research is producing too much diaper cream. And whatever you were searching for at 1:15 a.m., that's really none of our business. Because your life is private. And unlike other tech companies, we think you're internationally reachable. Oh, how old are they? That's none of our business either. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
The Choir Memorial has been inspiring hope and fostering growth since 1963. We'd like to recognize and thank all the dedicated and committed staff who care for God's most vulnerable people. If you'd like to make a difference in someone's life and enjoy caring for others, you're invited to join the team. Get a $2,000 sign-on bonus, free family hospitalization, paid vacation, personal, and sick days. Call Lauren today or apply at 724-843-3400 or at McGuireMemorial.org.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all dealers, and KP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates, all that. JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I can hardly believe it's been 4 years since Mary danced back into my office. She opened my door and danced from the door to my front desk with this huge smile on her face. I'm Dr. Sean Ritchie. Since then, I've had the opportunity to help thousands of patients who suffer from numbness, burning, stabbing, pins and needles pain that they get from peripheral nerve or get them back to enjoying life again.
Hey, I'm Wes.
Hey, I'm Marla. Hi, I'm Laurie. Oh, my balance is so much better, and I'm walking again.
Sleeping better and I'm walking better. I'm sleeping and feeling my feet again.
And I'm walking again.
Hey, I'm Mary, and I'm still dancing.
Peripheral neuropathy can rob you of what you love to do, whether it be running, shopping, walking, driving, biking, playing with your grandkids, or even dancing. I'm Dr. Sean Ritchie. I want to help you get your pain back. Go to MaryDanceDance.com to find out how. Or call 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000.
Showport now in 3 locations and at showport.com.
Facebook.com is now Odyssey. Download the Odyssey app and listen to KDKA and all the news, sports, and music podcasts.
Northeast School District rated in the top spot on Niche.com's annual rankings of the best public schools in the region. The district ranked number 3 in the statewide ranking, behind number 1 Radnor Township and Trusted East Talent School District, both in Philadelphia Metro. The local top 5 was rounded out by Mount Lebanon, Box Chapel area, Upper St. Clair, and South Bend Township School District. For more on the story and other local business news, log on to PittsburghBusinessTimes.com. I'm Mike Larson.
You know, I should always be very skeptical. You know, our conversation is really focused on the cost of everything. It kind of goes back to, we spoke with Gary Kemp, the vice president of Golden Oil. He was talking about the cost of oil and how it's going to be passed on to us, whether it's, you know, through gasoline or home heating oil, however it's going to happen, we're going to end up paying more. We're paying more at the grocery store. We're seeing shortages. We're seeing some empty shelves at the grocery store. So it should be a red flag to me, and you would think after 3 years I would have learned some of this stuff. It should be a red flag to me when we're talking about the cost. I was talking about the cost of a piece of cake at the grocery store, and the caller starts off by saying, remember the BLM protest downtown. That should have been a red flag for me where we were going in that conversation. So that's my fault. I didn't, I sometimes, I don't want to say I am naive, but I don't think that everything is political. I just don't. I respect the fact that many of you do, and I respect the fact that for many people, everything is either red or blue. It's either Republican or Democrat. There's no in between. There's no anything else. It's either all the Democrats' fault or all the Republicans' fault. And that's the end of their conversation. That's just it. And they'll figure out any kind of way to make that argument, support that argument. I don't necessarily see the world that way. I don't see the world necessarily as black and white, contrary to what many of you will allege about me. And I don't see the world necessarily as blue or red. I think that there are some things that happen right, and there are some things that happen wrong. And somehow or another, we need to figure out a way to make more of the right things happen and fewer of the wrong things. Now, what's right and what's wrong, that's probably where we start to disagree, for sure. But I don't believe that, I believe that a lot of the shutdowns that we saw here in Pennsylvania and other places, I thought we needed them. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's because we had to shut things down that this is where we are. There was a domino effect, but it's the pandemic that created this nightmare. It wasn't, to me, again, only my opinion, but it's the pandemic that created this domino effect. It wasn't as if our elected officials were sitting in Harrisburg or anywhere else and saying, oh, okay, how can we gunk everything up? Well, let's just shut things down. Let's just make it impossible for people to do business and see how that goes. That's not how it happened. At the time that a lot of those decisions were being made, we were being impacted by a pandemic from a virus that we had never seen before. Now, let's look at this from the other side. Here we are in October of 2021, and we're still dealing with that virus. The CDC today came out with very similar recommendations for the holidays that we had last year. You know, don't be indoors with a bunch of people you don't know. If they don't live under your roof, chances are you should probably be eating outside if you have to. Don't travel by plane if you don't have to. You know, if you're unvaccinated, wear a mask. There's a reason why we're still dealing with a lot of this stuff. We had the ability, me and you and John and Mary who live across the street. We had the ability to change the trajectory of this pandemic. For whatever reason, we, being the society, opted to go against the science, opted to go against the medicine, and so now here we are, still trying to figure out how to get out of that. Were there some political implications of it? Yeah, there were some, but not all. You know, it's not, the pandemic wasn't created by, in my opinion, Democrats or Republicans, but combined, we mucked it up when it got here. We didn't handle it well. We didn't respond to it well, and we're still not. We are still not. Every other day, I'm hearing from someone that I know, I just got a positive test. I have COVID. I have to quarantine. I'm isolated. You know, come on. There's some other ways we could have dealt with this that has nothing to do with politics. We're coming up on 155 AAA traffic on the 5 Tower 5000, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars and stuff right now waiting for you. Paul Alexander, what's up?
Hey there, Lynn. Hardly anything. Things are moving extremely well. We have now had that situation over the Neville Island Bridge. It's expanded to 2 lanes across, so we're now moving quite well through the S-bends on 79 North. No problems on the parkways east, west, and north. Looking good on 28, and we're moving well on 65 as well. Our next AAA traffic on the bottom is coming way at 205. From the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Experience the joy of a brand new kitchen or bathroom from the Kitchen and Bath Design Center. We're on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit. Or click kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? EA 625.
Dedicated. That's what you want in your financial advisor. Someone loyal and focused in their commitments. My dad, Les Boston of Boston Family Wealth Management, is dedicated to all he does. As a husband, he and mom have been married for over 42 years, raising my sister and me, and now enjoying 4 grandchildren. As a PGA golf professional, Dad was dedicated to being the best golfer and instructor he could be, always willing and available to help his students. As a financial planner, he dedicated himself to continually learn, develop, and grow in his knowledge, and is a certified financial planner professional. I'm Lester. Dad, my sister, Sarah, and I are Boston Family Wealth Management, dedicated to helping you turn your investments into a potential income source to support you through retirement. Visit BostonFamilyWealth.com to learn more about our dedication. That's BostonFamilyWealth.com.
Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. CAG and Boston Family Wealth are separate entities from LPL Financial.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? Do you have a VCR anymore? What about a film projector? With technology constantly changing, most families don't have a way to enjoy their recorded memories trapped on VHS, camcorder tapes, film reels, and photos. That's why we created Legacy Box over a decade ago. Legacy Box is an affordable mailed-in kit to have your aging media digitized to DVD, thumb drive, or the cloud. Our trained technicians digitize everything by hand right here in the U.S. Imagine being able to easily relive weddings, graduations, baby's first steps, and more. Get started future-proofing your memories today so you can gather the whole family together and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, we're offering 40% off. Visit legacybox.com/value to get an exclusive 40% off. Buy today to take advantage of this incredible offer and send in when you're ready. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 40% off. legacybox.com/value.
KDKA AM and HD, KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey station.
So one last thought. We can talk about all the politics we want to when it comes to the pandemic and the shutdown and all those things. But there's another fact that I don't know how you argue it. 700,000 lives. Not to say that 700,000 lives. That wasn't politics. That was a virus. And we could have responded differently to that. But right now we're at 700,000 and counting. That's not blue. That's not red. Those are lives lost. And those lives come from every corner of society. Everyone. Facebook is still down. I am humorously amazed at the number of people who are now on Twitter, which I guess is the only real social media site that's been up and running throughout this last close to 2 hours now. I think that Facebook, Instagram have been down, and WhatsApp. They've all been down, so it would seem to me they would all operate independently, so I'm not sure how it is that all 3 of those went down. There's some folks who are saying that, they just had the whistleblower come forward on Facebook, and now Facebook is down, but it's Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. And it is very clear there are some folks going through withdrawal right now because they don't have their beloved Facebook. We'll talk more about that coming up. We're also going to talk about Saturday Night Live. Stick around. It's an interesting conversation for sure. That's coming up right after the news. Right now, it's just about 2 o'clock. Time for Melinda Roeder. From the Medicare Advantage Studio.
This is News Radio. KDKA.
It's 72 degrees at 2 o'clock. I'm Melinda Roeder. The Allegheny County Health Department is reporting 1,097 new coronavirus cases over the last 72 hours. County Executive Rich Fitzgerald's Health News Radio KDKA that the new cases aren't coming from the big outdoor gatherings.
Where we still see, cases going up, it tends to be on indoor events, weddings and parties, those type of things. But you're right. The Friday night football games, the Steeler games, other picnics that have happened throughout the fall, we've not seen a big jump.
The county is also reporting 10 new deaths in September. They were 2 50 to 64-year-olds, and the other 8 were all 65 or older. The CDC has released new guidance ahead of the holiday season. To tell us what's recommended, here's KDKA TV's Lindsay Ward. The agency says the safest way is to celebrate the holidays by having virtual celebrations, gathering outside in a socially distanced way, and celebrating only with people who live in the same household. If you are gathering indoors, make sure your windows and doors are open for better ventilation. Follow the CDC guidelines like wear masks indoors if there are a lot of people inside. Hold off on holiday travel like flying if you can, unless you're fully vaccinated. If you're not fully vaccinated and you're traveling with children, the CDC suggests driving. The Treasury Department published new guidance outlining the process of reallocating emergency rental assistance money. CBS's Sarah Ewell-White. The Treasury Department will be reallocating funds to programs that have been performing well and demonstrating a need for the money. Programs that did not obligate at least 65% of their first round of rental assistance by the end of last month will have to submit improvement plans. More of the funding could be subject to being reallocated over time. This comes as some state and local jurisdictions have struggled to get the money out to those in need. Facebook is feeling the backlash after a former employee's interview on CBS's 60 Minutes. CBS's Jason Brooks has details.
Facebook is feeling a sting in the stock market after a company whistleblower told 60 Minutes that Facebook made making money a priority over stopping the spread of hate speech and misinformation on the platform. Frances Haugen worked as a product manager for Facebook's Civic Integrity team, and she also says she was the employee who leaked internal company documents to the Wall Street Journal about the dangers facing kids on the platform, leading to the company halting plans for Instagram Kids.
company continues to make improvements to tackle the spread of misinformation and harmful content. Who needs Black Friday when the deals are already being rolled out now? More from CBS's Matt Piper.
Amazon says on select days this month and in November, brands like Sony, Bose, and Apple will offer limited time offers with deep deals. The retailer says the deals are across all categories from beauty to home, toys to electronics. They can be found online or by asking Alexa, what are my deals? Amazon also has just unveiled its holiday gift guides and toy lists. Matt Piper, CBS News.
On Wall Street, after intelligence says the Dow is down 369 points, the Nasdaq down 340. It's 2:03, time to enjoy Breadwork, celebrating 42 years of baking and delivering the best bread in Pittsburgh. Breadwork, Pittsburgh, born and bred. AAA traffic and AccuInternet. Have you seen any advertising for fake meat? They like to imply that it's healthier for you, but when you compare the levels of sodium, fat, and calories for many of these synthetic meat products, they're often higher than what's in real bacon and burgers. And while some may look and smell like the real thing, these artificial meats are made with ingredients you won't find in real bacon, chicken fingers, or sausage. Many use methyl cellulose, a chemical which is commonly used as a laxative, to thicken liquid fake meat. Synthetic meat is often treated with vegetable citrus, which you'll also find in e-cigarette liquids and artificial caramel coloring, which, according to the state of California, may cause cancer. Many fake meat products are manufactured using as many as 60 additives, chemicals, and other ingredients. Find out more at fakefakefacts.com. That's fakefakefacts.com. Paid for by the Center for Consumer Freedom. Hello, Pittsburgh. This is Cecilia Elias with your wellness today's topic. Don't let Halloween unravel you, part 2. The week's leading up to Halloween, many families with children make their own Halloween treats. Chocolate cupcakes, lunch frosting, caramel apples, firework sugar cookies, etc. Consider sticking to crafts like carving pumpkins, decorating, and making their own decorations. Have the kids help make their own costumes or even just pieces of it. Maybe they help make yours. Other festive activities to do with your kids for Halloween are the standard bombing for apples, going to the pumpkin patch, or taking a hayride. If you do end up in the kitchen, try making worms for dinner. I eat zucchini noodles. Have the kids help spiralize, and they'll enjoy eating their veggies. Instead of chicken wings, make fat wings by adding some black non-GMO food coloring to the sauce. Today's News Minute has been brought to you by Pittsburgh attorney Tom Smock. Thank you, Mr. Smock. Traffic on the 5. AAA Traffic is powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. Here's Paul.
Thank you very much, Melinda. We still have a pretty good ride for you. We have a little bit of congestion now on the inbound side of the Parkway East. That's back to Edgewood, Swissvale. As you're making your way to and through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, moving well now on the S-Bends as we move toward the Neville Island Bridge. That's now 2 lanes across. No real problems on the Parkway West. Looking good on the Parkway North. 2865 also moving well. Traffic is brought to you by Electric Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Our next AAA job on the 5s will come your way at 2:15. From the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center, I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
Varying amounts of clouds, sticky, some showers, and maybe even a rumble of thunder this afternoon, early evening. Low 70s most places, down to 60 tonight, and then warmer, mid to upper 70s with a few sunny breaks, and also a sticky shower each day tomorrow and Wednesday. I'm actively meteorologist Steve DeVore, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.
It's 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International. More news at 2:30. I'm Melinda Roeder on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. Fever is the leading sign of COVID, so make sure you have an accurate thermometer. The Exergent Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Backed by science, it's the accurate thermometer you need and can trust. Be vigilant and learn more at Exergent.com. Welcome back to the third hour of the News Freeway Show. I am Lenny Freeway. You are listening to the Voice of Pittsburgh, KDKA radio show. I, like many people, look forward to
Saturday night because it was the beginning of the new SNL season. I don't always watch it at the time. A lot of times I record it and then I look to see what the chatter is about it, and then I'll go back and watch it. And so this past Saturday, I did not watch it, but I did set it up to record. I watched the cold open, and I wasn't overwhelmed about it, and I kind of, fast forwarded through a lot of it. Turns out I missed something that ends up being very controversial. So there was a segment on Saturday Night Live that dealt with Pete Davidson acting as Dog, the bounty hunter. Now I want you to take a listen to a clip from Saturday Night Live, and then we're going to talk about why it's controversial and whether or not it should. So first, let's take a listen to an excerpt of this past weekend Saturday Night Live. This is Pete Davidson, and he is playing the role of Dog, the bounty hunter.
Are you Dog, the bounty hunter?
So, the controversy in this case isn't so much Dog the Bounty Hunter, of course, is a character, is a real-life character, I guess, from a reality TV show a couple years ago, and he was just that, he was a bounty hunter. But for a lot of people, the controversy came from the timeliness of the joke, the timeliness of the search for Mr. Laundry, and whether or not that was appropriate. That brings into question, what are the bounds of humor? Do they push the envelope of good taste? And did this one, joining me on the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh Newsline, the one, the only John McIntyre. Welcome, sir.
Lynn, nice to be on your show. Thanks for having me.
I was going to say, I am glad to have you here for sure. So, when did you first hear that this had become controversial, or did you hear that?
I thought of this because it was about a school board meeting, as you know, and everybody kept coming up and talking about everything except what they were supposed to be talking about, which was COVID, including Dog and Bounty. So I thought that was a funny premise, and the bit was people just kept getting off subject and saying stupid, crazy things, because people tend to go to public meetings these days and say stupid, crazy things, as we all know. I had no idea it would become controversial. If people don't want to be offended by topical comedy, they should stop watching Saturday Night Live, which has been doing tasteless, too-soon comedy since Bill Garrett's Gilmore for Christmas, with the original F. I mean, Norm Macdonald got fired for telling too many OJ jokes. So they've been, no pun intended, beating to death bad topical humor for decades. And handy hint for the viewers who don't want to be offended, don't watch it anymore.
Well, and your point is actually well taken because, I was not offended by this. And I did think that, some of the other bits were funny because I've been to a couple of school board meetings recently. And it's just like you shake your head because it's like, are you kidding me? Why are you doing this? Why are you saying this? They told you what the agenda was, and now you're coming from out of left field. So, on the surface, I feel like it makes sense. Have we become too sensitive, do you think?
Oh, definitely. It's all part of the cancel culture. Everybody wants to cancel everybody else. I've been doing a bit forever. People ask me, how would you manage to get with so many of the women folk? And I'm going to tell them, you can't get sleeping with the women, you have to put the women to sleep. And that...
Okay, I can see where you might get your pushback.
The point is, I do get laughs with it, but I guess if I was one of Bill Cosby's victims or their friends and relatives, I wouldn't think it was too funny. So obviously, topical comedy comes with some risk. But I'm a big fan of being too soon joke. When Norm Macdonald dies, I want to see comedians making jokes about Norm Macdonald, not being spirited ones, but maybe even appropriate.
So doesn't that when we talk about the too soon kind of thing or too sensitive, that goes back to like Richard Pryor and beyond.
there have always been things that comedians use for comic relief that are in the news headlines.
Absolutely. Since time began, since the original Saturday Night Live, since Chevy Chase, I mentioned the Norm Macdonald OJ example. I don't understand why it's news to people that tasteless topical comedy has been a thing for generations and will continue to be. Yes, because of the Me Too movement and other sensitive issues, there are things we can't do anymore that we used to be able to do, and maybe that's a good thing. But to expect to never be offended by topical comedy is absurd.
So then, I don't want to say bears the brunt of this, but is it Davidson? Is it the show? Who bears the brunt of it? I mean, I don't know that there's not like a canceled SNL pushback, but there is a lot of, I guess, there's not as much chatter on social media as Facebook and Instagram are down.
Yes, Facebook is down. Where am I supposed to get my misinformation? I haven't seen this letter let it stay like an hour and a half, and I don't know what to do with myself. I would think this is the tempest and teapot. All publicity is good publicity, as the old saying goes, and Pete Davidson, the show will not really suffer at all as a result.
And so this is going to be one of those things that blows over like a day or two from now. Actually, now that everybody's talking about Facebook, it may blow over today.
Absolutely, yeah. No, you said there's major withdrawal going on. I haven't seen any inane posts about nothing in particular, and like I say, 90 minutes is, about to die here.
I tell you what, it's kind of weird without it, don't you think that?
It is actually. I was actually wanted to promote my appearance on your show on Facebook, and when I couldn't, it was weird because usually you just go on Big Bang Boom, you say whatever you want, and destroyed by the masses if they don't like it.
Yeah, and that's kind of how, I think that Tamira was going to put it on social media. She couldn't get on. She sent me a text and said, hey, is your Facebook down? I'm like, yeah, it's yours. And we're going back and forth. And, I think that's what the world is doing today because we take it for granted. Misinformation or not, it's there every day.
Yes, I complained on Twitter about where am I going to get my misinformation, and I was assured by many of my tweeting friends that there was plenty to go on right there. So that calms down a little bit.
John McIntyre, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Have a great day, Les.
You too. We're at 6:15. Triple A traffic on the 5. Showers by Bowser. Where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock. All right, now waiting for you. Hey, man.
Hey there, man. All good things must come to an end. We now have some traffic situations. We'll start on inbound 28. There's an accident slowing things down back to the 31st Street bridge, so gonna have a bit of a slow ride there. Things are picked up on the inbound side of the Parkway West as well. That's from the top of Green Tree Hill. And you're back there towards Woodsville on the inbound side of the Parkway East. Our next AAA traffic on the 5 will come your way at 225 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM at AM 1020. KDKA.
Thanks so much for that, Paul. And this is the perfect time for you to turn your due into done with a super low rate on a dollar bank home equity loan. Just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can take cash out for a trip, or do some remodeling, whatever you want. Real simple. Go online at Dollar Bank or call 1-800-242-BANK. Dollar Bank is an equal housing lender.
Odyssey is your new home for all the radio that matters to you. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to KDKA, powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Attorney Joe Cordell. New school, new job, new home. Change is hard and can leave you feeling isolated, and divorce delivers one of life's hardest blows. The relationships you counted on are suddenly gone, but you don't have to walk through this alone. For more than 30 years, Cordell & Cordell has guided men through the challenges of divorce. You're not alone. Call Cordell & Cordell. Online at CordellCordell.com. Offices in Pittsburgh, Beaver, and Granbury Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents Doug.
And we're back with Emo and Doug for the final question. Category is things you climb. All right, what do you think? Sure. We're going with Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Oh, so close. We were looking for stairs. Only pay for what you need.
What makes Two's Market a special place in your neighborhood?
The aroma of fresh baked bread from the Two's Bakery Department.
Right
bright colors of farm fresh produce loaded with nutrients.
A large selection of delicious hot and cold deli items satisfying everything you need.
A friendly quality meat department that gives you custom cuts right on the spot.
Coons knows what you like and provides the best bakery, deli, produce, and meat services at all 8 Coons Market locations. This week you'll find
In our delis, loose berries, style baked ham, $5.99 a pound. Loose prepared foods, German style smoked sausage, sauerkraut, $3.99 a pound. In our fresh produce department, Nita's grapes, 99 cents a pound. Fresh express salads, pre-mixed or baked spinach, 5-ounce packages, 2 for $6.
Coons Specialty Department. Give you the best quality with savings you can see on your Coons Reward card.
Shop at one of Coons' 8 store locations or shop online at coonsmarket.com for convenient curbside pickup.
Coons Market.
A Pittsburgh tradition. If you like listening to the Panthers play, I know a place that you'll love seeing wild animals play from around the world. Living Treasures in the Laurel Highlands. Visit during the day or during evening hours for October's Night at the Zoo. You'll score big with your family by visiting Living Treasures in the Laurel Highlands and check out their beautiful cabins for an overnight stay. Visit funanddonegal.com for details. That's funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures, where animals are loved. And you'll love it too.
Curious what your thoughts might be on this Saturday Night Live skit. 866-399-1020, that's the number. Pete Davidson, who I actually like. I like Pete Davidson as a comedian. I like his comedic timing, if you will. I think I also appreciate the fact that he's been honest about some of his own struggles in his life, and he has at times joked about his own personal turmoil, if you will. So I kind of respect that. I did, interestingly enough, when Tamara first brought this to my attention today, and I said to her, yeah, I recorded the show, but I really didn't watch the whole thing. Well, it turns out I watched most of this particular skit. I just didn't watch it through the dog, the bounty hunter part. So the setting was at a school board meeting, and people were coming up to the microphone, right, everything from the private tea in China to trying to find Brian Launch. And so the school board members and these persons, came up to the microphone when they were told the focus of this meeting is to talk about this, not that. And so he was one of a series of people who came up to the microphone. So then once you called it to my attention, I went back and I listened to that part of it. It did not strike me. That wasn't my first thought. Like, oh, that's too soon. It was just another one of the things that people were inappropriately bringing to the school board. To me, that was the bigger picture. It wasn't that it was, the case of Gabby, and Brian Laundrie. But that now brings the question, did people think it was too soon because he is still missing? Or did people think it was too soon because of this fascination the United States seems to have with this girl, Gabby, and her relationship? 866-391-1020, that's the number. Ken in Mount Washington, welcome, sir.
What's going on, man?
How are you?
Well, fantastic. Hey, real quick, look. Here's what I think. I think society is so uptight. And don't get me wrong, I think Gary Smear, he said it best. He refuses to do college sports because everybody can fake it. And that's because, I think the culture has changed, which is good in a sense. But at the same time, if you're a comedian, that's your job is to offend people. There's no college that teaches you how to be a comedian. It's part of society. And I'll never forget, during the height of 9/11, I didn't even think a Muslim community existed. I'll never forget this guy. He said, if you're going to an airport, you might as well wear a G-string because your name Muhammad's going to be searched. So people called in and said he should have said that joke to 9/11, people got killed. But that's what comedians do. It puts society back on balance.
See, and I tend to agree with you on that. I mean, I always thought that to me comedians were supposed to push the limit. They were supposed to push the envelope. That's part of what stand-up comedians in particular do. So I was kind of surprised or maybe disappointed at the pushback on this one.
Well, I mean, let me say what the society has changed, and it's with some good and with some bad. But I mean, they got rid of. I think one guy was a talk show host, and he said, "You used to be a comedian, you said a gay joke, and you lost your job." Okay, it was decades ago when you said a joke. So if you're going to come down hard on anybody that says any joke, then what kind of society do you live in? And that's the problem I have with it. It's part of who we are. And I think enjoy in life. It's scary.
Help me out because I don't necessarily remember all the ins and outs. But wasn't that initially some of the pushback, like to Richard Pryor, that the stuff he was joking about was too close to real life, or it was race related and people didn't like that?
Oh, he was way ahead of his time. When he first began, he was telling basically Bill Cosby jokes. And he said it to a white audience, and it didn't last because it's already been done. So he decided to make the choice of saying what was really on his mind, what was going on in society. And that's what made him unique, because he was one of the first comedians to really do it. And it really did change society, made people think what was going on in the world. And he was the first one on Saturday Night Live that had a 10-second delay.
Right.
At that time, NBC was scared what he was going to say. He's unpredictable.
Yeah.
Totally unpredictable. And,
I forgot about that. Absolutely. Hey, Ken, I got to run, but I always appreciate your perspective, sir.
All right.
All right, take care. So, we're talking about basically humor. We're talking about comedians and what makes you laugh and what makes you feel uncomfortable. And I'm guessing that, the more we became politically correct, maybe, the less comedians had that room to push the envelope, or do they keep pushing too far all the time? I mean, the reality is, as John McIntyre said, half of what's on Saturday Night Live is inappropriate. It just is. It's always inappropriate. So what makes it different? More of your calls coming up right now. It is 225 Simply Traffic on the 5, powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 pre-owned cars in stock right now, making it available for you. Hold on,
And then, we do have a couple of situations. We'll start on the outbound side of the Parkway East. We have an accident before the Edgewood Swissvale exit. It's slowing things down all the way back before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And on the inbound side, you're back to Forest Hills. Accident inbound on 28. You're all the way back to Millville as you make your way toward the accident scene just before the 31st Street Bridge. And we're pretty heavy and slow inbound on the Parkway West. That's from the top of Three Trio. Our next Simply Traffic on the 5 will come your way at 235 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Shopping Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Want to sell a house but don't want the stress? Brian Schwab here with Brian Buys Pittsburgh to fix that. Take cash for your house and that you choose, pay nothing out of pocket. We'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057. Or visit RyanBuysPittsburgh.com today.
For eligible individuals, 18 or older, only not available in Oregon or West Virginia. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
Hello, Cindy.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With hearing aids from Lively, everything is done remotely in the comfort of your home, from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. With Lively, you get premium Bluetooth-enabled hearing aids at thousands less than you might expect. The best hearing aid technology is now affordable and convenient. Your hearing aids are sent right to your door, and if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week. No charge. You people at Lively are wonderful. With Lively hearing aids, you get free shipping, 3 years of follow-up hearing periods free, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage. You can't lose. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Now get $100 off your hearing aids when you go to listenlively.com/radio. That's listenlively.com/radio. listenlively.com/radio.
The motto for world-class competition has always been faster, higher, stronger. It's the same for Navient, makers of condensing tankless water heaters, faster to install and set up, higher performance and efficiency, and provide endless hot water, stronger with the industry's strongest warranty. All because of the copper-free stainless steel heat exchanger built in every unit. Learn about Navient's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navient contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com. That's tanklessmadesimple.com.
Your life, your hope, and whatever you're searching for at 1:15 a.m. It's really none of our business, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
High school football is back on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Presented by Shenderovich and Fishman. They have your back, not your wallet. Friday, Gateway takes on Penn Trafford at 7:30. KDKA kickoff hosted by Florida Businesses. Starting at 6:30 with Hardline, Leon's Billiards and more. State Farm agent Bill Agulia and State Farm agent David Matters.
Who is your favorite comedian? Do you tend to go with the safer comedians? Do you go with the ones who push the envelope? I'm curious about that. 866-291-1020. Coming back after the news, I'm going to talk about Friday night. You may recall that I was going to throw out the opening pitch if I would come on Friday, and I did that. I'm going to talk about that. And I'm also curious, are you now going through withdrawal because you don't have Facebook, you don't have Instagram, you don't have WhatsApp? They've been down for a couple of hours now. I want to say I first became aware of it just before 12 o'clock. Just before 12 o'clock. So it's now been about 2.5 hours. And there are some people, like those of us in the media, who depend, we thrive on our ability to let you guys know what's happening, what's coming up, or what happened on social media, on our social media platforms, but they've been down. So we're struggling because we can't get our word out, and then there are other folks who are just going through withdrawal. Are you? We'll talk about that. That's all coming up right after the news.
It's 73 degrees at 2:30. I am Mr. Rotor. Kodiak Distillers Sea Eagle is back home at the National Aviary after a 9-day search that ended Sunday. News Radio KDKA shall be discussing this more. The team at the aviary spent the last 9 days responding to sightings of the bird who gradually traveled north to Pittsburgh. Sunday, Pine Township residents saw Kodiak near their home. Aviary's Kathy Schluss says that's where they were finally able to catch him.
One of our agriculturists who regularly feeds him was able to make eye contact with Kodiak and make sure that he stayed calm. Another team member who is really trained in falconry techniques was able to use a soft net to acquire Cody and to hold his position.
The aviary plans to reopen Thursday, but Kodiak won't be taking visitors for at least the next 2 weeks while crews renovate his habitat. I'm in Northside, Shelby Kentucky, News Radio KDKA. Allegheny County Executive Rich Fitzgerald says he's already seeing a big jump in the number of vaccinations among county employees since announcing the vaccine mandate last week. He tells News Radio KDKA that those numbers will continue to go up.
We've seen that the vast majority of folks are going to get the vaccine and get it all done by December 1st, as we said. When we did an announcement back in early August, where new hires had to be vaccinated as a condition of employment, we also saw a big jump in the number of people who came in and became vaccinated.
Fitzgerald says he's hearing the same thing from many Pittsburgh companies, many which have over 95% vaccination rates. The Rolling Stones have the honor of playing the first concert in over 2 years tonight at Heinz Field. If you're going, the parking lot's open at 3:30, the stadium gates at 5:30, and the concert starts at 7:30. Ticket holders are not required to show proof of vaccination, but unvaccinated fans are asked to wear a mask. Tickets are still available. And another big concert announcement. Next year's Kids on the Block tour will start in Pittsburgh. The concert is scheduled for July 19th and features Salt Peppa, Rick Astley, and Info. Tickets go on sale Friday. On Wall Street, Heffron Tillotson says the Dow is down 364 points, the Nasdaq down 3 7:32, more news at 3 o'clock on News Radio KDKA.
On in life. So why wait? Get the funds now to turn your due instant with a super low rate on the Dollar Bank home equity loan. And by super low rate, we mean it. Right now, our fixed rate is as low as 2.49% APR on a 7-year home equity loan with only $75,000 borrowed. To get it, just refinance your mortgage or home equity loan from another bank. You can even take cash back for a bucket list trip or do some remodeling. And there's no closing costs. At Dollar Bank, you'll get a rate as low as 2.49% APR. That is, if you act now. So do what you've been dreaming about. Well, now. Need to talk things through? Do this. Ask a Dollar Bank loan expert about this low 2.49% APR, and they'll help guide you. Visit us online at dollar.bank or call 1-800-242-BANK. Terms and conditions apply. Subject to change as outloaded. Loans prepaid in full within 36 months. Require reimbursement of third-party closing costs. Equal housing lender.
Did you know that alcohol abuse has a profoundly negative effect on the entire body? The brain, heart, pancreas, liver, and immune system are all significantly affected by alcohol. The experience staff at Greenbrier Treatment Center can help. At Greenbrier, we know that it is critical that detoxification from alcohol take place in a safe, controlled environment to prevent withdrawal complications. To schedule a free assessment, call 1-800-637-HOPE or visit greenbrier.net.
Right now you're hearing all your favorite music on your favorite stations. But wait, there's more.
More songs from the artists you love on exclusive stations by Odyssey.
Just open the Odyssey app and click exclusive stations, then a genre to dive deeper into.
The station might be just music, already hosted by Ed Sheeran, Chris Martin, or one of your favorite DJs.
Across alternative, pop,
Country, soft rock,
Latin, R&B, juice, and even more.
Get more with exclusive stations by Odyssey.
Brought to you by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar.
Fall is in the air. Use your vacation time before you lose it. AAA and Carnival can get you on a Caribbean cruise to some of the exotic islands that the Caribbean has to offer. A short getaway out of convenient home ports. There has never been a better time to see a little slice of paradise. Cruise December 4th on Carnival Sunrise from Miami for 5 nights from just $5.19 per person, double occupancy. Visit AAA near you or call 1-800-354-8761.
Your goals, your future, your dreams. These things are none of our business. Your symptoms, your work from home sweatpants, and whatever you were searching for at 1:15 a.m. That's really none of our business. Because your life is private. And unlike other tech companies, we think your internet should be secret.
Oh, is that right?
That's none of our business either. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Traffic on the side.
Triple traffic powered by Bowser, where they have over 500 failed cars in stock. We have an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway East just before the Edgewood Swishdale exit. You're backed up well before the scroll of tunnel on the outbound side. All the way back to Forest Hills on the inbound side. Accident on the inbound side of 28. That is right around the 31st Street Bridge. You're back all the way to Belleville as you make your way into a town. Pretty heavy and slow inbound on the Parkway West. That's from the top of Green Tree Hill. And we have crews on the scene of an accident in Plum on Davidson Road. Our next AAA traffic on the positive coming away at 245 from the Presbyterian Senior Care Network Traffic Center. I'm Paul Alexander on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, here's the up-to-the-minute AccuWeather forecast.
Fairly cloudy, humid, a few showers as we go through the day, maybe even a rumble of thunder this afternoon, early evening. High 70 to 74, down to 60 miles later tonight. Warm and sticky with a passing shower or two tomorrow, Wednesday, upper 70s. Both days tomorrow, Wednesday. I'm Matthew Cutler back to the 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
The Allegheny Institute for Public Policy's research, education, and advocacy work to defend taxpayers and businesses against the burdensome taxation, inefficiency, and intrusiveness of an ever-expanding government. And you too can become an integral part of this vital mission by making a tax-deductible donation. Learn more at AlleghenyInstitute.org. The Allegheny Institute for Public Policy, challenging conventional public policy wisdom every day since 1995.
No matter where you are in your family caregiving journey, AARP has made the process easier to help you find the services and support you may need. They developed a
Pennsylvania Family Caregiver Resource Guide with you, the caregiver in mind. To request the Family Caregiver Resource Guide, call 877-333-5885 or online click state.aarp.org/Pennsylvania/caregiving.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by the Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find 0% interest in Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Companies are now firing people who refuse to get the vaccine. Allegheny County says more for the executive branch. You have to get the vaccine. What does it all mean? We break it down on the Rick Daily Show starting at 3.
For a Rick Daily Show coming up, and I feel like we have all talked about these answers. And we have seen the innuendos from people who are affected by them, but I'm thinking one day we need to do a whole show and only take calls from people who literally were either pushed out of their job or walked away from their job because of a vaccine mandate. That's the conversation I feel like we're missing. I understand why the folks in charge, whoever they may be, come to that conclusion. I understand why companies and organizations decide they're going to make the vaccine mandated. Where I'm not as clear is how it is that people walk away from those jobs. Now, I get there's plenty of jobs out there. There's plenty of other jobs out here, but I will use, myself as an example, sort of, kind of, in that, this is what I went to school for, this is what I trained for, this is what I've worked for, this is what I have invested the vast majority of my career in. So am I going to walk away from that job because of a vaccine mandate? I personally wouldn't. I might be reluctant, although in the case of the vaccine, I wasn't reluctant. But a job is a job. This is what I love. This is what I do. I'm not going to walk away from that because of, quote, the jab, end quote. But I'd love to hear from some folks. I've had a couple people wrote to me on Facebook back when I could get to my Facebook account. And I remember one person in particular saying maybe this is the time to open that business you always wanted to open, start your own thing, own your own effort, and then you don't have to worry about anyone else mandating you to do anything. So it'll be interesting. As we get more and more into the fall, I think we're going to see more and more people walking away from those jobs. So we'll have to figure out a day and a time that we can set aside for people to call and share their stories. Because who knows, once you share your story, I might actually become empathetic. I mean, I'm not unsympathetic at this point, but I may not be the most empathetic when it comes to that. I want to talk about Friday night as well, because Friday night was the night that I was throwing out the first pitch at the Pirate game. Yes, and I did it. And I have to admit, so many of you, I had a friend, I did like a little teaser on a Facebook Live thing, and I was like, oh, I'm down on the field, this is what I'm doing. And then a good friend of mine said, live streaming. I'm like, never thought about that. So, literally, before I went out to throw the ball, I handed my phone to a friend of mine who was down on the field with me. And she did a pretty good job. I think that if she's listening, don't take offense. If she's listening, she could have zoomed in a little bit closer, so you could have seen it a little closer. But I'm guessing, knowing this friend as I do, she just didn't want to mess it up, so she was just going to hold it the way I gave it to her, and that's what she did. So. The catcher for me, and I was given the heads up before the fact that the catcher was actually going to be a breast surgeon from Allegheny Health Network. That was all part of the cancer awareness night, which is why I was throwing out the first baseball. But he and I had a good time. We practiced a little bit. He's a surgeon, so he was very clear. He wanted me to stay very far away from hitting him in the wrist with the baseball. We practiced. I did a couple overhanded throws, and then I did a couple underhanded throws. And then he said to me very clearly, don't hit my wrist. This is my livelihood. Well, I gotta admit, at that point now, I'm feeling nervous because the last thing I want to do is hit a breast surgeon's wrist. That surgeon was Dr. Emil Fernando. I just want to
to give him a shout out. He was a great guy. His wife was there. His 2 kids were there. I got to meet some of my friends down on the field who practiced. And by the way, it is on my Facebook page. If we get Facebook back anytime in the near future, it's in Case Freeland News Radio 1020. And besides, we did it as a Facebook Live. It is there. And so what you'll see is everybody keeps asking me, did you get it over? Did you get the ball over the plate? How'd it go? Well, I was concerned that I wasn't going to make it all the way to the catcher. So what I did was I stood just in front of the mound because some of my friends who have played professional baseball said to me, you don't want to be on the mound. You might fall. Be careful. Watch out for the mound. So I deliberately stood in front of the mound. And you do get a little bit of leeway when you're doing this and you're not a professional. And then I did the big wind up of my arm and I wound up the ball, and I think I'm going to make you go to Facebook and see the rest of it. Whenever Facebook is back up and running, of course. But it was a lot of fun. I can't say enough. In fact, I sent the folks at the Pirates the thank you note